Section 19 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. Captain Roberts and His Crew, Part 5. The Swallow and Weymouth left Sierra Leone May 28th, where I've already taken notice Roberts arrived about a month after, and doubtless learned the intent of their voyage and cleaning on the coast, which made him set down with more security to his diversion, and furnish him with such intimations as made his first range down the coast in August following more prosperous, the Swallow and Weymouth being then at the port of Prince a cleaning. Their stay at Prince was from July 28th to September 20th, 1721, where by a fatality common to the irregularities of seamen, who cannot in such cases be kept under due restraints, they buried 100 men in 3 weeks' time, and reduced the remainder of the ship's companies into so sickly a state that it was with difficulty they brought them to sail. And this misfortune was probably the ruin of Roberts, for it prevented the men of war's going back to Sierra Leone, as it was intended, there being a necessity of leaving His Majesty's ship Weymouth, in much the worst condition of the two, under the guns of Cape Corso, to impress men, being unable at this time either to haul the sails or weigh her anchor, and Roberts being ignorant of the occasion or alteration of the first design, fell into the mouth of danger when he thought himself the farthest from it, for the men of war not endeavouring to attain further to windward, when they came from Prince, than to secure Cape Corso road under their lee, they luckily hovered in the track he had took. The Swallow and Weymouth fell in with the Continent at Cape Apollonia, October 20th, and there received the ungrateful news from one Captain Bird, a notice that awakened and put them on their guard, but they were far from expecting any temerity should ever bring him a second time on the coast while they were there. Therefore the Swallow, having seen the Weymouth into Cape Corso road November 10th, she plied to windward as far as Bassam, rather as an airing to recover a sickly ship's company and show herself to the trade, which was found everywhere undisturbed, and were for that reason returning to her consort when, accidentally meeting a Portuguese ship, she told her that the day before she saw 2 ships chase into Junk, an English vessel, which she believed must have fallen into their hands. On this story the Swallow clung her wind and endeavoured to gain that place, but receiving soon after, October the 14th, a contrary report from Captain Plummer, an intelligent man in the Jason of Bristol, who had come further to windward and neither saw nor heard anything of this, she turned her head down the second time, anchored at Cape Apollonia the 23rd, at Cape Tres Puntas the 27th, and in Corso Road January the 7th, 1721-2. They learned that their consort, the Weymouth, was, by the assistance of some soldiers from the castle, gone to windward, to demand restitution of some goods or men belonging to the African Company that were illegally detained by the Dutch at Des Minas, and while they were regretting so long a separation, an express came to General Phillips from XIII the 9th, and followed by another from Dick's Cove, an English factory, with information that 3 ships had chased and taken a galley nigh XIII Castle, and a trading boat belonging to the company. No doubt was made concerning what they were, it being taken for granted they were pirates, and supposed to be the same that had the August before infested the coast. The natural result, therefore, from these 2 advices was to hasten for Whydah, for it was concluded the prizes they had taken had informed them how nigh the Swallow was, and withal how much better in health than she had been for some months past, so that unless they were very mad indeed, they would, after being discovered, make the best of their way for Whydah, and secure the booty there, without which their time and industry had been entirely lost, most of the gold lying in that corner. The Swallow weighed from Cape Corso, January the 10th, but was retarded by waiting some hours on the Margaret, a company's ship, at Accra, again on the Portugal, and a whole day at Apong on a person they used to style Miss Betty, a conduct that Mr. Phipps blamed when he heard the pirates were missed at Whydah, although he had given it as his opinion they could not be passed by, and intimated that to stay a few hours would prove no prejudice. This, however, hindered the Swallow's catching them at Whydah, for the pirates came into that road with a fresh gale of wind the same day the Swallow was at Apong, and sailed the 13th of January from thence, that she arrived the 17th. She gained notice of them by a French shallop from Grandpapa the 14th at night, and from Little Papa next morning by a Dutch ship, so that the man-of-war was on all sides, as she thought, sure of her purchase, particularly when she made the ships, and discovered 3 of them to get under sail immediately at sight of her, making signals to one another as though they designed a defence. But they were found to be 3 French ships, and those at anchor, Portuguese and English, all honest traders who'd been ransacked and ransomed. This disappointment chagrined the ship's company, who were very intent upon their market, which was reported to be an arm-chest full of gold, and kept with 3 keys, though in all likelihood, had they met with them in that open road, one or both would have made their escapes, or if they had thought fit to have fought, an emulation in their defence would probably have made it desperate. While they were contemplating on the matter, a letter was received from Mr. Baldwin, governor here for the company, signifying that the pirates were at Jacquin, 7 leagues lower. The Swallow weighed at 2 next morning, January the 16th, and got to Jacquin by daylight, but to no other end than frightening the crews of 2 Portuguese ships on shore, who took her for the pirate that had struck such terror at Whydah. She returned therefore that night, and having been strengthened with 30 volunteers, English and French, the discarded crews of the Porcupine and the French ship they had carried from hence. She put to sea again January the 19th, conjecturing that either Calabar, Prince, the river Gabon, Cape Lopez, or Annabona must be touched at for water and refreshment, though they should resolve to leave the coast. As to the former of those places, I have before observed, it was hazardous to think of, or rather impracticable. Prince had been a sour grape to them, but being the first in the way, she came before the harbour the 29th, where, learning no news, without losing time, steered for the river Gabon, and anchored at the mouth of it, February the 1st. This river is navigable by 2 channels, and has an island about 5 leagues up, called Popagays, or Parrots, where the Dutch cruisers for this coast generally clean, and where sometimes pirates come in to look for prey or to refit, it being very convenient by reason of a soft mud about it that admits a ship's lying on shore, with all her guns and stores in, without damage. Hither Captain Ogle sent his boat and a lieutenant who spoke with a Dutch ship above the island, from whom he had this account, videlicet, that he had been 4 days from Cape Lopez, and had left no ship there. However, they beat up for the Cape without regard to this story, and on the 5th, at dawning, was surprised with the noise of a gun, which, as the day brightened, they found was from Cape Lopez Bay, where they discovered 3 ships at anchor, the largest with the king's colours and pendant flying, which was soon after concluded to be Mr. Roberts and his consorts, but the Swallow being to windward, and unexpectedly deep in the bay, was obliged to steer off, for avoiding a sand called the Frenchman's Bank, which the pirates observed for some time, and rashly interpreting it to be fear in her, righted the French Ranger, which was then on the heel, and ordered her to chase out in all haste, bending several of their sails in the pursuit. The man-of-war, finding they had foolishly mistaken her design, humoured the deceit, and kept off to sea, as if she'd been really afraid, and managed her steerage so, under the direction of Lieutenant's son, an experienced officer, as to let the Ranger come up with her, when they thought they had got so far as not to have their guns heard by her consort at the Cape. The pirates had such an opinion of their own courage, that they could never dream anybody would use a stratagem to speak with them, and so was the more easily drawn into the snare. The pirates now drew nigh enough to fire their chase guns. They hoisted the black flag that was worn in Whydah Road, and got their spritsail yard alongships, with intent to board, no one having ever asked, all this while, what country ship they took the chase to be. They would have her to be a Portuguese, sugar being then a commodity among them, and were swearing every minute at the wind or sails to expedite so sweet a chase, but alas, all turned sour in an instant. It was with the utmost consternation they saw her suddenly bring to, and haul up her lower ports, now within pistol shot, and struck their black flag upon it directly. After the first surprise was over, they kept firing at a distance, hoisted it again, and vapoured with their cutlashes on the poop, though wisely endeavouring at the same time to get away. Being now at their wits' end, boarding was proposed by the heads of them, and so, to make one desperate push, but the motion not being well seconded, and their main topmast coming down by a shot, after 2 hours' firing it was declined. They grew sick, struck their colours, and called out for quarters, having had 10 men killed outright, and 20 wounded, without the loss or hurt of one of the king's men. She had 32 guns, manned with 16 Frenchmen, 20 negroes, and 77 English. The colours were thrown overboard, that they might not rise in judgment, nor be displayed in triumph over them. While the Swallow was sending their boat to fetch the prisoners, a blast and smoke was seen to pour out of the great cabin, and they thought they were blowing up, but upon inquiry afterwards found that half a dozen of the most desperate, when they saw all hopes fled, had drawn themselves round what powder they had left in the steerage, and fired a pistol into it, but it was too small a quantity to effect anything more than burning them in a frightful manner. This ship was commanded by one Skyrm, a Welchman, who, though he had lost his leg in the action, would not suffer himself to be dressed or carried off the deck, but, like Widrington, fought upon his stump. The rest appeared gay and brisk, most of them with white shirts, watches, and a deal of silk vests, but the gold dust belonging to them was most of it left in the little Ranger in the bay, this company's proper ship, with the royal fortune. I cannot but take notice of 2 among the crowd of those disfigured from the blast of powder just before mentioned, namely, William Main and Roger Ball. An officer of the ship, seeing a silver caul hanging at the waist of the former, said to him, "I presume you are boatswain of this ship." "Then you presume wrong," answered he, "for I am boatswain of the Royal Fortune, Captain Roberts' commander." "Then, Mr. Boatswain, you'll be hanged, I believe," replies the officer. "That is as your honour pleases," answered he again, and was for turning away. But the officer desired to know of him how the powder which had made them in that condition came to take fire. "By God," says he, "they are all mad and bewitched, for I've lost a good hat by it." The hat and he being both blown out of the cabin gallery into the sea. "But what signifies a hat, friend?" says the officer. "Not much," answered he, the men being busy in stripping him of his shoes and stockings. The officer then inquired of him whether Robert's company were as likely fellows as these. "There are 120 of them," answered he, "as clever fellows as ever trod shoe leather. Would I were with them." "No doubt on't," says the officer. "By God, it is naked truth," answered he, looking down and seeing himself by this time quite stripped. The officer then approached Roger Ball, who was seated in a private corner with a look as sullen as winter, and asked him how he came blown up in that frightful manner. "Why," says he, "John Morris fired a pistol into the powder, and if he'd not done it I would," bearing his pain without the least complaint. The officer gave him to understand he was surgeon, and if he desired it he would dress him, but he swore it should not be done, and that if anything was applied to him he would tear it off. Nevertheless, the surgeon had good nature enough to dress him, though with much trouble. At night he was in a kind of delirium, and raved on the bravery of Roberts, saying he should shortly be released as soon as they should meet him, which procured him a lashing down upon the forecastle, which he resisted with all his force, caused him to be used with the more violence, so that he was tied down with so much severity that his flesh being sore and tender with the blowing up, he died next day of a mortification. They secured the prisoners with pinions and shackles, but the ship was so much disabled in the engagement that they had once thoughts to set her on fire, but this would have given them the trouble of taking the pirates' wounded men on board themselves, and that they were certain the Royal Fortune would wait for their consort's return. They lay by her 2 days, repaired her rigging and other damages, and sent her into Prince with the Frenchmen and 4 of their own hands. On the 9th, in the evening, the Swallow gained the Cape again, and saw the Royal Fortune standing into the bay with the Neptune, Captain Hill of London. A good presage of the next day's success, for they did not doubt but the temptation of liquor and plunder they might find in this new prize would make the pirates very confused, and so it happened. On the 10th, in the morning, the man-of-war bore away to round the Cape. Robert's crew, discerning their masts over the land, went down into the cabin to acquaint him of it, he being then at breakfast with his new guest, Captain Hill, on a savoury dish of Solomon Gundy, and some of his own beer. He took no notice of it, and his men almost as little, some saying she was a Portuguese ship, others a French slave ship, but the major part swore it was the French Ranger returning. and were merrily debating for some time on the manner of reception, whether they should salute or not. But as the swallow approached nigher, things appeared plainer, and though they were stigmatized with the name of cowards, who showed any apprehension of danger, yet some of them, now undeceived, declared it to Roberts, especially one Armstrong, who had deserted from that ship and knew her well. Those Roberts swore at as cowards, who meant to dishearten the men, asking them if it were so, whether they were afraid to fight or no, and hardly refrained from blows. What his own apprehensions were till she hauled up her ports and hoisted their proper colours is uncertain, but then, being perfectly convinced, he slipped his cable, got under sail, and ordered his men to arms without any show of timidity, dropping a first-rate oath that it was a bite, but at the same time resolved like a gallant rogue to get clear or die. There was one Armstrong, as I just mentioned, a deserter from the Swallow, whom they inquired of concerning the trim and sailing of that ship. He told them she sailed best upon a wind, and therefore, if they designed to leave her, they should go before it. The danger was imminent, and time very short to consult of means to extricate himself. His resolution in this strait was as follows: to pass close to the Swallow with all their sails, and receive her broadside before they returned to shot, if disabled by this, or that they could not depend on sailing, then to run on shore at the point, which is steep too, and every one to shift for himself among the negroes, or failing in these, to board and blow up together, for he saw that the greatest part of his men were drunk, passively courageous, unfit for service. Roberts himself made a gallant figure at the time of the engagement, being dressed in a rich crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a red feather in his hat, a gold chain round his neck, with a diamond cross hanging to it, a sword in his hand, and 2 pair of pistols hanging at the end of a silk sling flung over his shoulders, according to the fashion of the pirates, and is said to have given his orders with boldness and spirit, coming, according to what he had purposed, close to the man-of-war, received her fire, and then hoisted his black flag and returned it, shooting away from her with all the sail he could pack, and had he took Armstrong's advice to have gone before the wind, he had probably escaped. But keeping his tacks down, either by the wind's shifting or ill steerage, or both, he was taken aback with his sails, and the Swallow came a second time very nigh to him. He had now perhaps finished the fight very desperately, if Death, who took a swift passage in a grape-shot, had not interposed and struck him directly on the throat. He settled himself on the tackles of a gun, which one Stevenson from the helm, observing, ran to his assistance, and not perceiving him wounded, swore at him and bid him stand up and fight like a man. But when he found his mistake, and that his captain was certainly dead, he gushed into tears, and wished the next shot might be his lot. They presently threw him overboard with his arms and ornaments on, according to the repeated request he had made in his lifetime. Roberts was a tall black man, nearly 40 years of age, born at Neweybaw, nigh Haverford West, in Pembrokeshire, of good natural parts and personal bravery, though he applied them to such wicked purposes as made them of no commendation, frequently drinking damn to him who ever lived to wear a halter. He was forced himself at first among his company out of the Prince, Captain Plum, at Annamaboy, about 3 years before, where he served as second mate, and shed, as he used to tell the freshmen, as many crocodile tears then as they did now, but time and good company had wore it off. He could not plead want of employment, nor incapacity of getting his bread in an honest way, to favour so vile a change, nor was he so much a coward as to pretend it, but frankly owned it was to get rid of the disagreeable superiority of some masters he was acquainted with, and the love of novelty and change maritime peregrinations had accustomed him to. In an honest service, says he, there is thin commons, low wages, and hard labour. In this, plenty and satiety, pleasure and ease, liberty and power, and who would not balance creditor on this side, when all the hazard that is run for it, at worst, is only a sour look or two at choking? No, a merry life and a short one shall be my motto. Thus he preached himself into an approbation of what he at first abhorred, and being daily regaled with music, drinking, and the gaiety and diversions of his companions, these depraved propensities were quickly edged and strengthened to the extinguishing of fear and conscience. Yet among all the vile and ignominious acts he had perpetrated, he is said to have had an aversion towards forcing men into that service, and had procured some their discharge, notwithstanding so many made it their plea. When Roberts was gone, as though he had been the life and soul of the gang, their spirits sunk. Many deserted their quarters, and all stupidly neglected any means for defence or escape, and their mainmast soon after being shot by the board, they had no way left but to surrender and call for quarters. The Swallow kept aloof while her boat passed and repassed for the prisoners, because they understood they were under an oath to blow up, and some of the desperadoes showed a willingness that way, matches being lighted and scuffles happening between those who would and those who opposed it. But I cannot easily account for this humour, which can be termed no more than a false courage, since any of them had power to destroy his own life either by pistol or drowning, without involving others in the same fate, who are in no temper of mind for it. And at best it had been only dying for fear of death. She had 40 guns and 157 men, 45 whereof were negroes. 3 only were killed in the action, without any loss to the Swallow. There was found upwards of £200 in gold dust in her. The flag could not be got easily from under the fallen mast, and was therefore recovered by the Swallow. It had the figure of a skeleton in it, and a man portrayed with a flaming sword in his hand, intimating a defiance of death itself. The Swallow returned back into Cape Lopez Bay, and found the little Ranger, whom the pirates had deserted in haste, for the better defence of the ship. She had been plundered, according to what I could learn of £2,000 in gold dust, the shares of those pirates who belonged to her, and Captain Hill in the Neptune not unjustly suspected, for he could not wait the man-of-war's returning into the bay again, but sailed away immediately, making no scruple afterwards to own the seizure of other goods out of her, and surrendered as a confirmation of all 50 ounces at Barbados, for which see the article at the end of this book. All persons who after the 29th of September, 1690, etc. To sum up the whole, if it be considered first that the sickly state of the men of war when they sailed from Prince was the misfortune that hindered their being as far as Sierra Leone, and consequently out of the track the pirates then took, that those pirates, directly contrary to their design in the second expedition, should get above Cape Corso, and that nigh Axum a chase should offer, that inevitably must discover them and be soon communicated to the men of war, that the satiating their evil and malicious tempers at Whydah, in burning the Porcupine and running off with the French ship, had strengthened the Swallow with 30 men, that the Swallow should miss them in that road, where probably she had not, or at least so effectually, obtained her end, that they should be so far infatuated at Cape Lopez as to divide their strength, which when collected might have been so formidable, and lastly, that the conquest should be without bloodshed. I say, considering all these circumstances, it shows that the hand of Providence was concerned in their destruction. As to their behaviour after they were taken, it was found that they had great inclinations to rebel, if they could have laid hold of any opportunity, for they were very uneasy under restraint, having been lately all commanders themselves, nor could they brook their diet or quarters without cursing and swearing and upbraiding each other with the folly that had brought them to it. So that, to secure themselves against any mad, desperate undertaking of theirs, they strongly barricaded the gun-room and made another prison before it, an officer with pistols and cutlashes doing duty night and day, and the prisoners within manacled and shackled. They would yet, in these circumstances, be impudently merry, saying, when they viewed their nakedness, that they had not left them a halfpenny to give old Sharon to ferry them over Styx, and at their thin commons they would observe that they fell away so fast that they should not have weight left to hang them. Sutton used to be very profane, he happening to be in the same irons with another prisoner, who was more serious than ordinary, and read and prayed often, as became his condition. This man Sutton used to swear at him, and ask him what he proposed by so much noise and devotion. Heaven, says the other, I hope. Heaven, you fool, said Sutton, did you ever hear of any pirates going thither? Give me hell, it's a merrier place. I'll give Roberts a salute of 13 guns at entrance. And when he found such ludicrous expressions had no effect on him, he made a formal complaint and requested that the officer would either remove this man or take his prayer book away as a common disturber. A combination and conspiracy was formed betwixt Moody, Ashplant, Magnus, Mayor, and others to rise and kill the officers and run away with the ship. This they had carried on by means of a mulatto boy who was allowed to attend them, and proved very trusty in his messages between the principals. But the evening of that night they were to have made this struggle, 2 of the prisoners that sat next to Ashplant heard the boy whisper them upon the project, and naming to him the hour they should be ready, presently gave notice of it to the captain, which put the ship in an alarm for a little time, and on examination several of them had made shift to break off or loose their shackles, no doubt for such purpose, but it tended only to procure to themselves worse usage and confinement. In the same passage to Cape Corso, the prize, Royal Fortune, was in the same danger. She was left at the island of St. Thomas's in the possession of an officer and a few men, to take in some fresh provisions, which were scarce at Cape Corso, with orders to follow the ship. There were only some of the pirates, negroes, 3 or 4 wounded prisoners, and Scudamore, their surgeon, from whom they seemed to be under no apprehension, especially from the last, who might have hoped for favour on account of his employ, and had stood so much indebted for his liberty, eating and drinking constantly with the officer. Yet this fellow, regardless of the favour and lost to all sense of reformation, endeavoured to bring over the negroes to his design of murdering the people and running away with the ship. He easily prevailed with the negroes to come into the design, but when he came to communicate it to his fellow prisoners, and would have drawn them into the same measures by telling them he understood navigation, that the negroes were stout fellows, and by a smattering he had in the Angolan language, he had found willing to undertake such an enterprise, that it was better venturing to do this, run down the coast and raise a new company, than to proceed to Cape Corso, and be hanged like a dog, and sun-dried. One of them, abhorring the cruelty or fearing the success, discovered it to the officer, who made him immediately a prisoner and brought the ship safe. When they came to be lodged in Cape Corso Castle, their hopes of this kind all cut off, and that they were assured they must there soon receive a final sentence, the note was changed among most of them, and from vain insolent jesting they became serious and devout, begging for good books and joining in public prayers, and singing of psalms twice at least every day. As to their trials, if we should give them at length, it may appear tedious to the reader, for which reason I have, for the avoiding tautology and repetition, put as many of them together as were tried for the same fact, reserving the circumstances which are most material, with observations on the dying behaviour of such of them as came to my knowledge. And first it may be observed from the list that a great part of these pirate ships' crews were men entered on the coast of Africa, not many months before they were taken, from whence it may be concluded that the pretended constraint of Roberts on them was very often a complotment between parties equally willing, and this Roberts several times openly declared, particularly to the Onslow's people, whom he called aft, and asked of them who was willing to go, for he would force nobody. As was deposed by some of his best hands after acquittal, nor is it reasonable to think he should reject Irish volunteers, only from a pique against Kennedy, and force others that might hazard and in time destroy his government. But their behaviour soon put him out of his fear, and convinced him that the plea of force was only the best artifice they had to shelter themselves under, in case they should be taken, and that they were less rogues than others, only in point of time. It may likewise be taken notice of that the country wherein they happen to be tried is, among other happinesses, exempted from lawyers and law books, so that the office of register of necessity fell on one not versed in those affairs which might justify the court in want of form, more essentially supplied with integrity and impartiality. But perhaps, if there was less law, there might be more justice than in some other courts, for if the civil law be a law of universal reason, judging of the rectitude or obliquity of men's actions, every man of common sense is endued with a portion of it, at least sufficient to make him distinguish right from wrong, or what the civilians call malum in se. Therefore, here, if 2 persons were equally guilty of the same fact, there was no convicting one and bringing the other off by any quirk or turn of law, for they formed their judgments upon the constraint or willingness, the aim and intention of the parties, and all other circumstances which make a material difference. Besides, in crimes of this nature, men bred up to the sea must be more knowing, and much abler than others more learned in the law, for before a man can have a right idea of a thing he must know the terms standing for that thing, the sea terms being a language by itself, which no lawyer can be supposed to understand. He must of consequence want that discriminating faculty which should direct him to judge right of the facts meant by those terms. The court well knew it was not possible to get the evidence of every sufferer by this crew, and therefore first of all considered how that deficiency should be supplied, whether or no they could pardon one J. Dennis, who had early offered himself as king's evidence and was the best read in their lives and conversations. Here indeed they were at a loss for law, and concluded in the negative, because it looked like compounding with a man to swear falsely, losing by it those great helps he could have afforded. Another great difficulty in their proceedings was how to understand those words in the Act of Parliament, of particularly specifying in the charge the circumstances of time, place, etc., that is, so to understand them as to be able to hold a court, for if they had been indicted on particular robberies, the evidence had happened mostly from the Royal African Company's ships, on which these gentlemen of Cape Corso Castle were not qualified to sit, their oath running that they have no interest directly or indirectly in the ship or goods, or the robbery of which the party stands accused. And this they thought they had, commissions being paid on them on such goods. And on the other side, if they were incapacitated, no court could be formed, the commission absolutely requiring 3 of them by name. To reconcile all things, therefore, the court resolved to bottom the whole of their proceedings on the Swallow's depositions, which were clear and plain, and had the circumstance of time when, place where, manner how, and the like, particularly specified according to the statute in that case made and provided. But this admitted only a general intimation of robbery in the indictment. Therefore, to approve their clemency, it looked arbitrary on the lives of men to lump them to the gallows in such a summary way as must have been done had they solely adhered to the Swallow's charge. They resolved to come to particular trials. Secondly, that the prisoners might not be ignorant whereon to answer, and so have all fair advantages to excuse and defend themselves, the court farther agreed with justice and equanimity to hear any evidence that could be brought to weaken or corroborate the 3 circumstances that complete a pirate, first, being a volunteer amongst them at the beginning, secondly, being a volunteer at the taking or robbing of any ship, or lastly, voluntarily accepting a share in the booty of those that did, for by a parity of reason, where these actions were of their own disposing, and yet committed by them, it must be believed their hearts and hands joined together in what they acted against His Majesty's ship, the Swallow. End of section 19, read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 20 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. The Tryals of the Pirates, taken by His Majesty's ship, the Swallow, began at Cape Corso Castle on the coast of Africa, March the 28th, 1722. The Commission empowered any 3 named therein to call to their assistance such a number of qualified persons as might make the court always consist of 7, and accordingly summons were assigned to Lieutenant Joe Barnsley, Lieutenant Charles Fanshawe, Captain Samuel Heartsease, and Captain William Menzies, videlicet. By virtue of a power and authority to us given by a commission from the King under the seal of Admiralty, you are hereby required to attend and make one of the court for the trying and adjudging of the pirates lately taken on this coast by His Majesty's ship, the Swallow, given under our hands this 28th of March, 1722, at Cape Corso Castle. Mungo Herdman, James Phipps, Henry Dodson, Francis Boy, Edward Hyde. The commissioners being met in the hall of the castle, the commission was first read, after which the President and then the other members took the oath prescribed in the Act of Parliament, and having directed the form of that for witnesses as follows, the court was opened. I, A.B., solemnly promise and swear on the holy evangelists to bear true and faithful witness between the King and prisoner or prisoners in relation to the fact or facts of piracy and robbery he or they do now stand accused of. So help me God. The court consisted of Captain Mungo Herdman, President James Phipps, Esquire, General of the Coast, Mr. H. Dodson, Merchant Marine F. Boy, Merchant Marine Edward Hyde, Secretary to the Company, Lieutenant John Barnsley, Lieutenant Charles Fanshawe. The following prisoners out of the pirate ship Ranger, having been commanded before them, the charge or indictment was exhibited. Prisoners taken in the Ranger: James Skirm, from Greyhound sloop, October 1720. Rich Hardy, pirate with Davis, in 1718. William Main, brigantine Captain Pete, June 1720. Henry Dennis, Val Ashplant, Robertson, pirates with Captain Davis, 1718, 1719, and 1719. Rich Harris, D. Littlejohn, on the Phoenix of Bristol, Captain Richards, June 1720. Thomas Howe, at Newfoundland, June 1720. H. Hunkins, Success, sloop, Hugh Harris, Willing Mind. W. Mackintosh, Thomas Wills, with Richard of Biddeford, July 1720. John Wilden, Mary and Martha, July 1720. J. Greenham, Little York, Mr. Phillips, July 1720. John Janeson, Love of Lancaster, July 1720. Christopher Lang, Thomas, brigantine, September 1720. John Mitchell and T. Withstand Not, from the Norman, galley, October 1720. Peter Lefevre and William Shorin, from Jeremiah and Anne, April 1720. William Watts and William Davis, Sierra Leone of Mr. Glynn and the Sierra Leone of S. Jose, July of 1721. James Barrow and Joshua Lee, from the Martha Snow, Captain Lady. Rob Hartley and James Crane, from the Robinson of Liverpool, Captain Canning, August 1721. George Smithson, Roger Pye, Rob Fletcher, R. Hartley, from the Stanage galley, Captain Tarleton, August 1721. Andrew Rance, from a Dutch ship, 1721. Cuthbert Goss, Thomas Giles, Israel Hind, from the Mersey, galley of Bristol at Calabar, October 1721. William Church, from Gertrucht of Holland. Philip Hack, Flushingham of Holland. William Smith, Elizabeth, Captain Sharp. Adam Comrie, William Graves, Peter Devine, King Solomon, Captain Treherne, off Cape Apollonia, January 1721. John Johnson, John Stotgill, Henry Dawson, of Whydah sloop at Jacquin. William Glass, Josiah Robinson, John Arnott, John Davis, in January of 1721. Henry Graves, of Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. Thomas Howard, John Rymer, Thomas Cleppen. William Guinness, of the Porcupine, Captain Fletcher. James Cousins, all in 1721. Thomas Stretton, William Petty, M. Lemon, William Wood, Edward Watts, John Horn, of the Onslow, Captain Guy at Sestos, January 1721. Pierre Ravon, Peter Grossi, John Duggan, Rents Rogier, James Ardian, Louis Arnott, Etrian Gilliot, Rents Toby, R. Marode, Meth Rulac, John Gitton, John Gumar, J. Richardo, John Paquet, John Lavogue, Alan Pigan, John Duplessis, Pierce Shillot, all from the French ship in Whydah Road, February 1721-22. You, James Skirm, Michael Lemon, Robert Hartley, etc., ye and every one of you are in the name and by the authority of our dread sovereign Lord George, King of Great Britain, indicted as follows. Forasmuch as in open contempt of the laws of your country you have all of you been wickedly united and articled together for the annoyance and disturbance of His Majesty's trading subjects by sea, and have in conformity to the most evil and mischievous intentions been twice down the coast of Africa with 2 ships, once in the beginning of August and a second time in January last, sinking, burning, or robbing such ships and vessels as then happened in your way, Particularly you stand charged at the instance and information of Captain Challoner Ogle as traitors and pirates for the unlawful opposition you made to His Majesty's ship the Swallow under his command. For that on the 5th of February last past, upon sight of the aforesaid King's ship, ye did immediately weigh anchor from under Cape Lopez on the southern coast of Africa, in a French-built ship of 32 guns, called the Ranger, and did pursue and chase the aforesaid King's ship with such dispatch and precipitancy as declared you common robbers and pirates, that about 10 of the clock the same morning, drawing within gunshot of His Majesty's aforesaid ship the Swallow, you hoisted a piratical black flag and fired several chase guns to deter as much as you were able His Majesty's servants from their duty. That an hour after this, being very nigh to the aforesaid King's ship, you did audaciously continue in a hostile defence and assault for about 2 hours more in open violation of the laws, and in defiance to the King's colours and commission. And lastly, that in the acting and compassing of all this, you were all and every one of you in a wicked combination, voluntarily to exert, and actually did in your several stations, use your utmost endeavours to distress the said King's ship and murder His Majesty's good subjects, to which they severally pleaded not guilty. Then the court called for the officers of the Swallow, Mr. Isaac's son, Lieutenant, Ralph Baldrick, boatswain, Daniel McLaughlin, mate, desiring them to view the prisoners, whether they knew them, and to give an account in what manner they had attacked and fought the King's ship, and they agreed as follows: that they had viewed all the prisoners as they stood now before the court, and were assured they were the same taken out of one or other of the pirate ships, Royal Fortune or Ranger, but verily believed them to be taken out of the Ranger. That they did in the King's ship at break of day on Monday the 5th of February 1721 to 2, discover 3 ships at anchor under Cape Lopez on the southern coast of Africa, the cape bearing then west-southwest about 3 leagues, and perceiving one of them to have a pendant flying, and having heard their morning gun before, they immediately suspected them to be Roberts, the pirate, his consort, and a French ship they knew had been lately carried out of Whydah Road. The King's ship was obliged to haul off northwest and west-northwest to avoid a sand called the Frenchman's Bank, the wind then at south-southeast, and found in half an hour's time one of the 3 had got under sail from the careen and was bending her sails in a chase towards them. To encourage this rashness and precipitancy they kept away before the wind as though afraid, but with their tacks on board, their main-yard braced, and making at the same time very bad steerage. About half an hour after 10 in the morning, the pirate ship came within gunshot and fired 4 chase guns, hoisted a black flag at the mizzen peak, and got their spritsail yard under their bowsprit for boarding. In half an hour more, approaching still nigher, they starboarded their helm and gave her a broadside, the pirate bringing to and returning the same. After this, the deponents say, their fire grew slack for some time, because the pirate was shot so far ahead on the weather bow that few of their guns could point to her, yet in this interval their black flag was either shot away or hauled down a little space and hoisted again. At length, by their ill steerage and favour of the wind, they came near a second time, and about 2 in the afternoon shot away their main topmast. The colours they fought under, besides a black flag, were a red English ensign, a King's Jack, and a Dutch pendant, which they struck at or about 3 in the afternoon, and called for quarters, it proving to be a French-built ship of 32 guns called the Ranger. Isaac's son, Ralph Baldrick, Daniel McLaughlin. When the evidence had been heard, the prisoners were called upon to answer how they came on board this pirate ship, and their reason for so audacious a resistance as had been made against the King's ship. To this each in his reply owned himself to be one of those taken out of the Ranger, that he had signed their piratical articles and shared in their plunder, some few only excepted who had been there too short a time, but that neither in this signing or sharing nor in the resistance had been made against His Majesty's ship, had they been volunteers, but had acted in these several parts from a terror of death, which a law amongst them was to be the portion of those who refused. The court then asked who made these laws, how those guns came to be fired, or why they had not deserted their stations and mutinied when so fair a prospect of redemption offered. They replied still with the same answers, and could extenuate their crimes with no other plea than being forced men. Wherefore, The court were of opinion that the indictment, as it charged them with an unlawful attack and resistance of the king's ship, was sufficiently proved. But then, it being undeniably evident that many of these prisoners had been forced, and some of them of very short standing, they did on mature deliberation come to this merciful resolution, that they would hear further evidence for or against each person singly, in relation to those parts of the indictment which declared them volunteers, or charged them with aiding and assisting at the burning, sinking, or robbing of other ships. For if they acted or assisted in any robberies or devastations, it would be a conviction they were volunteers. Here such evidence, though it might want the form, still carried the reason of the law with it. The charge was exhibited also against the following pirates taken out of the Royal Fortune: Mitch Mair in the Rover 5 years ago, Chris Moody under Davis 1718, M. Johnson, a Dutch ship 1718, James Phillips, the Revenge, pirate sloop 1717, David Simpson and Thomas Sutton, pirates with Davis, H. Jacobson, a Dutch ship 1719, W. Williams 1, William Fernan, W. Williams 2, from the Sudbury, Captain Thomas, Newfoundland, June 1720, Roger Scott from the same, Thomas Owen, William Taylor, from the York of Bristol, in May 1720, Joseph Nossiter, Expedition of Topsham, May 1720, John Parker, Willing Mind of Poole, Robert Crowe, Happy Return, a sloop, George Smith, Mary and Martha, J. Clements, Success, sloop, John Walden, Blessing of Lymington, all in July 1720, J. Mansfield, from Martinico, James Harris, Richard, a pink, John Phillips, a fishing boat, Harry Glasby, Hugh Menzies, in the Samuel, Captain Carey, July 1720, William Magnus, Joseph Moore, Mayflower, a sloop, February 1720, John Dufrock, William Champneys, George Danson, Isaac Russell, of Lloyd, a galley, Captain Hingston, May 1721, Robert Lilburn, Robert Johnson, William Darling, William Meade, of Jeremiah and Anne, Captain Turner, April 1721, Thomas Diggles, from Christopher, a snow, Ben Jeffreys, from Norman, a galley, John Francia, a sloop at St. Nicholas, D. Harding, a Dutch ship, John Coleman, Adventure, a sloop, Charles Bunce, a Dutch galley, R. Armstrong, a Dutch galley run from the Swallow, all in April 1721. Abraham Harper, Peter Leslie, John Jessup 1, Thomas Watkins, Philip Bill, J. Stevenson, James Crombie, Thomas Garrett, George Ogle, all of the Onslow, Captain Guy at Sestos, May 1721. Roger Gorsuk, John Watson, of Martha, a snow, August 1721. William Child, John Griffin, Peter Scudamore, of the Mercy, a galley at Calabar, October 1721. Christian Granger, Nicholas Brattle, James White, Thomas Davis, Thomas Sever, Rob Bevins, T. Outerleny, David Rice, all of the Cornwall, a galley at Calabar, of October 1721. Rob Hawes, Jocelyn, Captain Lone, October 1721. Hugh Riddle, Stephen Thomas, of Diligence, a boat, January 1721. John Lane, Sam Fletcher, William Phillips, Jacob Johnson, John King, all of King Solomon, January 1721. Benjamin Parr, of Robinson, Captain Canning, January 1721. William May, Ed Thorndon, from Elizabeth, Captain Sharp. George Wilson, Edward Tarleton, Robert Hayes, Tarleton of Liverpool at Cape Lahou, 1721. Thomas Roberts, John Richards, John Kane, Charlton, Captain Allwright, February 1721. Richard Wood, Richard Scott, William Davison, Sam Morwell, Edward Evans, all of the Porcupine, Captain Fletcher, Whydah Road, February 1721. John Jessup, too, surrendered up at Prince's. You, Harry Glasby, William Davison, William Champneys, Samuel Morwell, etc., ye and every one of you are, in the name and by the authority of our most dread sovereign Lord George, King of Great Britain, indicted as follows. Forasmuch as in open contempt and violation of the laws of your country, to which ye ought to have been subject, ye have all of you been wickedly united and articled together for the annoyance and destruction of His Majesty's trading subjects by sea. And in conformity to so wicked an agreement and association, ye have been twice lately down this coast of Africa, once in August and a second time in January last, spoiling and destroying many goods and vessels of His Majesty's subjects and other trading nations. Particularly ye stand indicted at the information and instance of Captain Challoner Ogle as traitors, robbers, pirates, and common enemies to mankind. For that on the 10th of February last, in a ship you were possessed of, called the Royal Fortune, of 40 guns, ye did maintain a hostile defence and resistance for some hours against His Majesty's ship the Swallow, nigh Cape Lopez Bay, on the southern coast of Africa. That this fight and insolent resistance against the King's ship was made not only without any pretence of authority, more than that of your own private depraved wills, but was done also under a black flag, flagrantly by that, denoting yourselves common robbers and traitors, opposers and violators of the laws. And lastly, that in this resistance you were all of you volunteers, and did as such contribute your utmost efforts for disabling and distressing the aforesaid King's ship, and deterring His Majesty's servants therein from their duty, to which they severally pleaded, not guilty. Whereupon the officers of His Majesty's ship the Swallow were called again and testified as follows, that they had seen all the prisoners now before the court, and knew them to be the same which were taken out of one or other of the pirate ships, Royal Fortune or Ranger, and verily believe them to be those taken out of the Royal Fortune. That the prisoners were possessed of a ship of 40 guns, called the Royal Fortune, and were at an anchor under Cape Lopez on the coast of Africa with 2 others, when His Majesty's ship the Swallow, to which the deponents belonged and were officers, stood in for the place on Saturday the 10th of February 1721-22. The largest had a jack, ensign, and pendant flying, being this Royal Fortune, who on sight of them had their boats passing and repassing from the other 2, which they supposed to be with men. The wind not favouring the aforesaid King's ship, she was obliged to make 2 trips to gain nigh enough the wind to fetch in with the pirates, and being at length little more than random shot from them, they found she slipped her cable and got under sail. At 11 the pirate was within pistol shot, abreast of them, with a black flag and pendant hoisted at their main topmast head. The deponents say they then struck the French ensign that had continued hoisted at their staff all the morning till then, and displayed the King's colours, giving her at the same time their broadside, which was immediately returned. The pirate's mizzen topmast fell, and some of her rigging was torn, yet she still outsailed the man-of-war, and slid half gunshot from them, while they continued to fire without intermission, and the other to return such guns as could be brought to bear, till by favour of the winds they were advanced very nigh again, and after exchanging a few more shot, about half an hour past 1, his mainmast came down, having received a shot a little below the parrel. At 2 she struck her colours and called for quarters, proving to be a ship formerly called the Onslow, but by them the Royal Fortune, and the prisoners from her assured them that the smallest ship of the 2 then remaining in the road belonged to them by the name of the Little Ranger, which they had deserted on this occasion. Isaac's son, Ralph Baldrick, Daniel MacLachlan. The prisoners were asked by the court to the same purpose the others had been in the morning, what exception they had to make against what had been sworn, and what they had to say in their defence, and their reply were much the same with the other prisoners, that they were forced men, had not fired a gun in this resistance against the Swallow, and that what little assistance they did give on this occasion was to the sails and rigging to comply with the arbitrary commands of Roberts, who had threatened, and they were persuaded would have shot them on refusal. The court, to dispense equal justice, mercifully resolved for these, as they had done for the other pirate crew, that further evidence should be heard against each man singly to the 2 points of being a volunteer at first, and to the particular acts of piracy and robbery since, that so men who had been lately received amongst them, and as yet had not been at the taking or plundering of any ship, might have the opportunity and benefit of clearing their innocence and not fall promiscuously with the guilty. By order of the court, John Atkins, Register. William Magnus, Thomas Otterlony, William Main, William McIntosh, Val Ashplant, John Walden, Israel Hind, Marcus Johnson, William Petty, William Fernan, Abraham Harper, William Wood, Thomas Howe, John Stevenson, Charles Bunce, and John Griffin. Against these it was deposed by Captain Joseph Traherne and George Fenn, his mate, that they were all of them either at the attacking and taking of the ship King Solomon, or afterwards at the robbing and plundering of her, and in this manner: that on the 6th of January last their ship, riding at anchor near Cape Apollonia in Africa, discovered a boat rowing towards them against wind and stream, from a ship that lay about 3 miles to leeward. They judged from the number of men in her, as she nearer advanced, to be a pirate, and made some preparation for receiving her, believing on a nigher view that they would think fit to withdraw from an attack that must be on their side with great disadvantage, in an open boat, and against double the number of men. Yet, by the rashness and the pusillanimity of his own people, who laid down their arms and immediately called for quarter, the ship was taken, and afterwards robbed by them. President: Can you charge your memory with any particulars in the seizure and robbery? Evidence: We know that Magnus, quartermaster of the pirate ship, commanded the men in this boat that took us, and assumed the authority of ordering her provisions and stores out, which being of different kinds we soon found were seized, and sent away under more particular directions. For Maine, as boatswain of the pirate ship, carried away 2 cables and several coils of rope, as what belonged to his province, beating some of our own men for not being brisk enough for working in the robbery. Petty, as sailmaker, saw to the sails and canvas; Harper, as cooper, to the cask and tools; Griffin to the carpenter's stores; and Otterlony, as pilot, having shifted himself with a suit of my clothes, a new tie wig, and called for a bottle of wine, ordered the ship very arrogantly to be steered under Commodore Roberts' stern, I suppose to know what orders there were concerning her. So far particularly. In the general, sir, they were very outrageous and emulous in mischief. President: Mr. Castell, acquaint the court of what you know in relation to this robbery of the King Solomon, after what manner the pirate boat was dispatched for this attempt. Thomas Castell: I was a prisoner, sir, with the pirates when their boat was ordered upon that service, and found, upon a resolution of going, word was passed through the company who would go, and I saw all that did it voluntarily, no compulsion, but rather pressing who should be foremost. The prisoners yielded to what had been sworn about the attack and robbery, but denied the latter evidence, saying Roberts hectored and upbraided them of cowardice on this very occasion, and told some they were very ready to step on board of a prize when within command of the ship, but now there seemed to be a trial of their valour, backward and fearful. President: So that Roberts forced ye upon this attack. Prisoners: Roberts commanded us into the boat and the quartermaster to rob the ship, neither of whose commands we dared to have refused. President: And granting it so, those are still your own acts, since done by orders from officers of your own election. Why would men honestly disposed give their votes for such a captain and such a quartermaster as were every day commanding them on distasteful services? Here succeeded a silence among the prisoners, but at length Fernan very honestly owned that he did not give his vote to Magnus, but to David Simpson, the old quartermaster. For in truth, says he, I took Magnus for too honest a man, and unfit for the business. The evidence was plain and home, and the court, without any hesitation, brought them in guilty. William Church, Philip Hack, James White, Nicholas Brattle, Hugh Riddle, William Thomas, Thomas Roberts, J. Richards, J. Kane, R. Wood, R. Scott, William Davison, Sam Morwell, Edward Evans, William Guinness, and 18 Frenchmen. The 4 first of these prisoners, it was evident to the court, served as music on board the pirate, were forced lately from the several merchant ships they belonged to, and that they had during this confinement an uneasy life of it, having sometimes their fiddles and often their heads broke, only for excusing themselves or saying they were tired when any fellow took it in his head to demand a tune. The other English had been a very few days on board the pirate, only from Whydah to Cape Lopez, and no capture or robbery done by them in that time. And the Frenchmen were brought with a design to reconduct their own ship, or the Little Ranger, in exchange, to Whydah Road again, and were used like prisoners, neither quartered nor suffered to carry arms, so that the court immediately acquiesced in acquitting them. Thomas Sutton, David Simpson, Christopher Moody, Philip Bill, R. Hardy, Henry Dennis, David Rice, William Williams, R. Harris, George Smith, Ed Watts, J. Mitchell, and James Barrow. The evidence against these prisoners were Gerrit de Haine, master of the Flushingham, taken nigh Axim, the beginning of January last; Benjamin Kreft, master, and James Grote, mate of the Gertrude, taken nigh Gabon in December last, and Mr. Castell, Wingfield, and others that had been prisoners with the pirates. The former deposed that all these prisoners, excepting Hardy, were on board at the robbery and plunder of their ships, behaving in a vile, outrageous manner, putting them in bodily fears, sometimes for the ship and sometimes for themselves. And in particular, Kraft charged it on Sutton that he had ordered all their gunners' stores out, on which that prisoner presently interrupted and said he was perjured, that he had not taken half. A reply, I believe, not designed as any saucy way of jesting, but to give their behaviour an appearance of more humanity than the Dutch would allow. From Mr. Castell, Wingfield, and others, they were proved to be distinguished men who were consulted as chiefs in all enterprises, belonged most of them to the House of Lords, as they called it, and could carry an authority over others. The former said, particularly of Hardy, quartermaster of the Ranger, that when the diligent sloop was taken, whereto he belonged, none was busier in the plunder, and was the very man who scuttled and sunk that vessel. From some of the prisoners acquitted, it was farther demanded whether the acceptance or refusal of any office was not in their own option, and it was declared that every officer was chose by a majority of votes, and might refuse if he pleased, since others gladly embraced what brought with it an additional share of prize. Guilty. End of section 20. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023. 300 years later. Section 21. Of a General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. The Trials of the Pirates, Part 2. The court, on the 31st of March, remanded the following 6 before them for sentence: Videlicet, David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and V. Ashplant, to whom the President spoke to the following purpose: The crime of piracy, of which all of ye have been justly convicted, is of all other robberies the most aggravating and inhumane, in that being removed from the fears of surprise in remote and distant parts, ye do in wantonness of power often add cruelty to theft. Pirates unmoved at distress or poverty not only spoil and rob, but do it from men needy, and who are purchasing their livelihoods through hazards and difficulties, which ought rather to move compassion, and what is still worse, do often by persuasion or force engage the inconsiderate part of them to their own and families' ruin, removing them from their wives and children, and by that from the means that should support them from misery and want. To a trading nation nothing can be so destructive as piracy, or call for more exemplary punishment. Besides the national reflection it infers, it cuts off the returns of industry and those plentiful importations that alone can make an island flourishing, and it is your aggravation that ye have been the chiefs and rulers in these licentious and lawless practices. However, contrary to the measures ye have dealt, ye have been heard with patience, and though little has or possibly could have been said in excuse or extenuation of your crimes, yet charity makes us hope that a true and sincere repentance, which we heartily recommend, may entitle ye to mercy and forgiveness after the sentence of the law has taken place, which now remains upon me to pronounce. You, David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and V. Ashplant, ye and each of you are adjudged and sentenced to be carried back to the place from whence ye came, from thence to the place of execution without the gates of this castle, and there within the flood marks to be hanged by the neck till ye are dead. After this ye and each of you shall be taken down and your bodies hanged in chains. Warrant for execution. Pursuant to the sentence given on Saturday by the Court of Admiralty at Cape Corso Castle against David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and Valentine Ashplant, you are hereby directed to carry the aforesaid malefactors to the place of execution without the gates of this castle to-morrow morning at 9 of the clock, and there within the flood marks cause them to be hanged by the neck till they are dead, for which this shall be your warrant, given under my hand this 2nd day of April, 1722, to Joseph Gordon, Provost Marshal. Mungo Herdman. The bodies remove in chains to the gibbets already erected on the adjacent hillocks. M.H. William Phillips. It appeared by the evidence of Captain J. Traherne and George Fenn, mate of the King Solomon, that this prisoner was boatswain of the same ship when she was attacked and taken off Cape Apollonia the 6th of January last by the pirates' boat. When the boat drew nigh, they say, it was judged from the number of men in her that they were pirates, and being hailed, answered defiance, at which the commander snatched a musket from one of his men and fired, asking them at the same time whether they would stand by him to defend the ship. But the pirates returning a volley and crying out they would give no quarters if any resistance was made, this prisoner took upon him to call out for quarters without the master's consent, and mislead the rest to the laying down their arms and giving up the ship, to half the number of men and in an open boat. It was further evident he became after this a volunteer amongst them, first because he was presently very forward and brisk in robbing the ship King Solomon of her provisions and stores, secondly because he endeavoured to have his captain ill-used, and lastly because he had confessed to Fenn that he had been obliged to sign their articles that night, a pistol being laid on the table to signify he must do it or be shot, when the whole appeared to be an untruth from other evidence, who also asserted his being armed in the action against the Swallow. In answer to this, he first observed upon the unhappiness of being friendless in this part of the world, which elsewhere, by witnessing to the honesty of his former life, would, he believed, in a great measure, have invalidated the wrong evidence had been given of his being a volunteer with the pirates. He owns, indeed, he made no application to his captain to intercede for a discharge, but excuses it with saying he had a dislike to him, and therefore was sure that such application would have availed him nothing. The court observed the pretences of this and other of the pirates, of a pistol and their articles being served up in a dish together, or of their being misused and forced from an honest service, and was often a complotment of the parties to render them less suspected of those they came from, and was to answer the end of being put in a newspaper or affidavit, and the pirates were so generous as not to refuse a compliment to a brother that cost them nothing, and at the same time secured them the best hands, the best I call them, because such a dependence made them act more boldly. Guilty. Harry Glasby, Master. There appearing several persons in court who had been taken by Robert's ship, whereof the prisoner was master, their evidence was accepted as follows. J. Traherne, commander of the King Solomon, deposed the prisoner, indeed, to act as master of the pirate ship while he was under restraint there, but was observed like no master, every one obeying at discretion, of which he had taken notice, and complained to him how hard a condition it was to be a chief among brutes, that he was weary of his life, and such other expressions, now out of his memory, as showed in him a great disinclination to that course of living. J. Wingfield, a prisoner with them at Calabar, says the same as to the quality he acted in, but that he was civil beyond any of them, and verily believes that when the brigantine he served on board of, as a factor for the African Company, was voted to be burnt, this man was the instrument of preventing it, expressing himself with a great deal of sorrow for this and the like malicious rogueries of the company he was in, that to him showed he had acted with reluctancy as one who could not avoid what he did. He adds further that when one Hamilton, a surgeon, was taken by them, and the articles about to be imposed on him, he opposed and prevented it, and that Hunter, another surgeon among them, was cleared at the prisoner's instance and persuasion, from which last this deponent had it assured to him that Glasby had once been under sentence of death on board of them, with 2 more, for endeavouring an escape in the West Indies, and that the other 2 were really shot for it. Elizabeth Trengrove, who was taken a passenger in the African Company's ship Onslow, strengthened the evidence of the last witness for having heard a good character of this Glasby. She inquired of the quartermaster, who was then on board a robbing, whether or no she could see him, and he told her no, they never ventured him from the ship, for he had once endeavoured his escape, and they had ever since continued jealous of him. Edward Crisp, Captain Trengrove, and Captain Sharp, who had all been taken in their turns, acknowledged for themselves and others, who had unluckily fallen into those pirates' hands, that the good usage they had met with was chiefly through the prisoner's means, who often interposed for leaving sufficient stores and instruments on board the ships they had robbed, alleging they were superfluous and unnecessary there. James White, whose business was music, and was on the poop of the pirate ship in time of action with the Swallow, deposed that during the engagement and defence she made, he never saw the prisoner busied about the guns or giving orders, either to the loading or firing of them, but that he wholly attended to the setting or trimming of the sails, as Roberts commanded, and that in the conclusion he verily believed him to be the man who prevented the ships being blown up, by setting trusty sentinels below, and opposing himself against such hot-headed fellows as had procured lighted matches and were going down for that purpose. Isaac's son, lieutenant of the man-of-war, deposed that when he came to take possession of the prize in the king's boat, he found the pirates in a very distracted and divided condition, some being for blowing up, and others, who perhaps supposed themselves least culpable, opposing it. That in this confusion he inquired for the prisoner, of whom he had before heard a good character, and thinks he rendered all the service in his power for preventing it. In particular, he understood by all hands that he had seized and taken from one James Phillips a lighted match at the instant he was going down to the magazine, swearing that he should send them all to hell together. He had heard also that, after Roberts was killed, the prisoner ordered the colours to be struck, and had since shown how opposite his practice and principles had been, by discovering who were the greatest rogues among them. The prisoner in his own defence says, when he had the misfortune of falling into the pirates' hands, he was chief mate of the Samuel of London, Captain Carey, and when he had hid himself to prevent the design of carrying him away, they found him, and beat and threw him overboard. 7 days afterwards, upon his objecting against and refusing to sign their articles, he was cut and abused again. That though after this he ingratiated himself by a more humble carriage, it was only to make life easy, the shares they had given him having been from time to time returned again to such prisoners as fell in his way, till of late indeed he had made a small reservation, and had desired Captain Lone to take 2 or 3 moidores from him to carry to his wife. He was once taken, he says, at making his escape in the West Indies, and with 2 more, sentenced to be shot for it by a drunken jury. The latter actually suffered that he was preserved only by one of the chief pirates taking a sudden liking to him and bullying the others. A second time he ran away at Hispaniola, carrying a pocket compass for conducting him through the woods, but that being a most desolate and wild part of the island he fell upon, and he ignorant how to direct his course, was obliged, after 2 or 3 days' wandering, to return towards the ship again, denying with egregious oaths the design he was charged with, for fear they should shoot him. From this time he hopes it will be some extenuation of his fault. That most of the acquitted prisoners can witness, they entertained jealousies of him, and Roberts would not admit him into his secrets, and withal that Captain Carey and 4 other passengers with him had made affidavit of his having been forced from his employ, which, though he could not produce, yet he humbly hoped the court would think highly probable from the circumstances offered. On the whole, the court was of opinion artists had the best pretension to the plea of force, from the necessity pirates are sometimes under of engaging such, and that many parts of his own defence had been confirmed by the evidence, who had asserted he acted with reluctance, and had expressed a concern and trouble for the little hopes remained to him of extricating himself. That he had used all prisoners, as they were called, well, at the hazard of ill usage to himself, that he had not in any military capacity assisted their robberies, that he had twice endeavoured his escape with the utmost danger, acquitted him. Captain James Skirm. It appeared from the evidence of several prisoners acquitted that this Skirm commanded the Ranger in that defence she made against the king's ship, that he ordered the men to their quarters, and the guns to be loaded and fired, having a sword in his hand to enforce those commands, and beat such to their duty whom he espied in any way negligent or backward. That although he had lost a leg in the action, his temper was so warm as to refuse going off the deck till he found all was lost. In his defence, he says, he was forced from a mate's employ on board a sloop called the Greyhound of St. Christopher's, October 1720, the pirate having drubbed him and broke his head, only for offering to go away when that sloop was dismissed. Custom and success had since indeed blunted, and in some measure worn out the sense of shame, but that he had really for several months past been sick and disqualified for any duty, and though Roberts had forced him on this expedition much against his will, yet the evidence must be sensible. The title of captain gave him no preeminence, for he could not be obeyed, though he had often called to them to leave off their fire when he perceived it to be the king's ship. The sickness, he alleged, but more especially the circumstance of losing his leg, were aggravations of his fault, showing him more alert on such occasions than he was now willing to be thought. As to the name of captain, if it were allowed to give him no precedence out of battle, yet here it was proved a title of authority, such an authority as could direct an engagement against the king's colours, and therefore he was in the highest degree guilty. John Walden, Captain John Traherne, and George Fenn deposed the prisoner to be one of the number who in an open boat piratically assailed and took their ship, and was remarkably busy at mischief, having a pole-axe in his hand which served him instead of a key to all the locked doors and boxes he come nigh. Also in particular he cut the cable of our ship, when the other pirates were willing and busied at heaving up the anchor, saying, Captain, what signifies this trouble of yo hope and straining in hot weather? There are more anchors at London, and besides your ship is to be burnt. William Smith, a prisoner acquitted, says Walden was known among the pirates mostly by the nickname of Miss Nanny. Ironically, it's presumed from the hardness of his temper. That he was one of the 20 who voluntarily came on board the Ranger in the chase she made out after the Swallow, and by a shot from that ship lost his leg, his behaviour in the fight till then being bold and daring. The President called for Harry Glaspie, and bid him relate a character of the prisoner and what custom was among them in relation to these voluntary expeditions out of their proper ship, and this of going on board the Ranger in particular, and he gave in for evidence that the prisoner was looked on as a brisk hand, that is, as he further explained it, a staunch pirate, a great rogue, that when the Swallow first appeared in sight every one was willing to believe her a Portuguese, because sugar was very much in demand, and had made some jarring and dissension between the two companies, the Fortune's people drinking punch when the Rangers could not. That Roberts, on sight of the Swallow, hailed the new Ranger and bid them right ship and get under sail. There is, says he, sugar in the offing. Bring it in, that we may have no more mumbling, ordering at the same time the word to be passed among the crew, who would go to their assistance, and immediately the boat was full of men to transport themselves. President. Then every one that goes on board of any prize does it voluntarily? Or were there here any other reasons for it? H. Glaspie. Every man is commonly called by list, and insists in his turn to go on board of a prize, because they then are allowed a shift of clothes, the best they can find, over and above the dividend from the robbery, and this they are so far from being compelled to that it often becomes the occasion of contest and quarrel amongst them. But in the present or such like cases, where there appears a prospect of trouble, the lazy and timorous are often willing to decline this turn, and yield to their betters, who thereby establish a greater credit. The prisoner and the rest of those men who went from the Fortune on board the Ranger to assist in this expedition were volunteers, and the trustiest men among us. President. Were there no jealousies of the Rangers leaving you in this chase, or at any other time, in order to surrender? H. Glaspie. Most of the Ranger's crew were fresh men who had been entered only since their being on the coast of Guinea, and therefore had not so liberal a share in fresh provisions or wine as the Fortune's people, who thought they'd been borne the burthen and heat of the day, which had given occasion indeed to some grumblings and whispers, as though they would take an opportunity to leave us, but we never supposed if they did it would be with any other design than setting up for themselves, they having, many of them, behaved with greater severity than the old standers. The prisoner appeared undaunted and rather solicitous about resting his stump, than giving any answer to the court or making any defence for himself till called upon. Then he related in a careless or rather hopeless manner the circumstances of his first entrance, being forced, he said, out of the blessing of Leamington at Newfoundland about 12 months past. This, he's sure, most of the old pirates knew, and that he was for some time as sick of the change as any man. But custom and ill company had altered him, owning very frankly that he was at the attack and taking of the King Solomon, that he did cut her cable, and that none were forced on those occasions. As to the last expedition in the Ranger, he confesses he went on board of her, but that it was by Robert's order, and in the chase loaded one gun to bring her to. But when he saw it was a bite, he declared to his comrades that it was not worth while to resist, forbore firing, and assisted to reeve the braces, in order, if they could, to get away, in which sort of service he was busied, when a shot from the man-of-war took off his leg. And being asked that supposing the chase had proved a Portuguese, why then, says he, I don't know what I might have done, intimating withal that everybody then would have been ready enough at plundering. Guilty. Peter Scudamore. Harry Glaspie, J. Wingfield, and Nicholas Brattle deposed thus much as to his being a volunteer with the pirates from Captain Rolls at Calabar. First, that he quarrelled with Moody, one of the heads of the gang, and fought with him because he opposed his going, asking Rolls in a leering manner whether he would not be so kind as to put him into the Gazette when he came home. And at another time, when he was going from the pirate ship in his boat, a tornado arose. I wish, says he, the rascal may be drowned, for he is a great rogue, and he has endeavoured to do me all the ill offices he could among these gentlemen, that is, pirates. And secondly, that he had signed the pirates' articles with a great deal of alacrity, and gloried in having been the first surgeon that had done so, for before this it was their custom to change their surgeons when they desired it, after having served a time, and never obliged them to sign, but he was resolved to break through this, for the good of those who were to follow. Swearing immediately upon it, he was now, he hoped, as great a rogue as any of them. Captain J. Traherne and George Fenn, his mate, deposed the prisoner to have taken out of the King Solomon, their surgeon's capital instruments, some medicines and a backgammon table, which later became the means of a quarrel between one Wincon and he, whose property they should be, and were yielded to the prisoner. J. Sharp, master of the Elizabeth, heard the prisoner ask Robert's leave to force Comrie, his surgeon, from him, which was accordingly done, and with him carried also some of the ship's medicines. But what gave a fuller proof of the dishonesty of his principles was the treacherous design he had formed of running away with the prize in her passage to Cape Corso, though he had been treated with all humanity and very unlike a prisoner, on account of his employ and better education, which had rendered him less to be suspected. Mr. Child, acquitted, deposed that in their passage from the island of St. Thomas in the Fortune prize, this prisoner was several times tempting him into measures of rising with the negroes and killing the Swallow's people, showing him how easily the white men might be demolished and a new company raised at Angola and that part of the coast. For, says he, I understand how to navigate a ship and can soon teach you to steer, and is it not better to do this than to go back to Cape Corso and be hanged and sun-dried? To which the deponent replying he was not afraid of being hanged, Scudamore bid him be still, and no harm should come to him. But before the next day evening, which was the designed time of executing this project, the deponent discovered it to the officer, and assured him Scudamore had been talking all the preceding night to the negroes in Angolan language. Isaac Burnett heard the prisoner ask James Harris, a pirate, left with the wounded in the prize, whether he was willing to come into the project of running away with the ship, and endeavour the raising of a new company, but turned the discourse to horse racing, as the deponent crept nigher. He acquainted the officer with what he had heard, who kept the people under arms all night, their apprehensions of the negroes not being groundless, for many of them having lived a long time in this piratical way, whereby the thin commons they were now reduced to as ripe for mischief as any. The prisoner in his defence said he was a forced man from Captain Rolls in October last, and if he had not shown such a concern as became him at the altercation, he must remark the occasion to be the disagreement and enmity between them, but that both Roberts and Val Ashplant threatened him into signing their articles, and that he did it in terror. The King Solomon and Elizabeth medicine chest he owns he plundered, by order of Hunter, the then chief surgeon who by the pirates' laws always directs in this province, and Mr. Child, though acquitted, had by the same orders taken out a whole French medicine chest, which he must be sensible for me, as well as for himself, we neither of us dared to have denied. It was their being the proper judges made so ungrateful an office imposed. If after this he was elected chief surgeon himself, both Comrie and Wilson were set up also, and it might have been their chance to have carried it, and as much out of their power to have refused. As to the attempt of rising and running away with the prize, he denies it altogether as untrue, a few foolish words, but only by way of supposition that if the negroes should take it in their heads, considering the weakness and ill lookout that was kept, it would have been an easy matter, in his opinion, for them to have done it, but that he encouraged such a thing was false. His talking to them in the Angolan language was only a way of spending his time and trying his skill to tell 20, he being incapable of further talk. As to his understanding navigation, he had frequently acknowledged it to the deponent Child, and wonders he should now so circumstantiate his skill against him. Guilty. End of section 21. Read by Sandra. Section 22 of A General History of the Pyrates by Charles Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trials of the Pyrates, Part 3. Robert Johnson. It appeared to the court that the prisoner was one of the 20 men in that boat of the pirates which afterwards robbed the King Solomon at an anchor near Cape Apollonia. That all pirates on this and the like service were volunteers, and he in particular had contested his going on board a second time, though out of his turn. The prisoner in his defence called for Harry Glasby, who witnessed to his being so very drunk when he first came among their crew that they were forced to hoist him out of one ship into the other with a tackle, and therefore without his consent, but had since been a trusty man and was placed to the helm in that running battle they made with the Swallow. He insisted for himself likewise on Captain Turner's affidavit of his being forced, on which others, his shipmates, had been cleared. The court, considering the partiality that might be objected in acquitting one and condemning another of the same standing, thought fit to remark it as a clear testimony of their integrity, that their care and indulgence to each man, in allowing his particular defence, was to exempt from the rigour of the law such who, it must be allowed, should have stood too promiscuously condemned, if they had not been heard upon any other fact than that of the Swallow. And herein what could better direct them than a character and behaviour from their own associates? For though a voluntary entry with the pirates may be doubtful, yet his consequent actions are not, and it is not so material how a man comes among pirates as how he acts when he is there. Guilty. George Wilson. John Sharp, master of the Elizabeth, in which ship the prisoner was passenger and fell a second time into the pirates' hands, deposes that he took the said Wilson off from Sestos on this coast, paying to the negroes for his ransom the value of £3 5s. In goods, for which he had taken a note, that he thought he had done a charitable act in this, till meeting with one Captain Canning, he was asked why he would release such a rogue as Wilson was, for that he had been a volunteer with the pirates out of John Tarleton. And when the deponent came to be a prisoner himself, he found Thomas, the brother of this John Tarleton, a prisoner with the pirates also, who was immediately on Wilson's instigation, in a most sad manner, misused and beat, and had been shot, through the fury and rage of some of those fellows, if the town side, that is Liverpool, men, had not hid him in a staysail under the bowsprit, for Moody and Harper, with their pistols cocked, searched every corner of the ship to find him, and came to this deponent's hammock, whom they had like fatally to have mistaken for Tarleton. But on his calling out they found their error, and left him with this comfortable anodyne, that he was the honest fellow who brought the doctor. At coming away, the prisoner asked about his note, whether the pirates had it or no, who, not being able readily to tell, he replied, "It's no matter, Mr. Sharp, I believe I shall hardly ever come to England to pay it. Adam Comrie, surgeon of the Elizabeth, says that although the prisoner had, on account of his indisposition and want, received many civilities from him before meeting with the pirates, he yet understood it was through his and Scudamore's means that he had been compelled among them. The prisoner was very alert and cheerful, he says, at meeting with Roberts, hailed him, told him he was glad to see him, and would come on board presently, borrowing of the deponent a clean shirt and drawers for his better appearance and reception. He signed their articles willingly, and used arguments with them to do the same, saying they should make their voyage in 8 months to Brazil, share £600 or £700 a man, and then break up. Again, when the crew came to an election of a chief surgeon, and this deponent was set up with the others, Wilson told him he hoped he should carry it from Scudamore, for that a quarter share, which they had more than others, would be worth looking after. But the deponent missed the preferment by the goodwill of the Rangers people, who in general voted for Scudamore to get rid of him, the chief surgeon being always to remain with the Commodore. It appeared likewise by the evidence of Captain John Traherne, Thomas Castell, and others, who had been taken by the pirates, and thence had opportunities of observing the prisoner's conduct, that he seemed thoroughly satisfied with that way of life, and was particularly intimate with Roberts, they often scoffing at the mention of a man-of-war, and saying, if they should meet with any of the turnip-man's ships, they would blow up and go to hell together. Yet, setting aside these silly freaks, to recommend himself, his laziness had got him many enemies. Even Roberts told him, on the complaint of a wounded man whom he had refused to dress, that he was a double rogue, to be there a second time, and threatened to cut his ears off. The evidence further assured the court from Captain Thomas Tarleton that the prisoner was taken out of his brother's ship some months before, a first time, and being forward to oblige his new company, had presently asked for the pirate's boat to fetch the medicine chest away, when the wind and current proving too hard to contend with, they were drove on shore at Cape Monserrato. The prisoner called for William Darling and Samuel Morwell, acquitted, and Nicholas Butler. William Darling deposed, the first time the prisoner fell into their hands, Roberts mistook him for J. Tarleton, the master, and being informed it was the surgeon who came to represent him, then indisposed, he presently swore he should be his messmate, to which Wilson replied he hoped not, he had a wife and child, which the other laughed at, and that he had been 2 days on board before he went in that boat, which was drove on shore at Cape Monserrato, and at his second coming in the Elizabeth he heard Roberts order he should be brought on board in the first boat. Samuel Morwell says that he has heard him bewail his condition while on board the pirate, and desired one Thomas to use his interest with Roberts for a discharge, saying his employ and the little fortune he had left at home would, he hoped, exempt him the further trouble of seeking his bread at sea. Nicholas Butler, who had remained with the pirates about 48 hours when they took the French ships at Whydah, deposes that in this space the prisoner addressed him in the French language several times, deploring the wretchedness and ill fortune of being confined in such company. The prisoner, desiring liberty of 2 or 3 questions, asked whether or no he had not expostulated with Roberts for a reason of his obliging surgeons to sign their articles, when heretofore they did not, whether he had not expressed himself glad of having formerly escaped from them, whether he had not said at taking the ships in Whydah Road that he should like the sport were it lawful, and whether, if he had not told him, should the company discharge any surgeon, that he would insist on it as his turn. The deponent answered yes to every question separately, and farther, that he believed Scudamore had not seen Wilson when he first came and found him out of the Elizabeth. He added in his own defence that being surgeon with one John Tarleton of Liverpool, he was met at a first time on this coast of Guinea by Roberts the pirate, who after a day or 2 told him to his sorrow that he was to stay there, and ordered him to fetch his chest, not medicines as asserted, which opportunity he took to make his escape, for the boat's crew happening to consist of 5 French and 1 Englishman, all as willing as himself, they agreed to push the boat on shore and trust themselves with the negroes of Cape Monserrato, hazardous not only in respect of the dangerous seas that run there, but the inhumanity of the natives, who sometimes take a liking to human carcasses. Here he remained 5 months, till Thomas Tarleton, brother to his captain, chanced to put in the road for trade, to whom he represented his hardships and starving condition, but was, in an unchristian manner, both refused a release of this captivity, or so much as a small supply of biscuit and salt meat, because, as he said, he had been among the pirates. A little time after this, the master of a French ship paid a ransom for him and took him off, but by reason of a nasty leprous indisposition he had contracted by hard and bad living, was to his great misfortune set ashore at Sestos again, when Captain Sharp met him, and generously procured his release in the manner himself has related, and for which he stands infinitely obliged. That ill luck threw him a second time into the pirates' hands in this ship Elizabeth, where he met Thomas Tarleton, and thoughtlessly used some reproaches of him for his severe treatment at Monserrado, but protests without design, his words would have had so bad a consequence, for Roberts took upon him as a dispenser of justice the correction of Mr. Tarleton, beating him unmercifully, and he hopes it will be believed, contrary to any intention of his it should so happen, because as a stranger he might be supposed to have no influence, and believes there were some other motives for it. He cannot remember he expressed himself glad to see Roberts this second time, or that he dropped those expressions about Comrie as are sworn. But if immaturity of judgment had occasioned him to slip rash and inadvertent words, or that he had paid any undue compliments to Roberts, it was to ingratiate himself, as every prisoner did, for a more civil treatment, and in particular to procure his discharge, which he had been promised, and was afraid would have been revoked if such a person as Comrie did not remain there to supply his room. And of this, he said, all the gentlemen, meaning the pirates, could witness for him. He urged also his youth in excuse for his rashness, the first time he had been with them only a month in all, and that in no military employ, but in particular the service he had done in discovering the design the pirates had to rise in their passage on board the Swallow. Guilty. But execution respited until the king's pleasure be known, because the commander of the Swallow had declared the first notice he received of this design of the pirates to rise was from him. Benjamin Jeffreys. By the depositions of Glasby and Lilburne, acquitted, against this prisoner, it appeared that his drunkenness was what at first detained him from going away in his proper ship, the Norman galley, and next morning for having been abusive in his drink, saying to the pirates there was not a man amongst them, he received for a welcome 6 lashes from every person in the ship, which disordered him for some weeks, but on recovery was made boatswain's mate, the serving of which, or any office on board a pirate, is at their own option, though elected, because others are glad to accept what brings an additional share in prize. The deponents further say that at Sierra Leone every man had more especially the means of escaping, and that this prisoner in particular neglected it and came off from that place after their ship was under sail, and going out of the river. The prisoner, in his defence, protests he was at first forced, and that the office of boatswain's mate was imposed on him, and what he would have been glad to have relinquished. That the barbarous whipping he had received from the pirates at first was for telling them that none who could get their bread in an honest way would be on such an account, and he had certainly taken the opportunity which presented at Sierra Leone of ridding himself from so distasteful a life, if there had not been 3 or 4 of the old pirates on shore at the same time, who he imagined must know of him, and would doubtless have served him the same, if not worse, than they since had done William Williams, who for such a design being delivered up by the treacherous natives, had received 2 lashes through the whole ship's company. The court observed the excuses of these pirates about want of means to escape was oftentimes as poor and evasive as their pleas of being forced at first, for here at Sierra Leone every man had his liberty on shore, and it was evident might have kept it, if he or they had so pleased, and such are further culpable who, having been introduced into the society by such uncivil methods as whipping or beating, neglect less likely means of regaining liberty. It shows strong inclinations to dishonesty, and they stand inexcusably guilty. J. Mansfield. It was proved against this prisoner by Captain Traherne and George Fenn that he was one of those volunteers who was at the attack and robbery of the company's ship, called the King Solomon, that he bullied well among them, who dared not make any reply, but was very easy with his friends who knew him, for Moody on this occasion took a large glass from him and threatened to blow his brains out, a favourite phrase with these pirates, if he muttered at it. From others acquitted, it likewise appeared that he was at first a volunteer among them from an island called Dominico in the West Indies, and had to recommend himself, told them he was a deserter from the Rose, man of war, and before that had been on the highway, He was always drunk, they said, and so bad at the time they met with the Swallow that he knew nothing of the action, but came up vapouring with his cutlass after the Fortune had struck her colours, to know who would go on board the prize, and it was some time before they could persuade him into the truth of their condition. He could say little in defence of himself, acknowledged this latter part of drunkenness, a vice, he says, that had too great a share in ensnaring him into this course of life, and had been a greater motive with him than gold. Guilty. William Davis. William Allen deposed he knew this prisoner at Sierra Leone, belonging to the Anne galley, that he had a quarrel with and beat the mate of that ship, for which, as he said, being afraid to return to his duty, he consorted to the idle customs and ways of living among the negroes, from whom he received a wife and ungratefully sold her, one evening, for some punch to quench his thirst. After this, having put himself under the protection of Mr. Plunkett, governor there for the Royal African Company, the relations and friends of the woman applied to him for redress, who immediately surrendered the prisoner and told them he did not care if they took his head off, but the negroes, wisely judging it would not fetch so good a price, they sold him in his turn again to Signor José, a Christian black and native of that place, who expected and agreed for 2 years' service from him on consideration of what he had disbursed for the redemption of the woman. But long before the expiration of this time, Roberts came into Sierra Leone River, where the prisoner, as Signor José assured the deponent, entered a volunteer with them. The deponent further corroborates this part of the evidence, in that he being obliged to call at Cape Mount in his passage down hither, met there with 2 deserters from Roberts' ship, who assured him of the same, and that the pirates did design to turn Davis away the next opportunity as an idle good-for-nothing fellow. From Glasby and Lilburn it was evident that every pirate, while they stayed at Sierra Leone, went on shore at discretion. That Roberts had often assured Mr. Glynn and other traders at that place that he would force nobody, and in short there was no occasion for it. In particular, the prisoner's row mate went away, and thinks he might have done the same if he had pleased. The prisoner alleged his having been detained against his will, and says that, returning with elephant's teeth for Sierra Leone, the pirates' boat pursued and brought him on board, where he was kept on account of his understanding the pilotage and navigation of that river. It was obvious to the court, not only how frivolous excuses of constraint and force were among these people, at their first commencing pirates, but also it was plain to them from these 2 deserters met at Cape Mount, and the discretional manner they lived in at Sierra Leone, through how little difficulty several of them did, and others might, have escaped afterwards if they could but have obtained their own consents for it. Guilty. This is the substance of the trials of Robert's crew, which may suffice for others that occur in this book. The foregoing list shows by an asterisk before the names who were condemned. Those names, with a cross, were referred for trial to the Marshalsea, and all the rest were acquitted. The following pirates were executed according to their sentence, without the gates of Cape Corso Castle, within the flood marks. Men's names, years of age, habitations. William Magnus, 35, Minehead. Richard Hardy, 25, Wales. David Simpson, 36, North Berwick. Christopher Moody, 28. Thomas Sutton, 23, Berwick. Valentine Ashplant, 32, Minories. Peter Devine, 42, Stepney. William Phillips, 29, Lower Shadwell. Philip Bill, 27, St. Thomas's. William Main, 28. William Mackintosh, 21, Canterbury. William Williams, 40, nigh Plymouth. Robert Hawes, 31, Yarmouth. William Petty, 30, Deptford. John Janeson, 22, nigh Lancaster. Marcus Johnson, 21, Smyrna. Robert Crowe, 44, Isle of Man. Michael Mayer, 41, Ghent. Daniel Harding, 26, Croomsbury in Somersetshire. William Fernan, 22, Somersetshire. J. Moore, 19, Mere in Wiltshire. Abraham Harper, 23, Bristol. J. Parker, 22, Winford in Dorsetshire. J. Phillips, 28, Alloway in Scotland. James Clement, 20, Jersey. Peter Skidamore, 35, Bristol. James Skirm, 44, Wales. John Walden, 24, Somersetshire. J. Stevenson, 40, Whitby. J. Mansfield, 30, Orkneys; Israel Hind, 30, Bristol; Peter Leslie, 21, Aberdeen; Charles Bunce, 26, Exeter; Robert Robertson, 30, Other St. Mary's, Devonshire; Richard Harris, 45, Cornwall; Joseph Nussiter, 26, Sudbury in Devonshire; William Williams, 30, speechless at execution; Aggie Jacobson, 30, Holland; Benjamin Jeffreys, 21, Bristol; Cuthbert Goss, 21, Topsham; John Jessup, 20, Plymouth; Edward Watts, 22, Dunmore; Thomas Giles, 26, Minehead; William Wood, 27, York; Thomas Armstrong, 34, London, executed on board the Weymouth; Robert Johnson, 32, at Whydah; George Smith, 25, Wales; William Watts, 23, Ireland; James Phillips, 35, Antigua; John Coleman, 24, Wales; Robert Hayes, 20, Liverpool; William Davis, 23, Wales. The remainder of the pirates whose names are under mentioned, upon their humble petition to the court, had their sentence changed from death to 7 years' servitude, conformable to our sentence of transportation. The petition is as follows: To the Honourable, the President and Judges of the Court of Admiralty for trying of pirates, sitting at Cape Corso Castle the 20th day of April, 1722, the humble petition of Thomas Howe, Samuel Fletcher, etc., humbly showeth, that your petitioners being unhappily and unwarily drawn into that wretched and detestable crime of piracy, for which they now stand justly condemned, they most humbly pray the clemency of the court, in the mitigation of their sentence, that they may be permitted to serve the Royal African Company of England in this country for 7 years, in such a manner as the court shall think proper, that by their just punishment, being made sensible of the error of their former ways, they will for the future become faithful subjects, good servants, and useful in their stations, if it please the Almighty to prolong their lives. And your petitioners as in duty, etc. The resolution of the court was, that the petitioners have leave by this Court of Admiralty to interchange indentures with the Captain General of the Gold Coast for the Royal African Company for 7 years' servitude at any of the Royal African Company's settlements in Africa, in such a manner as he, the said Captain General, shall think proper. On Thursday, the 26th day of April, the indentures being all drawn out, according to the grant made to the petitioners by the court held on Friday the 20th of this instant, each prisoner was sent for up, signed, sealed, and exchanged them in the presence of Captain Mungo Herdman, President, James Phipps, Esquire, Mr. Edward Hyde, Mr. Charles Fanshawe, and Mr. John Atkins, Register. A copy of the indenture. The indenture of a person condemned to serve abroad for piracy, which upon the humble petition of the pirates therein mentioned, was most mercifully granted by His Imperial Majesty's Commissioners and Judges appointed to hold a Court of Admiralty for the trial of pirates at Cape Corso Castle in Africa upon condition of serving 7 years, and other conditions, are as follows, namely: this indenture made the 26th day of April, Anno Regni Regis Gorgii Magnae Britanniae, etc., Septimo Domini Millesimo Septentesimo Viginiti Duo, between Roger Scott, late of the city of Bristol, mariner of the one part, and the Royal African Company of England, their Captain General and Commander-in-Chief for the time being on the other part, witnesseth that the said Roger Scott doth hereby covenant and agree to and with the said Royal African Company, their Captain General and Commander-in-Chief for the time being, to serve him or his lawful successors in any of the Royal African Company's settlements on the coast of Africa, from the day of the date of these presents, to the full term of 7 years, from hence next ensuing, fully to be complete and ended, there to serve in such employment as the said Captain General or his successors shall employ him, according to the custom of the country in like kind. In consideration whereof the said Captain General and Commander-in-Chief doth covenant and agree to, and with, the said Roger Scott, to find and allow him meat, drink, apparel, and lodging, according to the custom of the country. In witness whereof, the parties aforesaid to these presents have interchangeably put their hands and seals, the day and year first above written, signed, sealed, and delivered in the presence of us at Cape Corso Castle in Africa, where no stamped paper was to be had. Mungo Herdman, President, witness, John Atkins, Register, witness. In like manner was drawn out and exchanged the indentures of Thomas Howe of Barnstaple in the county of Devon, Samuel Fletcher of East Smithfield, London, John Lane of Lombard Street, London, David Littlejohn of Bristol, John King of Shadwell Parish, London, Henry Dennis of Biddeford, Hugh Harris of Corfe Castle, Devonshire, William Taylor of Bristol, Thomas Owen of Bristol, John Mitchell of Shadwell Parish, London, Joshua Lee of Liverpool, William Shoren of Wapping Parish, London, Robert Hartley of Liverpool, John Griffin of Blackwall, Middlesex, James Crombie of London, Wapping, James Greenham of Marshfield, Gloucestershire, John Horne of St. James Parish, London, John Jessup of Wisbech, Cambridgeshire, David Rice of Bristol. None of which, I hear, are now living. Two others, namely George Wilson and Thomas Otterlaney, were respited from execution till His Majesty's pleasure should be known. The former died abroad, and the latter came home and received His Majesty's pardon. The account of the whole stands thus: acquitted, 74, executed, 52, respited, 2, to servitude, 20, to the Marshalsea, 17, killed in the Ranger, 10, killed in the Fortune, 3, died in the passage to Cape Corso, 15, died afterwards in the castle, 4, negroes in both ships, 70, total 276. I am not ignorant how acceptable the behaviour and dying words of malefactors are to the generality of our countrymen, and therefore shall deliver what occurred, worthy of notice, in the behaviour of these criminals. The first 6 that were called to execution were Magnus, Moody, Simpson, Sutton, Ashplant, and Hardy, all of them old standers and notorious offenders. When they were brought out of the hold on the parade in order to break off their fetters and fit the halters, none of them, it was observed, appeared the least dejected, unless Sutton, who spoke faint, but it was rather imputed to a flux that had seized him 2 or 3 days before than fear. A gentleman who was surgeon of the ship was so charitable at this time to offer himself in the room of an ordinary, and represented to them, as well as he was able, the heinousness of their sin, and necessity which lay on them of repentance, one particular part of which ought to be acknowledging the justice they had met with. They seemed heedless for the present, some calling for water to drink, and other applying to the soldiers for caps, but when this gentleman pressed them for an answer, they all exclaimed against the severity of the court, and were so hardened as to curse and wish the same justice might overtake all the members of it, as had been dealt to them. They were poor rogues, they said, and so hanged, while others, no less guilty in another way, escaped. When he had endeavoured to compose their minds, exhorting them to die in charity with all the world, and would have diverted them from such vain discourse by asking them their country, age, and the like, some of them answered, what was that to him? They suffered the law, and should give no account but to God, walking to the gallows without a tear in token of sorrow for their past offences, or showing as much concern as a man would express if travelling a bad road. Nay, Simpson, at seeing a woman that he knew, said he had lain with that B 3 times, and now she was come to see him hanged. And Hardy, when his hands were tied behind him, which happened from their not being acquainted with the way of bringing malefactors to execution, observed that he had seen many a man hanged, but this way of the hands being tied behind them he was a stranger to, and never saw before in his life. I mention these 2 little instances to show how stupid and thoughtless they were of their end, and that the same abandoned and reprobate temper that had carried them through their rogueries abided with them to the last. Samuel Fletcher, another of the pirates ordered for execution but reprieved, seemed to have a quicker sense of his condition, for when he saw those he was allotted with gone to execution, he sent a message by the provost marshal to the court to be informed of the meaning of it, and humbly desired to know whether they designed him mercy or not. If they did, he stood infinitely obliged to them, and thought the whole service of his life an incompetent return for so great a favour, but that if he was to suffer, the sooner the better, he said, that he might be out of his pain. There were others of these pirates, the reverse of this, and though destitute of ministers or fit persons to represent their sins and assist them with spiritual advice, were yet always employing their time to good purposes, and behaved with a great deal of seeming devotion and penitence. Amongst these may be reckoned Scudamore, Williams, Phillips, Stevenson, Jeffreys, Leslie, Harper, Armstrong, Bunce, and others. Scudamore too lately discerned the folly and wickedness of the enterprise that had chiefly brought him under sentence of death, from which, seeing there was no hopes of escaping, he petitioned for 2 or 3 days' reprieve, which was granted, and for that time applied himself incessantly to prayer and reading the Scriptures, seemed to have a deep sense of his sins, of this in particular, and desired at the gallows they would have patience with him, to sing the first part of the 31st Psalm, which he did by himself throughout. Armstrong, having been a deserter from His Majesty's service, was executed on board the Weymouth, and the only one that was. There was no body to press him to an acknowledgment of the crime he died for, nor of sorrowing in particular for it, which would have been exemplary, and made suitable impressions on seamen, so that his last hour was spent in lamenting and bewailing his sins in general, exhorting the spectators to an honest and good life, in which alone they could find satisfaction. In the end he desired they would join with him in singing 2 or 3 latter verses of the 140th Psalm, and that being concluded he was, at the firing of a gun, tricked up at the fore-yard arm. Bunce was a young man, not above 26 years old, but made the most pathetical speech of any at the gallows. He first declaimed against the gilded baits of power, liberty, and wealth that had ensnared him among the pirates, his unexperienced years not being able to withstand the temptation, but that the briskness he had shown, which so fatally had procured him favour amongst them, was not so much a fault in principle as the liveliness and vivacity of his nature. He was now extremely afflicted for the injuries he had done to all men, and begged theirs and God's forgiveness, very earnestly exhorting the spectators to remember their Creator in their youth, and guard betimes that their minds took not a wrong bias, concluding with this apt similitude, that he stood there as a beacon upon a rock, the gallows standing on one, to warn erring mariners of danger. End of section 22, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 23 of A General History of the Pyrates, by Charles Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10 of Captain Anstis and his crew. Thomas Anstis shipped himself at Providence in the year 1718 aboard the Buck sloop, and was one of 6 that conspired together to go off a-pirating with the vessel. The rest were Howell Davis, Robertson's predecessor, killed at the island of Prince; Dennis Topping, killed at the taking of the rich Portuguese ship on the coast of Brazil; Walter Kennedy, hanged at Execution Dock, and 2 others which I forbear to name, because I understand they are at this day employed in an honest vocation in the city. What followed concerning Anstis's pyracies has been included in the 2 preceding chapters. I shall only observe that the combination of these 6 men above mentioned was the beginning of that company that afterwards proved so formidable under Captain Roberts, from whom Anstis separated the 18th of April, 1721, in the Good Fortune brigantine, leaving his commodore to pursue his adventures upon the coast of Guinea, whilst he returned to the West Indies upon the like design. About the middle of June, these pirates met with one Captain Marston between Hispaniola and Jamaica, bound on a voyage to New York, from whom they took all the wearing apparel they could find, as also his liquors and provision, and 5 of his men, but did not touch his cargo. 2 or 3 other vessels were also plundered by them in this cruise, out of whom they stocked themselves with provision and men. Among the rest, I think, was the Irwin, Captain Ross from Cork in Ireland. But this I won't be positive of, because they denied it themselves. This ship had 600 barrels of beef aboard, besides other provisions, and was taken off Martinico, wherein Colonel D'Oyly of Montserrat and his family were passengers. The colonel was very much abused and wounded for endeavouring to save a poor woman that was also a passenger from the insults of that brutish crew, and the pirates prevailing, 21 of them forced the poor creature successively, afterwards broke her back and flung her into the sea. I say I will not be positive it was Anstis's crew that acted this unheard-of violence and cruelty, though the circumstances of the place, the time, the force of the vessel, and the number of men do all concur, and I can place the villainy nowhere else, but that such a fact was done, there is too much evidence for it to be doubted of. When they thought fit to put an end to this cruise, they went into one of the islands to clean, which they effected without any disturbance, and came out again, and stretching away towards Bermudas, met with a stout ship called the Morning Star, bound from Guinea to Carolina. They made prize of her and kept her for their own use. In a day or two a ship from Barbados bound to New York fell into their hands, and taking out her guns and tackle, mounted the Morning Star with 32 pieces of cannon, manned her with 100 men, and appointed one John Fenn captain. For the brigantine being of far less force, the Morning Star would have fallen to Anstis as elder officer, yet he was so in love with his own vessel, she being an excellent sailor, that he made it his choice to stay in her, and let Fenn, who was before his gunner, command the great ship. Now that they had 2 good ships well manned, it may be supposed they were in a condition to undertake something bold. But their government was disturbed by malcontents, and a kingdom divided within itself cannot stand. They had such a number of new men amongst them that seemed not so violently inclined for the game, that whatever the captain proposed, it was certainly carried against him, so that they came to no fixed resolution for the undertaking any enterprise. Therefore there was nothing to be done but to break up the company, which seemed to be the inclination of the majority, but the manner of doing so concerned their common safety, to which purpose various means were proposed. At length it was concluded to send home a petition to His Majesty, there being then no act of indemnity in force, for a pardon, and wait the issue. At the same time one Jones, boatswain of the Good Fortune, proposed a place of safe retreat, it being an uninhabited island near Cuba, which he had been used to in the late war, when he went a privateering against the Spaniards. This being approved of, it was unanimously resolved on, and the underwritten petition drawn up and signed by the whole company in the manner of what they called a round robin, that is, the names were writ in a circle to avoid all appearance of preeminence, and lest any person should be marked out by the government as a principal rogue among them. To His Most Sacred Majesty George, by the grace of God of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, etc. The humble petition of the company, now belonging to the ship Morning Star and brigantine Good Fortune, lying under the ignominious name and denomination of Pyrates, humbly showeth that we, your Majesty's most loyal subjects, have at sundry times been taken by Bartholomew Roberts, the then captain of the above said vessels and company, together with another ship in which we left him, and have been forced by him and his wicked accomplices to enter into and serve in the said company as pirates, much contrary to our wills and inclinations, and we, your loyal subjects, utterly abhorring and detesting that impious way of living, did with an unanimous consent, and contrary to the knowledge of the said Roberts or his accomplices, on or about the 18th day of April, 1721, leave and ran away with the aforesaid ship Morning Star and brigantine Good Fortune, with no other intent and meaning than the hopes of obtaining your Majesty's most gracious pardon, and that we, your Majesty's most loyal subjects, may with more safety return to our native country and serve the nation, unto which we belong in our respective capacities, without fear of being prosecuted by the injured, whose estates have suffered by the said Roberts and his accomplices during our forcible detainment by the said company. We most humbly implore your Majesty's most royal assent to this our humble petition, and your petitioners shall ever pray. This petition was sent home by a merchant ship bound to England from Jamaica, who promised to speak with the petitioners in their return about 20 leagues to windward of that island, and let them know what success their petition met with. When this was done, the pirates retired to the island before proposed, with the ship and brigantine. This island, which I have no name for, lies off the southwest end of Cuba, uninhabited and little frequented. On the east end is a lagoon, so narrow that a ship can but just go in, though there's from 15 to 22-foot water for almost a league up. On both sides of the lagoon grows red mangrove trees, very thick, that the entrance of it, as well as the vessels laying there, is hardly to be seen. In the middle of the island are here and there a small thick wood of tall pines, and other trees scattered about in different places. Here they stayed about 9 months, but not having provisions for above 2, they were forced to take what the island afforded, which was fish of several sorts, particularly turtle, which latter was the chiefest food they lived on, and was found in great plenty on the coasts of this island, whether there might be any wild hogs, beef, or other cattle, common to several islands of the West Indies, or that the pirates were too idle to hunt them, or whether they preferred other provisions to that sort of diet, I know not, but I was informed by them that for the whole time they eat not a bit of any kind of flesh meat nor bread. The latter was supplied by rice, of which they had a great quantity aboard. This was boiled and squeezed dry, and so eat with the turtle. There are 3 or 4 sorts of these creatures in the West Indies, the largest of which will weigh 150 or 200 pound weight or more, but those that were found upon this island were of the smallest kind, weighing 10 or 12 pounds each, with a fine natural wrought shell and beautifully clouded, the meat sweet and tender, some part of it eating like chicken, some like veal, etc., so that it was no extraordinary hardship for them to live upon this provision alone, since it affords variety of meats to the taste of itself. The manner of catching this fish is very particular. You must understand that in the months of May, June, and July they lay their eggs in order to hatch their young, and this 3 times in a season, which is always in the sand of the seashore, each laying 80 or 90 eggs at a time. The male accompanies the female and come ashore in the night only, when they must be watched without making any noise or having a light. As soon as they land, the men that watch for them turn them on their backs, then haul them above high water mark, and leave them till next morning, where they are sure to find them, for they can't turn again nor move from the place. It is to be observed that besides their laying time they come ashore to feed, but then what's very remarkable in these creatures, they always resort to different places to breed, having their usual haunts for 2 or 3 months, and 'tis thought they eat nothing in all that season. They passed their time here in dancing and other diversions agreeable to these sort of folks, and among the rest they appointed a mock court of judicature to try one another for piracy, and he that was a criminal one day was made judge another. I had an account given me of one of these merry trials, and as it appeared diverting, I shall give the readers a short account of it. The court and criminals being both appointed, as also counsel to plead, the judge got up in a tree, and had a dirty tarpaulin hung over his shoulders. This was done by way of robe, with a thrum cap on his head, and a large pair of spectacles upon his nose. Thus equipped, he settled himself in his place, and abundance of officers attended him below, with crows, handspikes, etc., instead of wands, tipstaves, and such like. The criminals were brought out, making 1,000 sour faces, and one who acted as Attorney General opened the charge against them. Their speeches were very laconic, and their whole proceedings concise. We shall give it by way of dialogue. Attorney General: And please your lordship, and you gentlemen of the jury, here is a fellow before you that is a sad dog, a sad, sad dog, and I humbly hope your lordship will order him to be hanged out of the way immediately. He has committed piracy upon the high seas, and we shall prove, and please your lordship, that this fellow, this sad dog before you, has escaped 1,000 storms, nay, has got safe ashore when the ship has been cast away, which was a certain sign he was not born to be drowned. Yet, not having the fear of hanging before his eyes, he went on robbing and ravishing, man, woman, and child, plundering ships' cargoes fore and aft, burning and sinking ship, bark, and boat, as if the devil had been in him. But this is not all, my lord. He has committed worse villainies than all these, for we shall prove that he's been guilty of drinking small beer, and your lordship knows there never was a sober fellow but that was a rogue. My lord, I should have spoke much finer than I do now, but that, as your lordship knows, our rum is all out, and how should a man speak good law that has not drunk a dram? However, I hope your lordship will order the fellow to be hanged. Judge: Harkye, sirrah, you lousy, pitiful, ill-looked dog. What have you to say why you should not be tucked up immediately and set at sun-drying like a scarecrow? Are you guilty or not guilty? Prisoner: Not guilty, and please your worship. Judge: Not guilty. Say so again, sirrah, and I'll have you hanged without any trial. Prisoner: And please your worship's honour, my lord, I am as honest a poor fellow as ever went between stem and stern of a ship, and can hand, reef, steer, and clap 2 ends of a rope together as well as e'er a he that ever crossed salt water. But I was taken by one George Bradley, the name of him that sat as judge, a notorious pirate, a sad rogue as ever was unhanged, and he forced me, and please your honour. Judge: Answer me, sirrah, how will you be tried? Prisoner: By God and my country. Judge: The devil you will. Why then, gentlemen of the jury, I think we have nothing to do but to proceed to judgment. Attorney General: Right, my lord. for if the fellow should be suffered to speak, he may clear himself, and that's an affront to the court. Prisoner. Pray, my lord, I hope your lordship will consider. Judge. Consider? How dare you talk of considering? Sirrah, I never considered in all my life. I'll make it treason to consider. Prisoner. But I hope your lordship will hear some reason. Judge. D'ye hear how the scoundrel prates? What have we to do with reason? I'd have you to know, rascal, that we don't sit here to hear reason. We go according to law. Is our dinner ready? Attorney General. Yes, my lord. Judge. Then harkee you, rascal, at the bar. Hear me, sirrah, hear me. You must suffer, for 3 reasons. First, because it is not fit I should sit here as judge, and nobody be hanged. Secondly, you must be hanged because you have a damned hanging look. And thirdly, you must be hanged because I am hungry. For know, sirrah, that 'tis a custom that whenever the judge's dinner is ready before the trial is over, the prisoner is to be hanged, of course. There's a law for you, you dog. So take him away, jailer. This is the trial, just as it was related to me. The design of my setting it down is only to show how these fellows can jest upon things, the fear and dread of which should make them tremble. The beginning of August 1722, the pirates made ready the brigantine and came out to sea, and beating up to windward lay in the track for their correspondent in her voyage to Jamaica, and spoke with her. But finding nothing was done in England in their favour, as 'twas expected, they returned to their consorts at the island with the ill news, and found themselves under a necessity, as they fancied, to continue that abominable course of life they had lately practised. In order thereto, they sailed with the ship and brigantine to the southward, and the next night, by intolerable neglect, they ran the Morning Star upon the Grand Caimans, and wrecked her. The brigantine, seeing the fate of her consort, hauled off in time, and so weathered the island. The next day Captain Anstis put in, and found that all, or the greatest part of the crew, were safe ashore, whereupon she came to an anchor, in order to fetch them off, and having brought Fenn the captain, Phillips the carpenter, and a few others aboard, 2 men of war came down upon them, namely the Hector and Adventure, so that the brigantine had but just time to cut their cable and get to sea, with one of the men of war after her, keeping within gunshot for several hours. Anstis and his crew were now under the greatest consternation imaginable, finding the gale freshen, and the man of war gaining ground upon them, so that in all probability they must have been prisoners in 2 hours more. But it pleased God to give them a little longer time, the wind dying away. The pirates got out their oars, and rowed for their lives, and thereby got clear of their enemy. The Hector landed her men upon the island and took 40 of the Morning Star's crew without any resistance made by them, but on the contrary alleging they were forced men, and that they were glad of this opportunity to escape from the pirates. The rest hid themselves in the woods and could not be found. George Bradley, the master, and 3 more surrendered afterwards to a Bermuda sloop and were carried to that island. The brigantine, after her escape, sailed to a small island near the Bay of Honduras to clean and refit, and in her way thither took a Rhode Island sloop, Captain Durfee, commander, and 2 or 3 other vessels which they destroyed, but brought all the hands aboard their own. While she was cleaning, a scheme was concerted between Captain Durfee, some other prisoners, and 2 or 3 of the pirates, for to seize some of the chiefs and carry off the brigantine. But the same being discovered before she was fit for sailing, their design was prevented. However, Captain Durfee and 4 or 5 more got ashore with some arms and ammunition, and when the pirates' canoe came in for water, he seized the boat with the men, upon which Anstis ordered another boat to be manned with 30 hands and sent ashore, which was accordingly done. But Captain Durfee and the company he had by that time got together gave them such a warm reception that they were contented to betake themselves to their vessel again. About the beginning of December 1722, Anstis left this place and returned to the islands, designing to accumulate all the power and strength he could, since there was no looking back. He took in the cruise a good ship, commanded by Captain Smith, which he mounted with 24 guns, and Fenn, a one-handed man who commanded the Morning Star when she was lost, went aboard to command her. They cruised together and took a vessel or 2, and then went to the Bahama Islands, and there met with what they wanted, namely a sloop loaded with provisions from Dublin, called the Antelope. It was time now to think of some place to fit up and clean their frigate lately taken, and put her in a condition to do business. Accordingly, they pitched upon the island of Tobago, where they arrived the beginning of April 1723 with the Antelope sloop and her cargo. They fell to work immediately, got the guns, stores, and everything else out upon the island and put the ship upon the heel, and just then, as ill luck would have it, came in the Winchelsea man of war by way of visit, which put the marooners into such a surprise that they set fire to the ship and sloop and fled ashore to the woods. Anstis in the brigantine escaped by having a light pair of heels, but it put his company into such a disorder that their government could never be set to rights again, for some of the newcomers and those who had been tired with the trade put an end to the reign by shooting Thomas Anstis in his hammock, and afterwards the quartermaster and 2 or 3 others. The rest submitting, they put into irons and surrendered them up, and the vessel at Curaçao, a Dutch settlement, where they were tried and hanged, and those concerned in delivering up the vessel acquitted. But to return to Captain Fenn, he was taken straggling with his gunner and 3 more a day or 2 after their misfortune by the man-of-war's men and carried to Antigua, where they were all executed and Fenn hanged in chains. Those who remained stayed some time in the island, keeping up and down in the woods with a hand to look out. At length Providence so ordered it that a small sloop came into the harbour, which they all got aboard of, except 2 or 3 negroes, and those they left behind. They did not think fit to pursue any further adventures, and therefore unanimously resolved to steer for England, which they accordingly did, and in October last came into Bristol Channel, sunk the sloop, and getting ashore in the boat, dispersed themselves to their abodes. End of section 23, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia 2024. Section 24 of A General History of the Pyrates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pyrates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 11 of Captain Worley and his crew. His reign was but short, but his beginning somewhat particular, setting out in a small open boat with 8 others from New York. This was as resolute a crew as ever went upon this account. They took with them a few biscuits and a dried tongue or 2, a little keg of water, 6 old muskets, and ammunition accordingly. Thus provided, they left New York the latter end of September 1718, but it cannot be supposed that such a man of war as this could undertake any considerable voyage, or attempt any extraordinary enterprise. So they stood down the coast till they came to Delaware River, which is about 150 miles distant, and not meeting with anything in their way, they turned up the same river as high as Newcastle, near which place they fell upon a shallop belonging to George Grant, who was bringing household goods, plate, etc., from Appoquinimie to Philadelphia. They made prize of the most valuable part of them and let the shallop go. This fact could not come under the article of piracy, it is not being committed super altum mare upon the high sea, therefore was a simple robbery only. But they did not stand for a point of law in the case, but easing the shallop man of his lading, the bold adventurers went down the river again. The shallop came straight to Philadelphia and brought the ill news thither, which so alarmed the government as if war had been declared against them. Expresses were sent to New York and other places, and several vessels fitted out against this powerful rover, but to no manner of purpose, for after several days' cruise they all returned without so much as hearing what became of the robbers. Worley and his crew, in going down the river, met with a sloop of Philadelphia, belonging to a mulatto whom they called Black Robin. They quitted their boat for this sloop, taking one of Black Robin's men along with them, as they had also done from George Grant, besides 2 negroes, which increased the company 1/3. A day or 2 after, they took another sloop belonging to Hull, homeward bound, which was somewhat fitter for their purpose. They found aboard her provisions and necessaries which they stood in need of, and enabled them to prosecute their design in a manner more suitable to their wishes. Upon the success of these rovers, the governor issued out a proclamation for the apprehending and taking all pirates who had refused or neglected to surrender themselves by the time limited in His Majesty's proclamation of pardon, and thereupon ordered His Majesty's ship Phoenix of 20 guns, which lay at Sandy Hook, to sea, to cruise upon this pirate and secure the trade to that and the adjoining colonies. In all probability the taking of this sloop saved their bacons for this time, though they fell into the trap presently afterwards, for they, finding themselves in tolerable good condition, having a vessel newly cleaned, with provisions, etc., they stood off to sea, and so missed the Phoenix, who expected them to be still on the coast. About 6 weeks afterwards they returned, having taken both a sloop and a brigantine among the Bahama Islands. The former they sunk, and the other they let go. The sloop belonged to New York, and they thought the sinking of her good policy to prevent her returning to tell tales at home. Worley had by this time increased his company to about 25 men, had 6 guns mounted, and small arms as many as were necessary for them, and seemed to be in a good thriving sort of way. He made a black ensign with a white death's head in the middle of it, and other colours suitable to it. They all signed articles and bound themselves under a solemn oath to take no quarters, but to stand by one another to the last man, which was rashly fulfilled a little afterwards. For going into an inlet in North Carolina to clean, the governor received information of it and fitted out 2 sloops, one of 8 guns and the other with 6 and about 70 men between them. Worley had cleaned his sloop and sailed before the Carolina sloops reached the place, and steered to the northward, but the sloops just mentioned, pursuing the same course, came in sight of Worley as he was cruising off the Capes of Virginia, and being in the offing, he stood in as soon as he saw the sloops, intending thereby to have cut them off from James River, for he verily believed they had been bound thither, not imagining in the least they were in pursuit of him. The 2 sloops standing towards the Capes at the same time, and Worley hoisting of his black flag, the inhabitants of Jamestown were in the utmost consternation, thinking that all 3 had been pirates, and that their design had been upon them, so that all the ships and vessels that were in the road, or in the rivers up the bay, had orders immediately to hail into the shore, for their security, or else to prepare for their defence, if they thought themselves in a condition to fight. Soon after, 2 boats which were sent out to get intelligence came crowding in, and brought an account that one of the pirates was in the bay, being a small sloop of 6 guns. The governor, expecting the rest would have followed, and altogether make some attempt to land, for the sake of plunder, beat to arms, and collected all the force that could be got together to oppose them. He ordered all the guns out of the ships to make a platform, and in short put the whole colony in a warlike posture, but was very much surprised at last to see all the supposed pirates fighting with one another. The truth of the matter is, Worley gained the bay, thinking to make sure of his 2 prizes by keeping them from coming in. But by the hoisting of the king's colours and firing a gun, he quickly was sensible of his mistake, and too soon perceived that the tables were turned upon him, that instead of keeping them out, he found himself by a superior force kept in. When the pirates saw how things went, they resolutely prepared themselves for a desperate defence, and though 3-1 odds, Worley and his crew determined to fight to the last gasp, and receive no quarters, agreeably to what they had before sworn, so that they must either die or conquer upon the spot. The Carolina men gave the pirate a broadside, and then boarded him, one sloop getting upon his quarter, and the other on his bow. Worley and the crew drew up upon the deck, and fought very obstinately, hand to hand, so that in a few minutes abundance of men lay weltering in their gore. The pirates proved as good as their words. Not a man of them cried out for quarter, nor would accept of such when offered, but were all killed except the captain and another man, and those very much wounded, whom they reserved for the gallows. They were brought ashore in irons, and the next day, which was the 17th of February, 1718-19, they were both hanged up, for fear they should die, and evade the punishment as was thought due to their crimes. End of section 24. Read by Sandra, Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 25 of A General History of the Pyrates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pyrates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 12 of Captain George Lowther and his crew. George Lowther sailed out of the River of Thames in one of the Royal African Company's ships called the Gambia Castle, of 16 guns and 30 men, Charles Russell, commander, of which ship the said Lowther was second mate. Aboard of the same ship was a certain number of soldiers, commanded by one John Massey, who were to be carried to one of the company's settlements on the river of Gambia, to garrison a fort which was some time ago taken and destroyed by Captain Davis the pirate. In May 1721, the Gambia castle came safe to her port in Africa and landed Captain Massey and his men on James's Island, where he was to command under the governor, Colonel Whitney, who arrived there at the same time in another ship. And here, by a fatal misunderstanding between the military folks and the trading people, the fort and garrison not only came to be lost again to the company, but a fine galley well provided and worth £10,000 turned against her masters. The names of governor and captain sounded great, but when the gentlemen found that the power that generally goes along with those titles was overswayed and borne down by the merchants and factors, mechanic fellows as they thought them, they grew very impatient and dissatisfied, especially Massey, who was very loud in his complaints against them, particularly at the small allowance of provisions to him and his men. For the garrison and governor too were victualled by the merchants, which was no small grievance and mortification to them. And as the want of eating was the only thing that made the great Sancho quit his government, so did it here rend and tear theirs to pieces. For Massey told them that he did not come there to be a guinea slave, and that he had promised his men good treatment and provisions fitting for soldiers, that as he had the care of so many of his Majesty's subjects, if they would not provide for them in a handsome manner, he should take suitable measures for the preservation of so many of his countrymen and companions. The governor at this time was very ill of a fever, and for the better accommodation in his sickness was carried aboard the ship Gambia Castle, where he continued for about 3 weeks, and therefore could have little to say in this dispute, though he resolved not to stay in a place where there was so little occasion for him, and where his power was so confined. The merchants had certainly orders from the company to issue the provisions out of the garrison, and the same is done along the whole coast. But whether they had cut them short of the allowance that was appointed them I can't say, but if they did, then is the loss of the ship and garrison owing principally to their ill conduct. However, an accident that happened on board the ship did not a little contribute to this misfortune, which was a pique that the captain of her took against his second mate, George Lowther, the man who is the subject of this short history, and who, losing his favour, found means to ingratiate himself into the good liking of the common sailors, insomuch that when Captain Russell ordered him to be punished, the men took up handspikes, and threatened to knock that man down that offered to lay hold of the mate. This served but to widen the differences between him and the captain, and more firmly attached Lowther to the ship's company, the greatest part of which he found ripe for any mischief in the world. Captain Massey was no whit the better reconciled to the place by a longer continuance, nor to the usage he met with there, and having often opportunities of conversing with Lowther, with whom he had contracted an intimacy in the voyage, they aggravated one another's grievances to such a height that they resolved upon measures to curb the power that controlled them, and to provide for themselves after another manner. When the governor recovered of his fever, he went ashore to the island, but took no notice of Massey's behaviour, though it was such as might give suspicion of what he designed, and Lowther and the common sailors, who were in the secret of affairs, grew insolent and bold, even refusing to obey when commanded to their duty by Captain Russell and the chief mate. The captain, seeing how things were carried, goes ashore early one morning to the governor and factory, in order to hold a council, which Lowther, apprehending was in order to prevent his design, sent a letter in the same boat to Massey, intimating it to him, and that he should repair on board, for it was high time to put their project in execution. As soon as Massey received this letter, he went to the soldiers at the barracks, and said to them and others, "You that have a mind to go to England, now is your time." And they generally consenting, Massey went to the storeroom, burst open the door, set 2 sentinels upon it, and ordered that nobody should come near it. Then he went to the governor's apartment and took his bed, baggage, plate, and furniture, in expectation that the governor himself, as he had promised Massey, would have gone on board, which he afterwards refused, by reason, as he said, he believed they were going a pirating, which at first, whatever Lowther designed, Massey certainly proposed, only the going to England. When this was done, he sent the boat off to the chief mate, with this message, that he should get the guns ready, for that the King of Barrow, a negro kingdom near the Royal African settlement, would come aboard to dinner. But Lowther, understanding best the meaning of those orders, he confined the chief mate, slotted the guns, and put the ship in a condition for sailing. In the afternoon Massey came on board with the governor's son, having sent off all the provisions of the island and 11 pipes of wine, leaving only 2 half-pipes behind in the storehouse, and dismounted all the guns of the fort. In the afternoon they weighed 1 anchor, but fearing to be too late to get out of the river, they slipped the other, and so fell down, in doing of which they run the ship aground. Massey showed himself a soldier upon this accident, for as soon as the misfortune happened he left the ship with about 16 hands, and rows directly to the fort, remounts the guns, and keeps garrisoned there all the night, while the ship was ashore, and obliged some of the factory to assist in getting her clear. In the meanwhile Russell came off, but not being suffered to come on board, he called to Lowther, and offered him and the company whatever terms they would be pleased to accept of, upon condition of surrendering up the ship, which had no effect upon any of them. In the morning they got her afloat, and Massey and his men came aboard, after having nailed up and dismounted all the cannon of the fort. They put the governor's son and 2 or 3 others ashore, who were not willing to go without the governor, and sailed out of the river, having exchanged several shot with the Martha, Otter, etc., that lay there, without doing execution on either side. When the ship came out to sea, Lowther called up all the company, and told them it was the greatest folly imaginable to think of returning to England, for what they had already done could not be justified upon any pretence whatsoever, but would be looked upon in the eye of the law a capital offence, and that none of them were in a condition to withstand the attacks of such powerful adversaries as they would meet with at home. For his part, he was determined not to run such a hazard, and therefore, if his proposal was not agreed to, he desired to be set ashore in some place of safety. That they had a good ship under them, a parcel of brave fellows in her, that it was not their business to starve or be made slaves, and therefore, if they were all of his mind, they should seek their fortunes upon the seas, as other adventurers had done before them. They one and all came into the measures, knocked down the cabins, made the ship flushed fore and aft, prepared black colours, new named her the Delivery, having about 50 hands and 16 guns, and the following short articles were drawn up, signed and sworn to upon the Bible. The articles of Captain George Lowther and his company. 1. The captain is to have 2 full shares, the master is to have 1 share and a half, the doctor, mate, gunner, and boatswain 1 share and a quarter. 2. He that shall be found guilty of taking up any unlawful weapon on board the privateer, or any prize by us taken, so as to strike or abuse one another in any regard, shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority of the company shall think fit. 3. He that shall be found guilty of cowardice in the time of engagement shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority shall think fit. 4. If any gold, jewels, silver, etc. be found on board of any prize or prizes to the value of a piece of 8, and the finder do not deliver it to the quartermaster in the space of 24 hours, shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority shall think fit. 5. He that is found guilty of gaming or defrauding another to the value of a shilling shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority of the company shall think fit. 6. He that shall have the misfortune to lose a limb in time of engagement shall have the sum of 150 pounds sterling, and remain with the company as long as he shall think fit. 7. Good quarters to be given when called for. 8. He that sees a sail first shall have the best pistol or small arm on board her. It was the 13th of June that Lowther left the settlement, and on the 20th, being then within 20 leagues of Barbados, he came up with a brigantine belonging to Boston, called the Tryals, James Douglas master, which they plundered in a piratical manner, and let the vessel go. But lest she should meet with any of the station ships, and so give information of the robbery in terrorem, to prevent a pursuit, Lowther contrived a sort of certificate which he directed the master to show to their consort, if they should meet with her, and upon sight of it the brigantine would pass unmolested. This consort, he pretended, was a 40-gun ship, and cruising thereabouts. After this the Delivery proceeded to Hispaniola, near the west end of the island. She met with a French sloop loaden with wine and brandy. Aboard of this vessel went Captain Massey as a merchant, and asked the price of one thing, and then another, bidding money for the greatest part of the cargo. But after he had trifled a while, he whispered a secret in the Frenchman's ear, namely, that they must have it all without money. Monsieur presently understood his meaning, and unwillingly agreed to the bargain. They took out of her 30 casks of brandy, 5 hogsheads of wine, several pieces of chintzes and other valuable goods, and about £70 English in money, of which Lowther generously returned £5 back to the French master for his civilities. But as all constitutions grow old and thereby shake and totter, so did our Commonwealth in about a month of its age feel commotions and intestine disturbances by the divisions of its members, which had near hand terminated in its destruction. These civil discords were owing to the following occasion. Captain Massey had been a soldier almost from his infancy, but very indifferently acquainted with maritime affairs, and having an enterprising soul, nothing would satisfy him but he must be doing business in his own way. Therefore he required Lowther to let him have 30 hands to land with, and he would attack the French settlements, and bring aboard the devil and all of plunder. Lowther did all that he could do, and said all that he could say to dissuade Massey from so rash and dangerous an attempt, pointing out to him the hazard the company would run, and the consequences to them all if he should not succeed, and the little likelihood there was to expect success from the undertaking. But 'twas all one for that. Massey would go and attack the French settlements, for anything Lowther could say against it, so that he was obliged to propose the matter to the company, among whom Massey found a few fellows as resolute as himself. However, a great majority being against it, the affair was overruled in opposition to Captain Massey, notwithstanding which, Massey grew fractious, quarrelled with Lowther, and the men divided into parties, some siding with the land pirate, and some with the sea rover, and were all ready to fall together by the ears, when the man at the masthead cried out, "A sail! A sail!" Then they gave over the dispute, set all their sails, and steered after the chase. In a few hours they came up with her, she being a small ship from Jamaica bound to England. They took what they thought fit out of her and a hand or two, and then Lowther was for sinking the ship with several passengers that were in her. For what reason I know not, but Massey, so that he interposed, prevented their cruel fate, and the ship safely arrived afterwards in England. The next day they took a small sloop, an interloping trader, which they detained with her cargo. All this while Massey was uneasy, and declared his resolution to leave them, and Lowther, finding him a very troublesome man to deal with, consented that he should take the sloop last made prize of, with what hands had a mind to go with him and shift for himself. Whereupon Massey, with about 10 more malcontents, goes aboard the sloop and comes away in her directly for Jamaica. Notwithstanding what had passed, Captain Massey puts a bold face upon the matter, and goes to Sir Nicholas Laws, the governor, informs him of his leaving Lowther the pirate, owns that he assisted in going off with the ship at the river Gambia, but said 'twas to save so many of his Majesty's subjects from perishing, and that his design was to return to England. But Lowther, conspiring with the greater part of the company, went a-pirating with the ship, and that he had taken this opportunity to leave him and surrender himself and vessel to his Excellency. Massey was very well received by the governor, and had his liberty given him, with a promise of his favour, and so forth, and at his own request he was sent on board the happy sloop, Captain Laws, to cruise off Hispaniola for Lowther. But not being so fortunate as to meet with him, Captain Massey returned back to Jamaica in the sloop, and getting a certificate and a supply of money from the governor, he came home passenger to England. When Massey came to town, he writes a long letter to the deputy governor and directors of the African Company, wherein he imprudently relates the whole transactions of his voyage, the going off with the ship, and the acts of piracy he had committed with Lowther, but excuses it as rashness and inadvertency in himself, occasioned by his being ill-used, contrary to the promises that had been made him, and the expectations he had entertained, but owned that he deserved to die for what he had done. Yet if they had generosity enough to forgive him, as he was still capable to do them service as a soldier, so he should be very ready to do it. But if they resolved to prosecute him, he begged only this favour, that he might not be hanged like a dog, but to die like a soldier, as he had been bred from his childhood, that is, that he might be shot. This was the substance of the letter, which, however, did not produce so favourable an answer as he had hoped for, word being brought back to him that he should be fairly hanged. Whereupon Massey resolved not to be out of the way, when he found what important occasion there was likely to be for him, but takes a lodging in Aldersgate Street, the next day went to the Lord Chief Justice's chambers and inquired if my lord had granted a warrant against Captain John Massey for piracy. But being told by the clerks that they knew of no such thing, he informed them he was the man, that my lord should soon be applied to for that purpose, and the officer might come to him at such a place where he lodged. They took the directions in writing, and in a few days, a warrant being issued, the tipstaff went directly, by his own information, and apprehended him, without any other trouble than walking to his lodging. There was then no person in town to charge him with any fact upon which he could be committed, nor could the letter be proved to be of his handwriting, so that they had been obliged to let him go again, if he had not helped his accusers out at pinch. The magistrate was reduced to the putting of this question to him: "Did you write this letter?" He answered, he did. And not only that, but confessed all the contents of it, upon which he was committed to Newgate, but was afterwards admitted to £100 bail, or thereabouts. On the 5th of July, 1723, he was brought to his trial at a court of admiralty held in the Old Bailey, when Captain Russell, Governor Whitney's son, and others appeared as evidences, by whom the indictment was plainly proved against him, which, if it had not been done, the captain was of such an heroic spirit that he would have denied nothing, for instead of making a defence he only entertained the court with a long narrative of his expedition, from the first setting out to his return to England, mentioning 2 acts of piracy committed by him, which he was not charged with, often challenging the evidences to contradict him if in anything he related the least syllable of an untruth. And instead of denying the crimes set forth in the indictment, he charged himself with various circumstances which fixed the facts more home upon him. Upon the whole, the captain was found guilty, received sentence of death, and was executed 3 weeks after at Execution Dock. We return now to Lowther, whom we left cruising off Hispaniola, from whence he plied to windward, and near Porto Rico chased 2 sail and spoke with them, they proving to be a small Bristol ship, commanded by Captain Smith and a Spanish pirate, who had made prize of the said ship. Lowther examined into the Spaniards' authority for taking an English vessel, and threatened to put every man of them to death for so doing, so that the Spaniards fancied themselves to be in a very pitiful condition, till matters cleared up and they found their masters as great rogues as themselves, from whom some mercy might be expected in regard to the near relation they stood with them as to their profession. In short, Lowther first rifled and then burnt both the ships, sending the Spaniards away in their launch, and turning all the English sailors into pirates. After a few days' cruise, Lowther took a small sloop belonging to St. Christopher's, which they manned and carried along with them to a small island, where they cleaned, and stayed some time to take their diversions, which consisted in unheard-of debaucheries, with drinking, swearing, and rioting, in which there seemed to be a kind of emulation among them, resembling rather devils than men, striving who should outdo one another in new invented oaths and execrations. They all got aboard about Christmas, observing neither times nor seasons for perpetrating their villainous actions, and sailed towards the Bay of Honduras. But stopping at the Grand Caimans for water, they met with a small vessel with 13 hands, in the same honourable employment with themselves. The captain of this gang was one Edward Lowe, whom we shall particularly discourse of in a chapter by itself. Lowther received them as friends, and treated them with all imaginable respect, inviting them, as they were few in number, and in no condition to pursue the account, as they called it, to join their strengths together, which on the consideration aforesaid was accepted of, Lowther still continuing commander, and Lowe was made lieutenant. The vessel the new pirates came out of they sank, and the Confederates proceeded on the voyage as Lowther before intended. The 10th of January, the pirates came into the bay and fell upon a ship of 200 ton, called the Greyhound, Benjamin Edwards commander, belonging to Boston. Lowther hoisted his piratical colours and fired a gun for the Greyhound to bring to, which she refusing, the Happy Delivery, the name of the pirate, edged down and gave her a broadside, which was returned by Captain Edwards very bravely, and the engagement held for an hour. But Captain Edwards, finding the pirate too strong for him, and fearing the consequence of too obstinate a resistance against those lawless fellows, ordered his ensign to be struck. The pirates' boat came aboard, and not only rifled the ship, but whipped, beat, and cut the men in a cruel manner, turned them aboard their own ship, and set fire to theirs. In cruising about the bay, they met and took several other vessels without any resistance, namely 2 brigantines of Boston in New England, one of which they burnt, and sunk the other, a sloop belonging to Connecticut, Captain Ayres, which they also burnt. A sloop of Jamaica, Captain Hamilton, they took for their own use. A sloop of Virginia they unladed, and was so generous as to give her back to the master that owned her. They took a sloop of 100 ton belonging to Rhode Island, which they were pleased to keep and mount with 8 carriage and 10 swivel guns. With this little fleet, namely Admiral Lowther in the Happy Delivery, Captain Lowe in the Rhode Island sloop, Captain Harris, who was second mate in the Greyhound when taken, in Hamilton's sloop, and the little sloop formerly mentioned serving as a tender. I say, with this fleet the pirates left the bay and came to Port Mayo in the Gulf of Matique, and there made preparations to careen. They carried ashore all their sails and made tents by the waterside, wherein they laid their plunder, stores, etc., and fell to work. And at the time that the ships were upon the heel, and the good folks employed in heaving down, scrubbing, tallowing, and so forth, of a sudden came down a considerable body of the natives, and attacked the pirates unprepared. As they were in no condition to defend themselves, they fled to their sloops, leaving them masters of the field and the spoil thereof, which was of great value, and set fire to the Happy Delivery, their capital ship. Lowther made the best provision he could in the largest sloop, which he called the Ranger. Having 10 guns and 8 swivels, and she sailing best, the company went all aboard of her, and left the other at sea. Provisions was now very short, which with the late loss put them in a confounded ill humour, insomuch that they were every now and then going together by the ears, laying the blame of their ill conduct sometimes upon one, then upon another. The beginning of May 1722, they got to the West Indies, and near the island of Diseata took a brigantine, one Payne master, that afforded them what they stood in need of, which put them in better temper, and business seemed to go on well again. After they had pretty well plundered the brigantine, they sent her to the bottom. They went into the island and watered, and then stood to the northward, intending to visit the main coast of America. In the latitude of 38, they took a brigantine called the Rebecca of Boston, Captain Smith, bound thither from St. Christopher's. At the taking of this vessel, the crews divided, for Lowe, whom Lowther joined at the Grand Caymans, proving always a very unruly member of the Commonwealth, always aspiring and never satisfied with the proceedings of the commander, he thought it the safest way to get rid of him, upon any terms, and according to the vote of the company, they parted the bearskin between them. Lowe, with 44 hands, went aboard the brigantine, and Lowther with the same number stayed in the sloop, and separated that very night, being the 28th of May, 1722. Lowther, proceeding on his way to the main coast, took 3 or 4 fishing vessels off New York, which was no great booty to the captors. The 3rd of June they met with a small New England ship bound home from Barbados, which stood an attack a small time, but finding it to no purpose, yielded herself a prey to the booters. The pirates took out of her 14 hogsheads of rum, 6 barrels of sugar, a large box of English goods, several casks of loaf sugar, a considerable quantity of pepper, 6 negroes, besides a sum of money and plate, and then let her go on her voyage. The next adventure was not so fortunate for them, for coming pretty near the coast of South Carolina, they met with a ship just come out on her voyage to England. Lowther gave her a gun and hoisted his piratical colours, but this ship, which was called the Amy, happened to have a brave gallant man to command her, who was not anyways daunted with that terrible ensign, the black flag. He insisted of striking immediately, as 'twas expected, let fly a broadside at the pirate. Lowther, not at all pleased with the compliment, though he put up with it for the present, was for taking leave, but the Amy, getting the pirate between her and the shore, stood after him to clap him aboard, to prevent which Lowther run the sloop aground and landed all the men with their arms. Captain Watkins, the captain of the Amy, was obliged to stand off for fear of running his own ship ashore, but at the same time thought fit for the public good to destroy the enemy, and thereupon went into the boat and rowed towards the sloop in order to set her on fire. But before he reached the vessel, a fatal shot from Lowther's company ashore put an end to their design and Captain Watkins' life. After this unfortunate blow, the mate returned aboard with the boat, and not being inclined to pursue them any farther, took charge of the ship. Lowther got off the sloop after the departure of the Amy and brought all his men aboard again, but was in a poor shattered condition, having suffered much in the engagement, and had a great many men killed and wounded. He made shift to get into an inlet somewhere in North Carolina, where he stayed a long while before he was able to put to sea again. He and his crew laid up all the winter, and shifted as well as they could among the woods, divided themselves into small parties, and hunted generally in the daytimes, killing of black cattle, hogs, etc., for their subsistence, and in the night retired to their tents and huts, which they made for lodging, and sometimes when the weather grew very cold they would stay aboard of their sloop. In the spring of the year 1723 they made shift to get to sea, and steered their course for Newfoundland, and upon the banks took a schooner, called the Swift, John Hood master. They found a good quantity of provisions aboard her, which they very much wanted at that time, and after taking 3 of their hands, and plundering her of what they thought fit, they let her depart. They took several other vessels upon the banks and in the harbour, but none of any great account, and then, steering for a warmer climate, in August arrived at the West Indies. In their passage thither they met with a brigantine called the John and Elizabeth, Richard Stanley master, bound for Boston, which they plundered, took 2 of her men, and discharged her. Lowther cruised a pretty while among the islands without any extraordinary success, and was reduced to a very small allowance of provisions, till they had the luck to fall in with a Martinico man, which proved a seasonable relief to them, and after that a Guinea man had the ill fortune to become a prey to the rovers. She was called the Princess, Captain Wickstead, commander. It was now thought necessary to look out for a place to clean their sloop in, and prepare for new adventures. Accordingly, the island of Blanco was pitched upon for that purpose, which lies in the latitude of 11 degrees 50 miles north, about 30 leagues from the main of the Spanish America, between the islands of Margarita and Rocas, and not far from Tortuga. It is a low, even island, but healthy and dry, uninhabited, and about 2 leagues in circumference, with plenty of lignum vitae trees thereon, growing in spots, with shrubby bushes of other wood about them. There are, besides turtle, great numbers of guanos, which is an amphibious creature like a lizard, but much larger, the body of it being as big as a man's leg. They are very good to eat, and are much used by the pirates that come here. They are of divers colours, but such as live upon dry ground, as here at Blanco, are commonly yellow. On the northwest end of this island there is a small cove or sandy bay. All round the rest of the island is deep water, and steep close to the island. Here Lowther resorted to the beginning of October last, unrigging his sloop, sent his guns, rails, rigging, etc. ashore, and put his vessel upon the careen. The Eagle sloop of Barbados, belonging to the South Sea Company, with 35 hands, commanded by Walter Moore, coming near this island in her voyage to Camina, on the Spanish continent, saw the said sloop just careened, with her guns out and sails unbent, which she supposed to be a pirate, because it was a place where traders did not commonly use, so took the advantage of attacking her, as she was then unprepared. The Eagle having fired a gun to oblige her to show her colours, the pirate hoisted the St. George's flag at their topmast head, as it were to bid defiance to her, but when they found Moore and his crew resolved to board them in good interest, the pirates cut their cable and hauled their stern on shore, which obliged the Eagle to come to an anchor athwart their hawse, where she engaged them till they called for quarter and struck, at which time Lowther and 12 of the crew made their escape out of the cabin window. The master of the Eagle got the pirate sloop off, secured her, and went ashore with 25 hands in pursuit of Lowther and his gang. But after 5 days' search they could find but 5 of them, which they brought aboard, and then proceeded with the sloop and pirates to Camina aforesaid, where they soon arrived. The Spanish governor, being informed of this brave action, condemned the sloop to the captors, and sent a small sloop with 23 hands to scour the bushes and other places of the island of Blanco for the pirates that remained there, and took 4 more with 7 small arms, leaving behind them Captain Lowther, 3 men, and a little boy, which they could not take. The above 4 the Spaniards tried and condemned to slavery for life, 3 to the galleys, and the other to the castle of Araria. The Eagle sloop brought all their prisoners afterwards to St. Christopher's, where the following were tried by a court of Vice-Admiralty, there held March the 11th, 1722. Videlicet, John Churchill, Edward MacDonald, Nicholas Lewis,
Richard West, Sam Levercott, Robert White, John Shaw, Andrew Hunter, Jonathan Delve, Matthew Freebarn, Henry Watson, Roger Grange, Ralph Candor, and Robert Willis. The last 3 were acquitted. The other 13 were found guilty, 2 of which were recommended to mercy by the court and accordingly pardoned, and the rest executed at that island on the 20th of the same month. As for Captain Lowther, it is said that he afterwards shot himself upon that fatal island where his piracies ended, being found by some sloop's men dead and a pistol burst by his side. End of section 25, read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Section 26 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 13 of Captain Edward Lowe and his Crew. Part 1. Edward Lowe was born in Westminster, and had his education there, such as it was, for he could neither read nor write. Nature seemed to have designed him for a pirate from his childhood, for very early he began the trade of plundering, and was wont to raise contributions among all the boys of Westminster, and if any were bold enough to refuse it, a battle was the consequence. But Lowe was so hardy as well as bold, there was no getting the better of him, so that he robbed the youths of their farthings with impunity. When he grew bigger he took to gaming in a low way, for it was commonly among the footmen of the lobby of the House of Commons where he used to play the whole game, as they term it, that is, cheat all he could, and those who pretended to dispute it with him must fight him. The virtues of some of his family were equal to his. One of his brothers was a youth of genius. When he was but 7 years old he used to be carried in a basket upon a porter's back into a crowd and snatch hats and wigs. According to the exact chronology of Newgate, he was the first who practised this ingenious trick. After this he applied himself to picking of pockets. When he increased in strength, he attempted greater things, such as housebreaking, etc. But after he had run a short race, he had the misfortune of ending his days at Tyburn, in company with Stephen Bunce and the celebrated Jack Hall, the chimney-sweeper. But to return to Ned, when he came to man's estate at his eldest brother's desire, he went to sea with him, and so continued for 3 or 4 years, and then parted, and Ned worked in a rigging house in Boston in New England for a while. About 6 years ago he took a trip home to England to see his mother, who's yet living. His stay was not long there, but taking leave of his friends and acquaintance for the last time he should see them, for so he was pleased to say, he returned to Boston and worked a year or 2 longer at the rigging business, but being too apt to disagree with his masters, he left them and shipped himself in a sloop that was bound to the Bay of Honduras. When the sloop arrived in the bay, Ned Lowe was appointed patron of the boat, which was employed in cutting of logwood and bringing it aboard to lade the ship, for that is the commodity they make the voyage for. In the boat were 12 men besides Lowe, who all go armed because of the Spaniards, from whom this logwood is but little better than stole. It happened that the boat one day came aboard just before dinner was ready, and Lowe desired that they might stay and dine, but the captain, being in a hurry for his lading, ordered them a bottle of rum, and to take t'other trip, because no time should be lost. This provoked the boat's crew, but particularly Lowe, who takes up a loaded musket and fires at the captain, but missing him, shot another poor fellow through the head, then put off the boat, and with his 12 companions goes to sea. The next day they took a small vessel and go in her, make a black flag, and declare war against all the world. They then proceeded to the island of the Grand Caymans, intending to have fitted up their small vessel, and prepare themselves as well as their circumstances would permit for their honourable employment, but falling in company with George Lowther, another pirate, there, who, paying his compliments to Lowe, as great folks do to one another when they meet, and offering himself as an ally, Lowe accepted of the terms, and so the treaty was presently signed without plenipose or any other formalities. We have already given an account of their joint piracies under Lowther as chief commander, till the 28th of May, 1722, when they took a brigantine of Boston, bound thither from St. Christopher's, at which time they parted, and Edward Lowe went into the brigantine with 44 others, who chose him their captain. They took with them 2 guns, 4 swivels, 6 quarter casks of powder, provisions, and some stores, and so left Lowther to prosecute his adventures with the men he had left. Their first adventure in the brigantine was on Sunday the 3rd day of June, when they took a vessel belonging to Amboy, John Hant's master, whom he rifled of his provisions, and let go. The same day he met with a sloop, James Calhoun, master, off Rhode Island, bound into that port, whom he first plundered, and then cut away his bowsprit and all his rigging, also his sails from the yards, and wounded the master to prevent his getting in to give intelligence, and then stood away to the southeastward with all the sail he could make, there being then but little wind. Lowe judged right in making said sail from the coast, for a longer stay had proved fatal to him, for notwithstanding the disabled condition he had rendered the sloop in, she made shift to get into Block Island at 12 o'clock that night, and immediately dispatched a whaleboat to Rhode Island, which got thither by 7 the next morning, with an account of the pirate, his force, and what had happened to him. As soon as the governor had received this information, he ordered a drum to beat up for volunteers, and 2 of the best sloops then in the harbour to be fitted out. He gave commissions to one Captain John Headland and Captain John Brown, Jr., for 10 days. The former had 8 guns and 2 swivels, and the latter 6 guns, well fitted with small arms, and in both sloops 140 stout fellows. All this was performed with so much expedition that before sunset they were under sail, turning out of the harbour at the same time the pirate was seen from Block Island, which gave great hopes that the sloops would be masters of her the next day, which however did not happen, for the sloops returned into harbour some days afterwards without so much as seeing their enemy. After this escape, Captain Lowe went into port upon the coast, for he had not fresh water enough to run to the islands, where he stayed a few days, getting provisions and what necessaries the crew wanted, and then sailed for Purchase, as they called it, steering their course towards Marblehead. About the 12th of July, the brigantine sailed into the harbour of Port Rosemary, and there found 13 ships and vessels, but none of force, at anchor. They spread their black flag, and ran in among them, Lowe telling them from the brigantine they should have no quarters if they resisted. In the meantime they manned and armed their boat, and took possession of every one of them, plundered them of what they thought fit, and converted one to their own use, namely a schooner of 80 tons, aboard of which they put 10 carriage guns and 50 men, and Lowe himself went captain, and named her the Fancy, making one Charles Harris, who was at first forced into their service out of the Greyhound of Boston by Lowther, of which ship Harris was second mate, captain of the brigantine. Out of these vessels they took several hands, and increased the company to 80 men, who all signed the articles, some willingly, and a few perhaps by force, and so sailed away from Marblehead. Some time after this they met with 2 sloops bound for Boston, with provisions for the garrison, and the schooner, coming up first, attacked them, but there happening to be an officer and some soldiers on board who gave them a warm reception, Lowe chose to stay till he should be joined by the brigantine. In the meanwhile the sloops made the best of their way, and the pirates gave them chase 2 days, and at last lost sight of them in a fog. They now steered for the Leeward Islands, but in their voyage met with such a hurricane of wind that the like had not been known. The sea ran mountains high, and seemed to threaten them every moment with destruction. It was no time now to look out for plunder, but to save themselves if possible from perishing. All hands were continually employed night and day on board the brigantine, and all little enough, for the waves went over her so that they were forced to keep the pump constantly going, besides bailing with buckets. But finding themselves not able to keep her free, and seeing the utmost danger before their eyes, they turned to the tackle and hoisted out their provisions and other heavy goods, and threw them overboard with 6 of their guns, so that by lightening the vessel she might rise to the top of the sea with the waves. They were also going to cut away their mast, but considering how dangerous it would be to be left in such a condition, they resolved to delay it to the last, which was prudence in them to do, for a ship without masts or sails lies like a log upon the water, and if attacked must fight with disadvantage. the working of her being the most artful part of the engagement, because she may sometimes bring all her great guns on one side to bear upon her enemy when the disabled ship can do little or nothing. But to proceed by their throwing overboard the heavy goods, the vessel made considerable less water, and they could keep it under with the pump only, which gave them hopes and new life, so that instead of cutting all away, they took necessary measures to secure the mast by making preventer shrouds, etc., and then wore and lay to upon the other tack till the storm was over. The schooner made somewhat better weather of the two, but was pretty roughly handled notwithstanding, having split her mainsail, sprung her bowsprit, and cut her anchors from her bows. The brigantine, by running away to leeward when she wore upon the larboard tack, had lost sight of the schooner, but not knowing whether she might be safe or not, as soon as the wind abated, she set her mainsail and topsail and made short trips to windward, and the next day had the good fortune to come in sight of their consort, who, upon a signal which the other knew, bore down to her, and the crew were overjoyed to meet again after such ill treatment from the winds and seas. After the storm, Low got safe to a small island, one of the weathermost of the Caribbees, and there fitted their vessels as well as the place could afford. They got provisions of the natives in exchange for goods of their own, and as soon as the brigantine was ready, 'twas judged necessary to take a short cruise and leave the schooner in the harbour till her return. The brigantine sailed out accordingly, and had not been out many days before they met a ship at sea that had lost all her masts, on board of whom they went, and took from her in money and goods to the value of £1,000, and so left her in the condition they found her. This ship was bound home from Barbados, but losing her masts in the late storm, was making for Antigua to refit, where she afterwards arrived. The storm just spoken of was found to have done incredible damage in those parts of the world, but however it appeared to have been more violent at Jamaica, both to the island and shipping. There was such a prodigious swell of the sea that several 100 tons of stones and rocks were thrown over the wall of the town of Port Royal, and the town itself was overflowed and above half destroyed, there being the next morning 5-foot water from one end to the other. The cannon of Fort Tryals were dismounted, and some washed into the sea, and 400 people lost their lives. A more melancholy sight was scarce ever seen when the water ebbed away, all the streets being covered with ruins of houses, wrecks of vessels, and a great number of dead bodies, for 40 sail of ships in the harbour were cast away. The brigantine returned to the island where she had left the schooner, who being ready to sail, it was put to the vote of the company what voyage to take next, and herein they followed the advice of the captain, who thought it not advisable to go any farther to leeward, because of the men of war who were cruising in their several stations, which they were not at all fond of meeting, and therefore it was agreed to go to the Azores or Western Islands. The latter end of July, Low took a French ship of 34 guns and carried her along with him to the Azores. He came into St. Michael's Road the 3rd of August, and took 7 sail that were lying there, namely, the Nostra Dame, Mère de Dieu, Captain Roche, commander, the Dove, Captain Cox, the Rose Pink, formerly a man of war, Captain Thompson, another English ship, Captain Chandler, and 3 other vessels. He threatened all with present death who resisted, which struck such a terror to them that they yielded themselves up a prey to the villains, without firing a gun. The pirates being in great want of water and fresh provisions, Low sent to the governor of St. Michael's for a supply, and promised upon that condition to release the ships he'd taken, but otherwise to burn them all, which demand the governor thought it not prudent to refuse, but sent the provision he required, upon which he released 6 of the ships, after he'd plundered them of what he thought fit, and the other, namely the Rose Pink, was made a pirate ship, which Low himself took the command of. The pirates took several of the guns out of the French ship, and mounted them aboard the Rose, which proved very fit for their turn, and condemned the former to the flames. They took all the crew out of her, but the cook, who, they said, being a greasy fellow, would fry well in the fire, so the poor man was bound to the mainmast, and burnt in the ship, to the no small diversion of Low and his myrmidons. Low ordered the schooner to lie in the fair between St. Michael's and St. Mary's, where about the 20th of August Captain Carter, in the Wright galley, had the ill fortune to come in her way, and because at first they showed inclinations to defend themselves and what they had, the pirates cut and mangled them in a barbarous manner, particularly some Portuguese passengers, 2 of which being friars, they triced up at each arm of the foreyard, but let them down again before they were quite dead, and this they repeated several times out of sport. Another Portuguese, who was also Captain Carter's passenger, putting on a sorrowful countenance at what he saw acted, one of his vile crew attacked him upon the deck, saying he did not like his looks, and thereupon gave him one blow across his belly with his cutlass that cut out his bowels, and he fell down dead without speaking a word. At the same time, another one of these rogues, cutting at a prisoner, missed his mark, and Captain Lowe, standing in his way, very opportunely received the stroke upon his under jaw, which laid the teeth bare. Upon this the surgeon was called, who immediately stitched up the wound, but Lowe, finding fault with the operation, the surgeon being tolerably drunk, as it was customary for everybody to be, struck Lowe such a blow with his fist that broke out all the stitches, and then bid him sew up his chops himself and be damned, so that Lowe made a very pitiful figure for some time after. When they had plundered Captain Carter's ship, several of them were for burning her as they had done the Frenchman, but it was otherwise resolved at last, for after they had cut her cables, rigging and sails to pieces, they left her to the mercy of the sea. After these depredations, they steered for the island of Madeira, where, missing other booty, they took up with a fishing boat, with 2 old men and a boy in her, one of which they detained on board, but sent the other ashore with a flag of truce, demanding a boat of water of the governor, on pain of taking away the old man's life, whom they threatened to hang at the yardarm upon their refusal. But the thing being complied with, the old man was honourably, as the pirates say, discharged, and all the 3 much handsomer clothed than when they took them. From this island they sailed to the Canaries, but meeting with no prey there, they continued their course for the Cape de Verde Islands, and at Bonavista took a ship called the Liverpool Merchant, Captain Golding, from whom they stole a great quantity of provisions and dry goods, 300 gallons of brandy, 2 guns and carriages, a mast, yard, and hawsers, besides 6 of his men, and then would not let them trade there, nor at St. Nicholas, but obliged Captain Golding to go with his ship to the Isle of May. The pirate also took among these islands a ship belonging to Liverpool, Scott commander, 2 Portuguese sloops bound for Brazil, a small English sloop trading there, James Pease master, bound to Sancta Crux, and 3 sloops from St. Thomas, bound to Curaçao. The masters' names were Lilly, Staples, and Simpkins, all which they plundered, and then let go about their business, except 1 sloop, which they fitted up for the following purpose. Lowe had heard by one of the above-mentioned ships that 2 small galleys were expected every day at the Western Islands, namely the Greyhound, Captain Glass, and the Jolliffe, Captain Aram, the former of which was designed to be fitted for the piratical trade to Brazil, if things had happened to their minds. They manned the sloop and sent her in quest of one or both of these ships to the Western Islands aforesaid, whilst they careened their ship, Rose, at one of the Cape de Verdes. But now fortune that had hitherto been so propitious to them, left her minions, and baffled for the present all their hopes, for the sloop, missing of their prey, was reduced to great necessities for want of provisions and water, so that they ventured to go ashore at St. Michael's for a supply, and pass for the trader. But they played their parts so awkwardly that they were suspected by the governor to be what they really were, and he was soon put out of doubt by a visit some Portuguese made them, who happened unluckily to be passengers in Captain Carter's ship when Lowe took her, and knew the gentlemen's faces very well, upon which the whole crew was conducted into the castle, where they were provided for as long as they lived. Lowe, in the meantime, did not fare quite so ill, but had his intended voyage to Brazil spoiled by the oversetting of his ship when she was upon the careen, whereby she was lost, so that he was reduced to his old schooner, which he called the Fancy, aboard of which they all went to the number of 100, as vile rogues as ever ended their lives at Tyburn. They proceeded now to the West Indies, but before they had gotten far on their voyage they attacked a rich Portuguese ship called the Nostra Senhora de Victoria, bound home from Bahia, and after some resistance took her. Lowe tortured several of the men to make them declare where the money, which he supposed they had on board, lay, and extorted by that means a confession that the captain had, during the chase, hung out of the cabin window a bag with 11,000 moidores, which, as soon as he was taken, he cut the rope off and let it drop into the sea. Low, upon hearing what a prize had escaped him, raved like a fury, swore 1,000 oaths, and ordered the captain's lips to be cut off, which he broiled before his face, and afterwards murdered him and all the crew, being 32 persons. After this bloody action they continued their course till they came to the northward of all the islands, and there cruised for about a month, in which time they made prizes of the following vessels, namely a snow from New York to Curacoa, Robert Leonard master, a sloop from the Bay bound to New York, Craig master, a snow from London and Jamaica bound to New York, and the Stanhope Pink, Andrew Delbridge master, from Jamaica to Boston, which last they burnt because of Low's irreconcilable aversion to New England men. End of section 26. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 27 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 13 of Captain Edward Low and his Crew, Part 2. After this cruise they went into one of the islands and cleaned, and then steered for the Bay of Honduras, where they arrived about the middle of March 1722-23, and met a sloop turning out of the said bay. The pirates had hoisted up Spanish colours and continued them till they drew near the sloop. Then they hauled them down, hoisted their black flag, fired a broadside, and boarded her. This sloop was a Spaniard of 6 guns and 70 men that came into the bay that morning, and meeting there with 5 English sloops and a pink, made prizes of them all, plundered them, and brought the masters of the vessels away prisoners for the ransom of the logwood. Their names were Tuthill, Norton, Newbury, Sprafford, Clark, and Parrott. The Spaniards made no resistance, so that the English pirates soon became their masters and fell to rifling. But finding the above-mentioned people in the hold and several English goods, they consulted Low, the captain, thereupon, and without examining any further, the resolution passed to kill all the company, and the pirates, without any ceremony, fell pell-mell to execution with their swords, cutlasses, pole-axes, and pistols, cutting, slashing, and shooting the poor Spaniards at a sad rate. Some of the miserable creatures jumped down into the hold, but could not avoid the massacre. They met death everywhere, for if they escaped it from one hand, they were sure to perish by another. The only prospect they had of life was to fly from the rage of those merciless men, and to trust to the more merciful sea, and accordingly a great many leaped overboard and swam for the shore. But Low, perceiving it, ordered the canoa to be manned, and sent in pursuit of them, by which means several of the poor unhappy men were knocked in the head in the water, as they were endeavouring to get to land. However, about 12 of them did reach the shore, but in a miserable condition, being very much wounded, and what became of them afterwards was not known, except one, who, while the pirates were at their sports and pastimes ashore, finding himself very weak and fainting with his wounds, and not knowing where to go for help and relief in this extremity, he came back to them and begged for God's sake in the most earnest manner possible that they would give him quarters. Upon which one of the villains took hold of him and said, God damn him, he would give him good quarters presently, and made the poor Spaniard kneel down on his knees. Then taking his fusil, put the muzzle of it into his mouth and fired down his throat. 'Twas thought the rest did not long survive their miserable condition, and could only prolong their lives to add to the misery of them. When the murdering work was over, they rummaged the Spanish pirate and brought all the booty aboard their own vessels. The 6 masters aforementioned found in the hold, they restored to their respective vessels. They forced away the carpenter from the Pink, and then set fire to the Spanish sloop and burnt her, which last scene concluded the destruction of their enemy, ship and crew. Low set the masters of the vessels free, but would not suffer them to steer for Jamaica, where they were then bound, for fear the men of war would get intelligence of them, but forced them all to go to New York, threatening them with death, when they met them again, if they refused to comply with their demands. In the next cruise, which was between the Leeward Islands and the Main, they took 2 snows, bound from Jamaica to Liverpool, and a snow from Jamaica to London, Briggs master, as also a ship from Bidford to Jamaica, John Pinkham commander, and 2 sloops from Jamaica to Virginia. On the 27th of May, Low and his consort Harris came off South Carolina and met with 3 good ships, namely the Crown, Captain Loveraine, the King William, the Carteret, and a brigantine, who all came out of Carolina together 2 days before. The pirates were at the trouble of chasing them, and Captain Loveraine being the sternmost, she fell first a prey into their hands, and they spent all the day in coming up with the rest. Within a few days they took a ship called the Amsterdam Merchant, Captain Willard from Jamaica, but belonging to New England, as Low let none of that country depart without some marks of his rage. He cut off this gentleman's ears, split up his nose, and cut him in several places of his body, and after plundering his ship let him pursue his voyage. After this he took a sloop bound to Amboy, William Frazier, master, with whom Mr. Low happening to be displeased, he ordered lighted matches to be tied between the men's fingers, which burnt all the flesh off the bones, then cut them in several parts of their bodies with knives and cutlashes, afterwards took all their provisions away, and set some of them ashore in an uninhabited part of the country. The Kingston, Captain Eastwick, another ship, one Burrington master, 2 brigantines from Carolina to London, a sloop from Virginia to Bermudas, a ship from Glasgow to Virginia, a schooner from New York to South Carolina, a pink from Virginia to Dartmouth, and a sloop from Philadelphia to Surinam, fell a prey to these villains, upon this cruise, besides those above mentioned. It happened that at this time one of His Majesty's ships was upon a cruise on this station, and got intelligence of some of the mischievous actions of this miscreant by one of the vessels that had been plundered by him, who, steering as directed, came in sight of the pirates by break of day, on the 10th of June of all days in the year. The rovers, looking out for prey, soon saw and gave chase to the man of war, which was called the Greyhound, a ship of 20 guns and 120 men, rather inferior in force to the 2 pirate vessels. The Greyhound, finding them so eager, was in no doubt what they should be, and therefore tacked and stood from them, giving the pirates an opportunity to chase her for 2 hours, till all things were in readiness for an engagement, and the pirates about gunshot off. Then the Greyhound tacked again and stood towards the 2 sloops, one of them called the Fancy, commanded by Low himself, and the other the Ranger, commanded by Harris, both which hoisted their piratical colours and fired each a gun. When the Greyhound came within musket shot, she hauled up her mainsail and clapped close upon a wind, to keep the pirates from running to leeward, and then engaged. But when the rogues found who they had to deal with, they edged away under the man-of-war's stern, and the Greyhound standing after them, they made a running fight for about 2 hours, but little wind happening, the sloops gained from her by the help of their oars, upon which the Greyhound left off firing and turned all hands to her own oars, and at 3 in the afternoon came up with them. The pirates hauled upon a wind to receive the man-of-war, and the fight was immediately renewed, with a brisk fire on both sides, till the Ranger's mainyard was shot down, and the Greyhound, pressing close upon the disabled sloop, Low, in the other, thought fit to bear away and leave his consort a sacrifice to his enemy, who, seeing the cowardice and treachery of his commodore and leader, having 10 or 12 men killed and wounded, and that there was no possibility of escaping, called out for quarters, and surrendered themselves to justice, which proved severe enough to them a while afterwards. The conduct of Low was surprising in this adventure, because his reputed courage and boldness had hitherto so possessed the minds of all people that he became a terror even to his own men. But his behaviour throughout this whole action showed him to be a base cowardly villain, for had Low's sloop fought half so briskly as Harris's had done, as they were under a solemn oath to do, the man-of-war, in my opinion, could never have hurted them. The Greyhound carried in their prize to Rhode Island, to the great joy of the whole province, though it had been more complete if the great Low himself had graced the triumph. The prisoners were strongly secured in a jail till a court of vice-admiralty could be held for their trials, which began on the 10th of July at Newport, and continued 3 days. The court was made up of the following gentlemen: William Dummer, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the Massachusetts, President Nathaniel Payne, Esquire, Addington Davenport, Esquire, Thomas Fitch, Esquire, Spencer Phipps, Esquire, John Lechmere, Esquire, Surveyor General John Valentine, Esquire, Advocate General Samuel Cranston, Governor of Rhode Island John Menzies, Esquire, Judge of the Admiralty Richard Ward, Esquire, Register, Mr. Jalil Brinton, Provost Marshal. Robert Auchmuta, Esquire, was assigned by the court, counsel for the prisoners here undermentioned. Prisoners' names, ages, places of birth. Charles Harris, Captain, 25, London. William Blads, 28, Rhode Island. Daniel Hyde, 23, Virginia. Thomas Powell, Jr., 21, Connecticut, Northeast. Stephen Munden, 20, London. Thomas Huggett, 30, London. William Reed, 35, Londonderry, Ireland. Peter Neaves, 32, Exeter in Devon. James Brinkley, 28, Suffolk in England. Joseph Sound, 28, City of Westminster. William Sutfield, 40, Lancaster in England. Edward Eaton, 38, Wrexham in Wales. John Brown, 29, County of Durham. Edward Lawson, 20, Isle of Man. Owen Rice, 27, South Wales. John Tompkins, 23, Gloucestershire. John Fitzgerald, 21, Limerick in Ireland. Abraham Lacey, 21, Devonshire. Thomas Linister, 21, Lancashire. Francis Layton, 39, New York. John Waters, Quartermaster, 35, County of Devon. William Jones, 28, London. Charles Church, 21, St. Margaret's, Westminster. Thomas Hazel, 50. John Bright, 25. These 25 were found guilty and executed the 19th of July, 1723, near Newport in Rhode Island. John Brown, 17, Liverpool. Patrick Cunningham, 25. These two were found guilty but respited for 1 year and recommended to the King's favour. John Wilson, 23, New London County. Henry Barnes, 22, Barbados. Thomas Jones, 17, Fleur in Wales. Joseph Switzer, 24, Boston in New England. Thomas Mumper, Indian, Mather's Vineyard, Northeast. John Hincher, Doctor, 22, near Edinburgh, Scotland. John Fletcher, 17, Thomas Child, 15. These 8 were found not guilty. The destroying this pirate was looked upon by the province to be of such a signal service to the public and particular advantage to the colony of New York, that it was thought necessary to make some handsome acknowledgment to Captain Peter Solgaard for it, and therefore it was resolved in an assembly of the Common Council to compliment him with the freedom of their corporation. The resolution, together with the preamble of the captain's freedom, being curious in their kind, I subjoin them for the satisfaction of the reader. Resolution of the Mayor and Common Council of the City of New York at a Common Council held at the City Hall of the said city on Thursday the 25th of July, Anno Domini, 1723. Present Robert Walter, Esquire, Mayor, City of New York. This court, having taken into their consideration the great service lately done to this province in particular, as well as to all other His Majesty's good subjects in general, by Captain Peter Solgaard, commander of His Majesty's ship the Greyhound, the station ship of the province, who lately, in a cruise upon this coast, in due execution and discharge of his duty, upon intelligence given him, sought for, pursued, and engaged 2 pirate sloops, commanded by one Low, a notorious and inhumane pirate, one of which sloops he took after a resolute resistance, and very much shattered the other, who by the favour of the night escaped. 26 of which pirates so taken, being lately executed at Rhode Island, not only eased this city and province of a very great trouble, but of a very considerable expense, etc. It is therefore resolved, nimine contradicente, that this corporation do present the said Captain Solgaard with the freedom of this corporation, as a mark of the great esteem they have for this person, as well as for the aforesaid great and good services, and that the seal of the said freedom be enclosed in a gold box, that Mr. Recorder and Mr. Bickley do draw the draft of the said freedom, signifying therein the grateful sense of this corporation for so signal a service to the public, and benefit and advantage of mankind. That Alderman Kip and Alderman Kruger do prepare the said box, that the arms of the corporation be engraved on one side thereof, and a representation of the engagement on the other, with this motto, namely, Quaesitos humani generos hostes debellare superbum. 10th Juni 1723. that the town clerk cause the same freedom to be handsomely engrossed on parchment, and that the whole corporation do wait upon him to present the same. By order of the Common Council, William Sharpus, Clerk. The preamble of Captain Peter Solgaard's copy of his freedom. Robert Walter, Esquire, Mayor, and the Alderman of the City of New York. City of New York, S.S. To all whom these persons shall come, send greeting. Whereas Captain Peter Solgaard, commander of His Majesty's ship the Greyhound, the present station ship of this province, in his cruise, having intelligence of 2 pirate sloops of considerable force in consortship, under the command of one Low, a notorious pirate that had for upward of 2 years committed many depredations, murders, and barbarities upon many of His Majesty's subjects and allies, lately come upon this coast, hath with great diligence and utmost application pursued, overtaken, and after a stubborn resistance vanquished and overcome both of them, taking one and driving the other from our coast, which action, as it is glorious in itself, so it is glorious in the public benefits and advantages that flow from it, to wit, the safety and freedom of our own trade and commerce, and of all the neighbouring provinces on this continent. Such signal service done against the enemies of mankind merits the applause of all good men, but more immediately from those of this province, who are appointed his particular care and charge. We therefore, the Mayor, Aldermen, and Commonalty of the City of New York, assembled in common council to express our grateful sense and acknowledgment to the said Captain Peter Solgaard for so noble and faithful a discharge of his duty, and as a particular mark of the great esteem and just regard we bear to his kind acceptance of the freedom of the corporation of this City of New York, and that he will please to become a fellow citizen with us. These are therefore to certify and declare that the said Captain Peter Solgaard is hereby admitted, received, and allowed a freeman and citizen of the said City of New York, to have, hold, enjoy, and partake of all and singular advantages, benefits, liberties, privileges, franchises, freedoms, and immunities whatsoever, granted or belonging to the same city. In testimony thereof, the said Mayor hath hereunto subscribed his name, and caused the seal of the said city to be affixed the 25th day of July, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord George, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, etc. Anno Domini 1723, William Sharpus, Clerk. R. Walter, Mayor. This narrow escape of Low and his companions one would have thought might have brought them to a little consideration of their black and horrid crimes, and to look upon this interval as an opportunity put into their hands by Providence to reconcile themselves to God by a hearty and sincere repentance. But alas, they were dead to all goodness, and had not so much as one spark of virtue to stir them up to be thankful for such an eminent deliverance, but instead thereof vented a million of oaths and curses upon the captain of the Greyhound, vowing to execute vengeance upon all they should meet with afterwards for the indignity he put upon them. The first prey that they met with after their flight was a small sloop belonging to Nantucket, a whale fishing about 80 miles from land, the master of which, one Nathan Skiff, a brisk young fellow, the pirates cruelly whipped naked about the deck, making his torture their sport, after which they cut off his ears, and last of all shot him through the head, and then sunk his vessel, putting the rest of the hands into their whaleboat with a compass, a little water, and a few biscuits, and it being good weather, they providentially got safe to Nantucket beyond all expectation. There was another whaleboat belonging to this sloop last mentioned, which happened to be at some distance from her, and perceiving what was doing, rowed with all speed to another sloop not far off, to acquaint her with the misfortune that the men might take care of themselves, and she happily got away in time. Some days after, Low took a fishing boat off of Block Island, but did not perpetrate so much cruelty to her, contenting himself with only cutting off the master's head. But after taking 2 whaleboats near Rhode Island, he caused one of the master's bodies to be ripped up, and his entrails to be taken out, and cut off the ears of the other, and made him eat them himself with pepper and salt, which hard injunction he complied with, without making a word. Several other persons he would have murdered, but humanity prevailing in the tender hearts of his companions, they refused to put his savage orders in execution. From the coast of New England, Low sailed directly for Newfoundland, and near Cape Breton took 2 or 3 and 20 French vessels, and one of them, of 22 guns, he manned with pirates, making a sort of a man-of-war of her, with which he scoured the harbours and banks of Newfoundland, and took 16 or 18 other ships and vessels, all which they plundered and some destroyed. Thus these inhumane wretches went on, who could not be contented to satisfy their avarice only, and travel in the common road of wickedness, but, like their patron the devil, must make mischief their sport, cruelty their delight, and damning of souls their constant employment. Of all the piratical crews that were ever heard of, none of the English name came up to this in barbarity. Their mirth and their anger had much the same effect, for both were usually gratified with the cries and groans of their prisoners, so that they almost as often murdered a man from the excess of good humour as out of passion and resentment, and the unfortunate could never be assured of safety from them, for danger lurked in their very smiles. An instance of this had like to have happened to one Captain Graves, master of a Virginia ship last taken, for as soon as he came aboard of the Pirate, Low takes a bowl of punch in his hand, and drinks to him, saying, "Captain Graves, here's half this to you." But the poor gentleman, being too sensibly touched at the misfortune of falling into his hands, mostly desired to be excused, for that he could not drink. Whereupon Low draws out a pistol, cocks it, and with the bowl in t'other hand told him he should either take one or the other. So Graves, without hesitation, made choice of the vehicle that contained the punch, and guttled down about a quart, when he had the least inclination that he ever had in his life to be merry. The latter end of July, 1723, Low took a large ship called the Merry Christmas, and fitted her for a pirate, cut several ports in her, and mounted her with 34 guns. Low goes aboard of this ship, assumes the title of Admiral, and hoists a black flag with the figure of Death in red at the main topmast head, and takes another voyage to the Western Islands, where he arrived the beginning of September. The first vessel he met with there was a brigantine, formerly an English sloop, commanded by Elias Wilde, but lately bought by a Portuguese nobleman, and altered. She was manned partly with English and partly with Portuguese, the latter Low caused to be hanged by way of reprisal for some of his own men sent thither in a sloop from the Cape de Verde Islands, as has been mentioned. The Englishmen he thrust into their own boat, to shift for themselves, and set fire to the vessel. At St. Michael's they sent in their boats and cut out of the road a new London-built ship of 14 guns, commanded by Captain Thompson, who was taken there the year before by Low in the Rose Pink. The boats had fewer men than the ship, and Captain Thompson would have defended himself, but his men, through cowardice or too great an inclination of becoming pirates themselves, refused to stand by him, and he was obliged to surrender. And when he came aboard the Pirate, had his ears cut off close to his head, for only proposing to resist Admiral Low's black flag. They gave him one of his own boats, and burnt his ship. The next was a Portuguese bark that fell into their hands, whose men came off somewhat better than usual, for they only cut them with their cutlashes out of wantonness, turned them all into their boat, and set their vessel on fire. When the boat was going from the side of the ship, one of Low's men, who we may suppose was forced into his gang, was drinking with a silver tankard at one of the ports, and took his opportunity to drop into the boat among the Portuguese and lie down in the bottom in order to escape along with them. After he had stowed himself in the boat, so as not to be seen, it came into his head that the tankard might prove of some use to him where he was going. So he got up again, laid hold of the utensil, and went off without being discovered. In which attempt, had he failed, no doubt his life, if not the lives of all the people in the boat, would have paid for it. The name of this man is Richard Haynes. Low took his old tour to the Canaries, Cape de Verde Islands, and so to the coast of Guinea, but nothing extraordinary happened till they arrived near Sierra Leone in Africa, where they met with a ship called the Delight, Captain Hunt, commander. This ship they thought fit for their own purpose, for she had been a small man-of-war, and carried 12 guns. However, they mounted 16 on board of her, manned her with 60 men, and appointed one Spriggs, who was then their quartermaster, to be captain of her, who 2 days after separated from the admiral and went to the West Indies a-pirating upon his own and particular company's account, where for the present we shall leave him. In January last, Low took a ship called the Squirrel, Captain Stevenson, but what became of him afterwards I can't tell. We have had no news concerning him come to England since this I have now mentioned, but I have heard that he talked of going to Brazil, and if so, it is likely we may too soon hear of some exploit or other, though the best information we could receive would be that he and all his crew were at the bottom of the sea. End of section 27. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 28 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 14 of Captain John Evans and his crew. John Evans was a Welshman, had been formerly master of a sloop belonging to Nevis, but losing his employ there, he sailed for some time out of Jamaica as mate, till happening in company of 3 or 4 of his comrades, and wages not being so good as formerly, and berths scarce because of the great number of seamen, they agreed to go abroad in search of adventures. They sailed, or rather rowed out of Port Royal in Jamaica the latter end of September 1722 in a canoa, and coming to the north side of the island went ashore in the night, broke open a house or two and robbed them of some money and everything else they could find that was portable, and brought the booty on board the canoa. This was very well for the first time, but this kind of robbery did not please so well. They wanted to get out to sea, but having no vessel but their canoa, they were prevented in their laudable design. However, they kept a good lookout and traversed the island in expectation that Providence would send some unfortunate vessel as a sacrifice, and in a few days their wishes were accomplished, for at Dunn's Hole they found a small sloop at an anchor belonging to Bermudas. They made bold and went aboard, and Evans informed the folks that belonged to her that he was captain of the vessel, which was a piece of news they knew not before. After they had put their affairs in a proper disposition aboard, they went ashore to a little village for refreshments, and lived jovially the remaining part of the day at a tavern, spending 3 pistols, and then departed. The people of the house admired at them merry guests they had got, were mightily pleased, and wished for their company at another time, which happened too soon for their profit, for in the middle of the night they came ashore all hands, rifled the house, and carried what they could aboard their sloop. The next day they weighed in the sloop, aboard of which they mounted 4 guns, called her the Scourer, and hailed to Hispaniola, on the north part of which island they took a Spanish sloop, which proved an extraordinary rich prize, as it fell among so few persons as this company consisted of, for they shared upwards of £150 a man. In pursuance of the game, and beating up for the Windward Islands, the Scourer met with a ship from New England bound to Jamaica, 120 tons, called the Dove, Captain Diamond master, off Puerto Rico. They plundered her, and strengthened their own company by taking out the mate and 2 or 3 other men. They discharged the prize, and run into one of the islands for fresh water and necessaries, and stayed there some time. The next prize they made was the Lucretia and Catherine, Captain Mills, of 200-ton burthen. They came up with her near the island Deseada, January 11th. Upon seizing of this ship, the pirates began to take upon themselves the distribution of justice, examining the men concerning their master's usage of them, according to the custom of other pirates. But the captain, overhearing the matter, put an end to the judicial proceedings, and fell to rummaging the ship, saying to them, "What have we to do to turn reformers? 'Tis money we want." And speaking to the prisoners, he asked them, "Does your captain give you victuals enough?" And they answering in the affirmative, "Why then," said he ought to give you work enough." After the taking of this prize, they went to the little island of Avis, with a design to clean, and carried the Lucretia along with them, in order to heave down the Scourer by her. But meeting there with a sloop, the pirate gave chase till the evening, when she was within gunshot of her. But fearing to lose company with the Lucretia, who was a heavy sailor, they left off and saw her no more. This chase brought them to leeward of their port, so that they were obliged to look out for another place of retreat, and the island of Ruby not being far distant, they steered for that, and anchored there accordingly. But the next day a Dutch sloop coming as it were into their mouths, they could not forbear dealing, and so making her their prize, they plundered her of what came, when shared, to £50 a man. They found this sloop more for their purpose than the Lucretia, to clean their own sloop by, as being much lower in the waist, and therefore capable of heaving her bottom farther out of the water. So she was discharged, and the Dutchmen kept in her room. But not thinking it convenient to lay up here, for fear a discovery should be made, they turned their thoughts another way, and steered to the coast of Jamaica, where they took a sugar drover, and then run to the Grand Caymans, about 30 leagues to leeward of Jamaica, with intention to clean there. But an unhappy accident put an end to their piracies, which hitherto had proved very successful to them. The boatswain of the pirate being a noisy, surly fellow, the captain had at several times words with him, relating to his behaviour, who, thinking himself ill-treated, not only returned ill language, but also challenged the captain to fight him on the next shore they came to, with pistols and sword, as is the custom among these outlaws. When the sloop arrived, as above mentioned, the captain proposed the duel, but the cowardly boatswain refused to fight, or go ashore, though it was his own challenge. When Captain Evans saw there was nothing to be done with him, he took his cane and gave him a hearty drubbing. But the boatswain, not being able to bear such an indignity, drew out a pistol and shot Evans through the head, so that he fell down dead, and the boatswain immediately jumped overboard and swam towards the shore. But the boat was quickly manned and sent after him, which took him up and brought him aboard. The death of the captain in that manner provoked all the crew, and they resolved the criminal should die by the most exquisite tortures. But while they were considering the punishment, the gunner, transported with passion, discharged a pistol and shot him through the body, but not killing him outright. The delinquent, in very moving words, desired a week for repentance only, but another, stepping up to him, told him that he should repent and be damned to him, and without more ado shot him dead. I should have observed that when the Lucretia and Catherine was suffering to go away, the pirates detained their mate, who was now the only man aboard who understood navigation, and him they desired to take upon him the command of the sloop, in the room of Captain Evans, deceased. But he desired to be excused that honour, and at length positively refused it, so they agreed to break up the company, and leave the mate in possession of the vessel. Accordingly, they went ashore at the Caymans, carrying with them about £9,000 among 30 persons, and it being fair weather, the mate and a boy brought the vessel into Port Royal in Jamaica. End of section 28, read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 29 of A General History of the Pyrates by Charles Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 of Captain John Phillips and his crew. John Phillips was bred a carpenter, and sailing to Newfoundland in a west country ship, was taken by Anstis in the Good Fortune brigantine, the next day after he had left his consort and commodore, Captain Roberts. Phillips was soon reconciled to the life of a pirate, and being a brisk fellow, was appointed carpenter of the vessel, for at first his ambition reached no higher. There he remained till they broke up at Tobago, and was one of those who came home in a sloop that we have mentioned to be sunk in Bristol Channel. His stay was not long in England, for whilst he was paying his first visits to his friends in Devonshire, he heard of the misfortune of some of his companions, that is, of their being taken and committed to Bristol jail, and there being good reason for his apprehending danger from a wind that blew from the same quarter, he moved off immediately to Topsham, the nearest port, and there shipped himself with one Captain Wadham for a voyage to Newfoundland and home again, which, by the way, Mr. Phillips never designed to perform or to see England any more. When the ship came to Peter Harbour in Newfoundland, aforesaid, he ran away from her and hired himself a splitter in the fishery for the season, but this was only till he could have an opportunity of prosecuting his intended rogueries, in order to which he combined with several others in the same employ, to go off with one of the vessels that lay in the harbour upon the piratical account. Accordingly, the time was fixed, namely the 29th of August, 1723, at night, but whether remorse or fear prevented their coming together I know not, but of 16 men that were in the combination, 5 only kept the appointment, notwithstanding which Phillips was for pushing forward with that small number, assuring his companions that they should soon increase their company, and they agreeing, a vessel was seized on, and out of the harbour they sailed. The first thing they had now to do was to choose officers, draw up articles, and settle their little commonwealth, to prevent disputes and wranglings afterwards. So John Phillips was made captain, John Nutt master or navigator of the vessel, James Sparks gunner, Thomas Fern carpenter, and William White was the only private man in the whole crew. When this was done, one of them read out the following articles, which we have taken verbatim, and all swore to him upon a hatchet, for want of a Bible. The articles on board the Revenge. 1. Every man shall obey civil command. The captain shall have 1 full share and a half in all prizes. The master, carpenter, boatswain, and gunner shall have 1 share and quarter. 2. If any man shall offer to run away or keep any secret from the company, he shall be marooned, with 1 bottle of powder, 1 bottle of water, 1 small arm and shot. 3. If any man shall steal anything in the company or game, to the value of a piece of 8, he shall be marooned or shot. 4. If at any time we should meet another marooner, that is, pirate, that man that shall sign his articles without the consent of our company shall suffer such punishment as the captain and company shall think fit. 5. That man that shall strike another whilst these articles are in force shall receive Moses' law, that is, 40 stripes lacking 1, on the bare back. 6. That man that shall snap his arms, or smoke tobacco in the hold without a cap to his pipe, or carry a candle lighted without a lantern, shall suffer the same punishment as in the former article. 7. That man that shall not keep his arms clean, fit for an engagement, or neglect his business shall be cut off from his share, and suffer such other punishment as the captain and the company shall think fit. 8. If any man shall lose a joint in time of an engagement, shall have 400 pieces of 8, if a limb, 800. 9. If at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her without her consent shall suffer present death. Thus prepared, this bold crew set out, and before they left the banks they made prize of several small fishing vessels, out of which they got a few hands, some French and some English, and then sailed for the West Indies. In one of these vessels they took out one John Rose Archer, who, having been a pirate under the famous Blackbeard, was immediately preferred over other people's heads to be quartermaster to the company, which sudden promotion so disgusted some of the older standers, especially Fern, the carpenter, that it occasioned some mischief to follow, as we shall show by and by. The pirates came off Barbados the beginning of October, and cruised there, and among other islands, above 3 months, without speaking with the vessel, so that they were almost starved for want of provisions, being reduced to a pound of meat a day between 10. At length they fell in with the Martinico man of 12 guns and 35 hands, far superior in force, and what they would not have ventured on at another time, but hunger will break down stone walls, they were resolved to show the Frenchmen their black flag, and if that would not do, they must seek out elsewhere. Accordingly, they boldly ran up alongside of the sloop, with their piratical colours flying, and told them if they did not strike immediately, they would give them no quarters, which so intimidated the Frenchmen that they never fired a gun. This proved a seasonable supply. They took her provisions and 4 of her men, and let her go. They took, presently after, a sloop belonging to New York, and a Virginia man, Huffam, master. Having now occasion to clean their vessel, Phillips proposed Tobago, where the company he formerly belonged to, under Anstis and Fenn, broke up. To induce them to it, he told them when he left the island there was left behind 6 or 8 of their company that were not willing to go to England, with 3 negroes. Whereupon they sailed to the island, and after a careful search found only one of the negroes, whose name was Pedro, who informed Captain Phillips that those that were left behind were taken by a man-of-war's crew, and hanged at Antigua, among whom was Fenn, their captain. They took Pedro on board, and then fell to business, careening their vessel. And just as they had finished their work, a man-of-war's boat came into the harbour, the ship being cruising to leeward of the island. It was easily guessed upon what errand she was sent, and therefore they lost no time, but as soon as the boat went away, warped out and plied to windward for security, but left the 4 Frenchmen they took out of the Martinico sloop behind. In a few days they took a snow with a few hands, and Fern, the carpenter, one William Phillips, Wood, and Taylor, went aboard to take possession of her. Fern, not forgetting the affront of having Archer preferred before him, resolved to go off with the prize, and brought the rest into the same measures. However, Phillips, the captain, keeping a good lookout, perceived their design, and gave them chase, who coming up with the vessel, a skirmish ensued, wherein Wood was killed and Taylor wounded in his leg, upon which the other two surrendered. There was no surgeon aboard, and therefore it was advised, upon a learned consultation, that Philip's leg should be cut off, but who should perform the operation was the dispute. At length the carpenter was appointed, as the most proper man, upon which he fetched up the biggest saw, and taking the limb under his arm, fell to work, and separated it from the body of the patient, in as little time as he could have cut a deal board in two. After that he heated his axe red hot in the fire, and cauterized the wound, but not with so much art as he performed the other part, for he so burnt his flesh distant from the place of amputation, that it had like to have mortified. However, nature performed a cure at last without any other assistance. From Tobago they stood away to the northward, and took a Portuguese bound for Brazil, and 2 or 3 sloops from Jamaica, in one of which Fern, the carpenter, endeavouring to go off, was killed by Phillips, the captain, pursuant to their articles. Another had the same fate some days after for the like attempt. These severities made it dangerous for any to consult or project an escape, the terror of which made several sign their articles and set down quietly, waiting impatiently for redemption, which as yet they saw no great likelihood of, and should they have been taken before such circumstances appeared, in their actions or characters, as afterwards happened, to denote their innocence, they might have lost their lives upon a trial at a court of admiralty, for pretty strong evidence is expected in their favour to balance that of being taken aboard a vessel which is proved to be in actual piracy, and they assisting therein. Thus was many an honest man's case made most desperate by the consummate villainy of a few hardened wretches, who feared neither God nor devil, as this Phillips used often blasphemously to express himself. On the 25th of March they took 2 ships from Virginia for London. John Phillips, the pirate captain's namesake, was master of one, and Captain Robert Mortimer the other, a brisk young fellow that deserved a better fate than he met with. Phillips, the pirate, stayed on board of Captain Mortimer's ship while they transported the crew to the sloop, and the boat returning alongside, one of the pirates therein calls to Phillips and tells him there was a mutiny aboard their vessel. Mortimer had 2 men in his ship, and the pirate captain had 2, therefore thought it a good opportunity to recover his ship, and directly took up a handspike and struck Phillips over the head, giving him a dangerous wound, but not knocking him down. He recovered and wounded Mortimer with his sword, and the 2 pirates that were aboard coming into Captain Phillips' assistance, Captain Mortimer was presently cut to pieces, while his own 2 men stood by and did nothing. This was the first voyage that Mortimer had the command of a vessel, by whose death is a poor disconsolate widow made miserable, more in regard of the mutual love and fidelity they lived in, than the loss of what would have been a handsome and comfortable provision for themselves and children, which I think now ought to be made up by the public, since 'twas in the public service he fell, for had his attempt succeeded, in all probability he would not only have regained his own ship, but entirely subdued and destroyed the enemy, there being several, as it afterwards proved, that would have seconded such an enterprise whenever they found a beginning made. This affair ended without any other consequence than a strict search after a brother of Captain Mortimer who was on board, in order to have him put likewise to death, but he had the good fortune to meet with a townsman among the crew, who hid him for 24 hours in a staysail, till the heat of their fury was over, and by that means happily missed of the fate designed him. Out of the other Virginia man before spoken of, they took one Edward Cheeseman, a carpenter, to supply the place of their late carpenter Fern. He was a modest, sober young man, very averse to their unlawful practice, and a brave, gallant fellow. There was one John Fillmore of Ipswich, formerly taken by them, ordered to row Cheeseman aboard of Mortimer's ship, which the pirates possessed themselves of, who, seeing with what reluctance and uneasiness Cheeseman was brought away, told him he would join with him in some measures to overthrow the piratical government, telling him withal their present condition, what difficulties Phillips had met with to make up his company, and how few voluntary pirates there were on board, and the like. But however specious this seemed, Cheeseman, out of prudence, rejected his offers of assistance till he saw some proofs of his sincerity, which after a few days he was convinced of, and then they often consulted. But as the old pirates were always jealous of the newcomers, and consequently observant of their behaviour, this was done with the utmost caution, chiefly when they were lying down together, as though asleep, and at other times when they were playing at cards, both which they feigned often to do for that purpose. The pirates went on all the while, plundering and robbing several ships and vessels, bending their course towards Newfoundland, where they designed to raise more men, and do all the mischief they could on the banks and in the harbours. Newfoundland is an island on the north continent of America, contained between the 46th and 53rd degree of north latitude, discovered first by St. Sebastian Cabot, Anno Domini 1497, but never settled till the year 1610, when Mr. Guy of Bristol revived the affair and obtained a patent, and himself to be governor. The island is deserted by the natives and neglected by us, being desolate and woody, and the coast and harbour only held for the conveniency of the cod fishery, for which alone they were settled. The bays and harbours about it are very numerous and convenient, and being deeply indented, makes it easy for any intelligence quickly to pass from one harbour to another overland, especially the principal, St. John's and Placentia, when the appearance of an enemy makes them apprehend danger. They are able to cure and export about 100,000 quintals, 100 weight each, of fish annually, which returns to England in money or the necessary commodities of Portugal, Spain, and Italy. As it therefore expends abundance of rum, molasses, and sugar, the product of our West India colonies, and employs a number of fishermen from home every season, by whose industry and labour only this fish is purchased, it may very well be reckoned an advantageous branch of trade. But the present design of this digression being not to give an exact description of the country or fishery, but rather how it accidentally contributes to raise or support the pirates already raised, I shall observe, first, that our west country fishing ships, namely from Topsham, Barnstaple, and Bristol, who chiefly attend the fishing seasons, transport over a considerable number of poor fellows every summer, whom they engage at low wages, and are by their terms to pay for passage back to England. When the Newfoundland ships left that country towards winter in the year 1720, these passengers mustered 1,100, who, during the season of business, the hardness of their labour and chilliness of the nights pinching them very much, are mostly fond of drinking black strap, a strong liquor used there and made from rum, molasses, and chowder beer. By this the majority of them outrun the constable, and then are necessitated to come under hard articles of servitude for their maintenance in the winter, no ordinary charge indeed when the barrenness of the country is considered, and the stock of provision laid in happen to fall short, in proportion to the computation made of the people remaining there the winter, which are generally about 17 or 1800. The masters residing there think advantages taken on their necessities no more than a just and lawful gain, and either bind such for the next summer's service, or sell their provisions out to them at extravagant rates, bread from 15 shillings to 50, immediately at the departing of the ships, and so of other sorts of food in proportion, wherefore, not being able to subsist themselves, or in any likely way of clearing the reckoning to the masters, they sometimes run away with shallops and boats, and begin on piratical exploits, as Phillips and his companions, whom we are now treating of, had done. And secondly, which is more opportunely for them, they are visited every summer almost by some set of pirates or other already raised, who call here for the same purpose, if young beginners, and to lay in a store of water and provisions, which they find imported, much or little, by all the ships that use the trade. Towards this country Phillips was making his way, and took on the voyage, besides those above mentioned, one Salter in a sloop off the Isle of Sables, which vessel they made use of themselves, and gave back Mortimer's ship to the mate and crew. The same day, namely the 4th of April, took a schooner, one Chadwell master, which they scuttled in order to sink, but Captain Phillips, understanding that she belonged to a Mr. Miners at Newfoundland, with whose vessel they first went off a pirating, a qualm of conscience came athwart his stomach, and he said to his companions, "We have done him injury enough already," so ordered the vessel immediately to be repaired, and returned her to the master. That afternoon they chased another vessel, and at night came up with her, the master of which was a saint of New England, named Dependence Ellery, who, taking Phillips for a pirate, he told him was the reason that he gave him the trouble of chasing so long, which being resented by these men of honour, they made poor Dependence dance about the deck till he was weary. Within few days several other vessels had the same misfortune. The masters' names were as follow: Joshua Elwell, Samuel Elwell, Mr. Combs, Mr. Lansley, James Babston, Edward Freeman, Mr. Sturt, Obadiah Beale, Eric Erickson, and Benjamin Wheeler. The 14th of April they took a sloop belonging to Cape Ann, Andrew Harradine master. They looked upon this vessel more fit for their purpose, and so came aboard, keeping only the master for prisoner, and sending Harradine's crew away in Salter's vessel, which they till this time detained. To this Harradine Cheeseman the carpenter broke his mind, and brought him into the Confederacy to destroy the crew, which was put in execution 4 days afterwards. Harradine and the rest were for doing the business in the night, as believing they might be more opportunely surprised. For Nutt, the master, being a fellow of great strength and no less courage, it was thought dangerous to attack him without firearms. However, Cheeseman was resolute to have it performed by daylight, as the least liable to confusion, and as to the master, he offered to lay hands on him first. Upon this, 'twas concluded on 12 at noon was the appointed time. In order for the business, Cheeseman leaves his working tools on the deck, as though he'd been going to use them, and walked aft, but perceiving some signs of timidity in Harradine, he comes back, fetches his brandy bottle, and gives him and the rest a dram, then drank to Burrell, the boatswain, and the master, to the next merry meeting, and up he puts the bottle. Then he takes a turn with Nutt, asking what he thought of the weather and such like. In the meanwhile, Fillmore takes up the axe and turns it round upon the point as if at play. Then both he and Harradine wink at him, thereby letting him know they were ready, upon which signal he seizes Nutt by the collar, with one hand between his legs, and tossed him over the side of the vessel. But he, holding by Cheeseman's sleeve, said, "Lord a mercy upon me, what are you going to do, carpenter?" He told him it was an unnecessary question, for, says he, "Master, you are a dead man," so strikes him over the arm. Nutt loses his hold, tumbles into the sea, and never spoke more. By this time the boatswain was dead, for as soon as Fillmore saw the master laid hold of, he raised up the axe and divided his enemy's head in two. The noise brought the captain upon deck, whom Cheeseman saluted with the blow of a mallet, which broke his jawbone, but did not knock him down. Harradine came in then with the carpenter's adze, but Sparks, the gunner, interposing between him and Captain Phillips, Cheeseman trips up his heels and flung him into the arms of Charles Ivy-May, one of his consorts, who that instant discharged him into the sea, and at the same time Harradine compassed his business with the captain aforesaid. Cheeseman lost no time, but from the deck jumps into the hold, and was about to beat out the brains of Archer, the quartermaster, having struck him 2 or 3 blows with his blunt weapon, the mallet, when Henry Giles, a young lad, came down after him and desired his life might be spared, as an evidence of their own innocence, that he having all the spoil and plunder in his custody, it may appear that these tragic proceedings were not undertaken with any dishonest view of seizing or appropriating the effects to themselves, which prudent advice prevailed, and he and 3 more were made prisoners and secured. The work being done, they went about ship, altered the course from Newfoundland to Boston, and arrived safe the 3rd of May following, to the great joy of that province. On the 12th of May, 1724, a special court of admiralty was held for the trial of these pirates, when John Fillmore, Edward Cheeseman, John Combs, Henry Giles, Charles Ivy-May, John Bootman, and Henry Payne, the 7 that confederated together for the pirates' destruction, were honourably acquitted, as also 3 Frenchmen, John Baptist, Peter Taffrey, and Isaac Lasson, and 3 negroes, Pedro, Francisco, and Piero, and John Rose Archer, the quartermaster, William White, William Taylor, and William Phillips, were condemned. The 2 latter were reprieved for a year and a day, in order to be recommended, though I don't know for what, as objects of His Majesty's mercy. The 2 former were executed on the 2nd of June, and died very penitently, making the following declarations at the place of execution, with the assistance of 2 grave divines that attended them. The dying declarations of John Rose Archer and William White on the day of their execution at Boston, June 2nd, 1724, for the crimes of piracy. First, separately of Archer. I greatly bewail my profanations of the Lord's day, and my disobedience to my parents, and my cursing and swearing, and my blaspheming the name of the glorious God, unto which I have added the sins of unchastity, and I have provoked the Holy One at length to leave me unto the crimes of piracy and robbery, wherein at last I have brought myself under the guilt of murder also. But one wickedness that has led me as much as any to all the rest has been my brutish drunkenness. By strong drink I have been heated and hardened into the crimes that are now more bitter than death unto me. I could wish that masters of vessels would not use their men with so much severity as many of them do, which exposes to great temptations. And then of White. I am now with sorrow reaping the fruits of my disobedience to my parents, who used their endeavors to have me instructed in my Bible and my catechism, and the fruits of my neglecting the public worship of God and profaning the holy Sabbath, and of my blaspheming the name of God my Maker. But my drunkenness has had a great hand in bringing my ruin upon me. I was drunk when I was enticed aboard the pirate. And now, for all the vile things I did aboard, I own the justice of God and man in what is done unto me. Of both together, we hope, we truly hate the sins whereof we have the burthen lying so heavily upon our consciences. We warn all people, and particularly young people, against such sins as these. We wish all may take warning by us. We beg for pardon for the sake of Christ our Saviour, and our hope is in Him alone. Oh, that in His blood our scarlet and crimson guilt may be all washed away. We are sensible of an hard heart in us, full of wickedness, and we look upon God for His renewing grace upon us. We bless God for the space of repentance which He has given us, and that He has not cut us off in the midst and height of our wickedness. We are not without hope that God has been savingly at work upon our souls. We are made sensible of our absolute need of the righteousness of Christ, that we may stand justified before God in that. We renounce all dependence on our own. We are humbly thankful to the ministers of Christ for the great pains they have taken for our good. The Lord reward their kindness. We don't despair of mercy, but hope through Christ that when we die we shall find mercy with God and be received into His kingdom. We wish others, and especially the seafaring, may get good by what they see this day befalling of us. Declared in the presence of J.W.D.M. End of section 29. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 30 of A General History of the Pyrates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pyrates by Charles Johnson. Chapter 16 of Captain Spriggs and his crew. Spriggs sailed with Low for a pretty while, and I believe came away from Lowther along with them. He was quartermaster to the company, and consequently had a great share in all the barbarities committed by that execrable gang, till the time they parted, which was about Christmas last, when Low took a ship of 12 guns on the coast of Guinea called the Delight, formerly the Squirrel man-of-war, commanded by Captain Hunt. Spriggs took possession of the ship with 18 men, left Low in the night, and came to the West Indies. This separation was occasioned by a quarrel with Low concerning a piece of justice Spriggs would have executed upon one of the crew for killing a man in cold blood, as they call it, one insisting that he should be hanged and the other that he should not. A day or two after they parted, Spriggs was chose captain by the rest, and a black ensign was made which they called Jolly Roger, with the same device that Captain Low carried, namely a white skeleton in the middle of it, with a dart in one hand striking a bleeding heart, and in the other an hourglass. When this was finished and hoisted, they fired all their guns to salute their captain and themselves, and then looked out for prey. In their voyage to the West Indies, these pirates took a Portuguese bark, wherein they got valuable plunder, but not contented with that alone, they said they would have a little game with the men, and so ordered them a sweat, more for the brute's diversion than the poor men's healths, which operation is performed after this manner. They stick up lighted candles circularly round the mizzen-mast between decks, within which the patients one at a time enter. Without the candles the pirates post themselves, as many as can stand, forming another circle, and armed with penknives, tucks, forks, compasses, etc. And as he runs round and round, the music playing at the same time, they prick him with those instruments. This usually lasts for 10 or 12 minutes, which is as long as the miserable man can support himself. When the sweating was over, they gave the Portuguese their boat with a small quantity of provisions and set their vessel on fire. Near the island of St. Lucia, they took a sloop belonging to Barbados, which they plundered and then burnt, forcing some of the men to sign their articles, and others they beat and cut in a barbarous manner because they refused to take on with the crew, and then sent them away in the boat, who all got safe afterwards to Barbados. The next was a Martinico man, which they served as bad as they had done the others, but did not burn their ship. Some days afterwards, in running down to leeward, they took one Captain Hawkins, coming from Jamaica, loaden chiefly with logwood. They took out of her stores, arms, ammunition, and several other things, as they thought fit, and what they did not want they threw overboard or destroyed. They cut the cables to pieces, knocked down the cabins, broke all the windows, and, in short, took all the pains in the world to be mischievous. They took by force out of her Mr. Burridge and Mr. Stevens, the 2 mates, and some other hands, and after detaining the ship from the 22nd of March to the 29th, they let her go. On the 27th they took a Rhode Island sloop, Captain Pike, and all his men were obliged to go aboard the pirate, but the mate, being a grave sober man, and not inclinable to stay, they told him he should have his discharge, and that it should be immediately writ on his back, whereupon he was sentenced to receive 10 lashes from every man in the ship, which was rigorously put in execution. The next day Mr. Burridge, Captain Hawkins' mate, signed their articles, which was so agreeable to them, he being a good artist and sailor, that they gave 3 huzzas, furled all the guns in the ship, and appointed him master. The day was spent in boisterous mirth, roaring and drinking of healths, among which was by mistake that of King George II. For you must know, now and then the gentry are provoked to sudden fits of loyalty by the expectation of an act of grace. It seems Captain Pike had heard at Jamaica that the king was dead, so the pirates immediately hoisted their ensign half-mast, the death signal, and proclaimed his Royal Highness, saying they doubted not but there would be a general pardon in a 12-month, which they would embrace and come in upon, but damn 'em if they should be accepted out of it, they would murder every Englishman that should fall into their hands. The 2nd of April they spied a sail and gave her chase until 12 o'clock at night. The pirates believed her to be a Spaniard. When they came up close to her, they discharged a broadside with small and great shot, which was followed by another. But the ship making a lamentable cry for quarters, they ceased firing, and ordered the captain to come aboard, which he did. But how disappointed the rogues were when they found 'twas their old friend Captain Hawkins, whom they had sent away 3 days before, worth not 1 penny. This was such a balk to them that they resolved he should suffer for falling in their way, though it was so contrary to his own inclinations. About 15 of them surrounded the poor man with sharp cutlashes and fell upon him, whereby he was soon laid flat on the deck. At that instant Burridge flew amongst the thickest of the villains, and begged earnestly for his life, upon whose request 'twas granted. They were now most of them drunk, as is usual at this time of night, so they unanimously agreed to make a bonfire of Hawkins' ship, which was immediately done, and in half an hour she was all of a blaze. After this they wanted a little more diversion, and so Captain Hawkins was sent for down to the cabin to supper. What should the provision be but a dish of candles, which he was forced to eat, having a naked sword and a pistol held to his breast all the while. When this was over they buffeted him about for some time, and sent him forward amongst the other prisoners who had been treated with the same delicacies. 2 days afterwards they anchored at a little uninhabited island called Ratan, near the Bay of Honduras, and put ashore Captain Hawkins and several other men, one of them his passenger, who died there of the hardships he underwent. They gave them powder and ball and a musket, which they were to shift as they could, sailing away the next day for other adventures. Captain Hawkins and his unfortunate companions stayed 19 days upon this island, supplying themselves with both fish and fowl, such as they were, at which time came 2 men in a canoe that had been left upon another maroon island near Banaca, who carried the company at several times thither, it being more convenient in having a good well of fresh water and plenty of fish, etc. 12 days afterwards they spied a sloop off at sea, which, upon their making a great smoke, stood in and took them off. She was the Miriam, Captain Jones, lately escaped out of the Bay of Honduras from being taken by the Spaniards. At an island to the westward the pirates cleaned their ship and sailed towards the island of St. Christopher's to wait for one Captain Moore, who commanded the Eagle sloop, when she took the Lowthers upon the careen at Blanco. Spriggs resolved to put him to death, whenever he took him, for falling upon his friend and brother, but instead of Moore he found a French man of war from Martinico upon the coast, which Spriggs, not thinking fit to contend with, ran away with all the sail he could make. The Frenchman crowded after him, and was very likely to speak with Mr. Spriggs, when unfortunately his main topmast came by the board, which obliged him to give over the chase. Spriggs then stood to the northward, towards Bermudas, or the Summer Isles, and took a schooner belonging to Boston. He took out all the men and sunk the vessel, and had the impudence to tell the master that he designed to increase his company on the banks of Newfoundland, and then would sail for the coast of New England in quest of Captain Solgard, who attacked and took their consort Charles Harris, Spriggs being then in Low's sloop, who very fairly run for it. The pirate asked the master if he knew Captain Solgard, who, answering no, he asked another the same question, and then a third man, who said he knew him very well, upon which Spriggs ordered him to be sweated, which was done in the manner before described. Instead of going to Newfoundland as the pirates threatened, they came back to the islands and to windward of St. Christopher's on the 4th of June last, took a sloop, Nicholas Trott, master, belonging to St. Eustatia, and wanting a little diversion, they hoisted the men as high as the main and foretops, and let them run down a main, enough to break all the bones in their skins, and after they had pretty well crippled them by this cruel usage, and whipped them about the deck, they gave Trott his sloop and let him go, keeping back only 2 of his men, besides the plunder of the vessel. Within 2 or 3 days they took a ship coming from Rhode Island to St. Christopher's, loaden with provisions and some horses. The pirates mounted the horses and rid them about the deck, backwards and forwards at full gallop, like madmen at Newmarket, cursing, swearing, and hallooing at such a rate that made the poor creatures wild, and at length 2 or 3 of them throwing their riders, they fell upon the ship's crew and whipped and cut and beat them with a barbarous manner, telling them it was for bringing horses without boots and spurs, for want of which they were not able to ride them. This was the last account we have had of Captain Spriggs. I shall only add the 2 following relations and conclude. A brigantine belonging to Bristol, one Mr. Rowry, master, had been trading at Gambia in Africa, and falling as low as Cape Mount to finish the slaving of the vessel, he had, by a misfortune usual at that part of the coast, his mate, surgeon, and 2 more of his men paniarded by the negroes. The remainder of his company, which was not above 5 or 6 in number, took this opportunity and seized the vessel in the road, making the master prisoner. You will think it prodigious impudent that so small a number should undertake to proceed a-pirating, especially when neither of them had sufficient skill in navigation. Yet this they did, leaving those people, their shipmates above mentioned, to the mercy of the barbarous natives, and sailed away down the coast, making them a black flag, which they merrily said would be as good as 50 men more, that is, would carry as much terror, and that they did not doubt of soon increasing their crew to put them in an enterprising capacity. But their vain projection was soon happily frustrated, and after this manner. The master, whose life they had preserved, perhaps only for supplying their own unskilfulness in navigation, advised them that since, contrary to their expectations, they had met with no ship between Cape Mount and the Bight of Calabar, to proceed to the island of St. Thomas's, where they might recruit with provisions and water, and sell off the slaves, about 70 of them, which they perceived would be a useless lumber, and incommodious to their design. They arrived there in August 1721, and one evening, while part of them were on shore, applying for this purpose to the governor, and the other part carelessly from the deck, Mr. Rowry stepped into the boat belonging to the vessel and pushed off very suddenly. They heard the noise it made, and soon were upon deck again, but having no other boat to pursue, nor a musket ready to fire, he got safe on shore, and ran to the governor with his complaint, who immediately imprisoned those already there, and sent a launch off to take the rest out of the ship. The Swallow arrived at St. Thomas's the beginning of October following, where, on Mr. Rowry's remonstrance, application was made to the Portuguese governor of that island for a surrendery of these 5 English prisoners then in the castle, but he not only peremptorily excused himself from it as a matter out of his power, without particular direction from the court of Portugal, but withal insinuated that they had only taken refuge there from the hardships and severity they had met with from their master. The manner of denial and the avaricious temper of the gentleman, which I had occasion to be acquainted with, makes it very suspicious that he proposed considerable gains to himself, for if Mr. Rowry had not made such an escape to him, the slaves had been his for little or nothing, as a bribe to silence his suspicions, which any man less acute than he must have had from the awkward and unskilful carriage of such merchants. But enough of this. Perhaps he is not the only governor abroad that finds an interest in countenancing these fellows. End of section 30. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 31 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. An account of the pyracies and murders committed by Philip Roche, etc. Philip Roche was born in Ireland, and from his youth had been bred up to the sea. He was a brisk, genteel fellow of 30 years of age at the time of his death, one whose black and savage nature did no ways answer the comeliness of his person, his life being almost one continued scene of villainy, before he was discovered to have committed the horrid murders we are now speaking of. This inhumane monster had been concerned with others in insuring ships to a great value, and then destroying them, by which means and other rogueries he had got a little money, and being mate of a ship was diligent enough in trading for himself between Ireland and France, so that he was in a way of getting himself a comfortable livelihood. But as he resolved to be rich, and finding fair dealing brought in wealth but slowly, he contrived to put other things in execution, and certainly had murdered several innocent persons in the prosecution of his abominable schemes. But as I have now forgot the particular circumstances of those relations, I shall confine myself at present to the fact for which he suffered. Roche, getting acquainted with one Neil, a fisherman at Cark, whom he found ready for any villainous attempt, he imparted his design to him, who, being pleased with the project, brings one Pierce Cullen and his brother into the confederacy, together with one Wise, who at first was very unwilling to come into their measures, and indeed had the least hand in the perpetration of what follows. They pitched upon a vessel in the harbour, belonging to Peter Tartu, a Frenchman, to execute their cruel intentions upon, because it was a small one, and had not a great number of hands on board, and 'twas easy afterwards to exchange it for one more fit for piracy, and therefore they applied themselves to the master of her for a passage to Nantes, whereto the ship was bound, and accordingly the beginning of November 1721 they went aboard, and when at sea, Philip Roche being an experienced sailor, the master of the vessel readily trusted him with the care of her at times, while he and the mate went to rest. The 15th of November at night was the time designed for the tragedy, but Francis Wise relented, and appeared desirous to divert them from their bloody purposes. Roche, sometimes called Captain, told him that as Cullen and he had sustained great losses at sea, unless every Irishman present would assist in repairing their losses by murdering all the French rogues, and running away with the ship, he should suffer the same fate with the Frenchmen. But if all would assist, all should have a share in the booty. Upon this they all resolved alike, and Captain Roche ordered 3 Frenchmen and a boy up to hand the topsails, the master and mate being then asleep in their cabins. The 2 first that came down they beat out their brains and threw them overboard. The other 2, seeing what was done, ran up to the topmast head. But Cullen followed them, and taking the boy by the arm, tossed him into the sea. Then driving down the man, those below knocked him on the head and threw him overboard. Those who were asleep, being awakened by the dismal shrieks and groans of dying men, ran upon deck in confusion, to inquire into the cause of such unusual noises. But the same cruelty was immediately acted towards them, ere they could be sensible of the danger that threatened them. They were now, as Roche himself afterwards confessed, all over as wet with the blood that had been spilt, as if they had been dipped in water or stood in a shower of rain, nor did they regard it any more. Roche said Captain Tartu used many words for mercy, and asked them if he had not used them with civility and kindness, if they were not of the same Christian religion, and owned the same blessed Jesus, and the like. But they, not regarding what he said, took cords and bound the poor master and his mate back to back, and while that was doing, both of them begged with the utmost earnestness, and used the most solemn entreaties, that they would at least allow them a few minutes to say their prayers and beg mercy of God for the various sins and offences of their lives. But it did not move them, though all the rest were dead, and no danger could be apprehended from them two alone, for the bound persons were hurried up and thrown into the sea. The massacre being finished, they washed themselves a little from the blood, and searched the chests and lockers and all places about the ship, and then sat down in the captain's cabin and refreshed themselves with some rum they found there, and, as Roche confessed, were never merrier in their lives. They invested Roche with the command of the ship, and, calling him captain, talked over their liquor, what rare actions they would perform about Cape Breton, Sable Island, and the banks of Newfoundland, whither they designed to go as soon as they had recruited their company and got a better ship, which they proposed speedily to do. Roche taking upon himself the command of the vessel, Andrew Cullen was to pass for a merchant or supercargo, but when they bethought themselves that they were in danger of being discovered by the papers of the ship relating to the cargo, as bills of lading, etc., therefore they erase and take out the name of the French master, and instead thereof inserted the name of Roche, so that it stood in the ship's papers, Peter Roche, master, that then having so few hands on board, they contrived, if they met any ships, to give out that they had lost some hands by their being washed overboard in a storm, and by that means screen themselves from being suspected of having committed some such wicked act, by reason of the fewness of their hands on board, and also might prevail with some ship to spare them some, on consideration of their pretended disaster. In going to Calais, they were distressed by the weather, and being near Lisbon, they made complaint to a ship, but obtained no assistance. They were then obliged to sail back for England and put into the port of Dartmouth, but then they were in fear lest they might be discovered. Therefore, to prevent that, they resolved to alter the ship, and getting workmen, they take down the mizzenmast and build a spar deck and made rails, on pretence that the sailors had been washed overboard, to secure the men. Then they took down the image of St. Peter at the head of the ship, and put up a lion in its place, and painted over the stern of the ship with red, and named her the Mary Snow. The ship being thus altered, that they thought it could not be known, they fancied themselves pretty secure, but wanting money to defray the charge of these alterations, Roche, as master of the vessel, and Andrew Cullen, as merchant, applied themselves to the officers of the customs for liberty to dispose of some of the cargo, in order to pay the workmen, which they having obtained, they sold 58 barrels of beef, and having hired 3 more hands, they set sail for Ostend, and there, having sold more barrels of beef, they steered their course to Rotterdam, disposed of the rest of the cargo, and took in one Mr. Annesley, who freighted the ship for England. But in their passage, in a stormy night, it being very dark, they took up Mr. Annesley, their passenger, and threw him into the sea, who swam about the ship a pretty while, calling out for life, and telling them they should have all his goods if they would receive him again into the vessel, but in vain were his cries. After this they were obliged to put into several ports, and by contrary winds came to the coast of France, and hearing there was an inquiry made after the ship, Roche quits her at Havre de Grace, and leaves the management to Cullen and the rest, who, having shipped other men, sailed away to Scotland, and there quitted the vessel, which was afterwards seized and brought into the river of Thames. Some time after this, Philip Roche came to London, and making some claim for money he had made insurance of, in the name of John Eustace, the officer was apprised of the fraud, and he arrested and flung into the Compter, from whence, directing a letter to his wife, she showed it to a friend, who discovered by it that he was the principal villain concerned in the destruction of Peter Tartu and the crew. Upon this, an information was given to my Lord Carteret, that the person who went by the name of John Eustace was Philip Roche, as aforesaid, and being brought down by his lordship's warrant, he stiffly denied it for some time, notwithstanding a letter was found in his pocket, directed to him by the name of Roche. But being confronted by a captain of a ship who knew him well, he confessed it, but prevaricated in several particulars, whereupon he was committed to Newgate upon violent suspicion, and the next day was brought down again at his own request, confessed the whole, desired to be made an evidence, and promised to convict 3 men worse than himself. 2 were discovered by him, who died miserably in the Marshalsea, and Roche himself was afterwards tried, no more being taken, found guilty of the piracy, and executed. End of section 31, read by Sandra, Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 32 of A General History of the Pirates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson. An abstract of the civil law and statute law now in force in relation to piracy. A pirate is hostis humanis generis, a common enemy, with whom neither faith nor oath is to be kept, according to Tully, and by the laws of nature princes and states are responsible for their neglect if they do not provide remedies for restraining these sorts of robberies. Although pirates are called common enemies, yet they are properly not to be termed so. He is only to be honoured with that name, says Cicero, who hath a commonwealth, a court, a treasury, consent and concord of citizens, and some way, if occasion be, of peace and league. But when they have reduced themselves into a government or state, as those of Algiers, Salé, Tripoli, Tunis, and the like, they then are allowed the solemnities of war and the rights of legation. If letters of marque be granted to a merchant, and he furnishes out a ship with a captain and mariners, and they, instead of taking the goods or ships of that nation against whom their commission is awarded, take the ship and goods of a friend, this is piracy, and if the ship arrive in any part of His Majesty's dominions, it will be seized, and for ever lost to the owners, but they are no way liable to make satisfaction. If a ship is assaulted and taken by the pirates, for redemption of which the master becomes a slave to the captors, by the law marine the ship and lading are tacitly obliged for his redemption by a general contribution, but if it happen through his own folly, then no contribution is to be made. If subjects in enmity with the Crown of England are aboard an English pirate, in company with English, and a robbery is committed, and they are taken, it is felony in the English, but not in the stranger, for it was no piracy in them, but the depredation of an enemy, and they will be tried by a martial law. If piracy is committed by subjects in enmity with England, upon the British seas, it is properly only punishable by the Crown of England, who have istud regimen et dominum, exclusive of all other power. If piracy be committed on the ocean, and the pirates in the attempt be overcome, the captors may, without any solemnity of condemnation, hang them up at the main-yard. If they are brought to the next port, and the judge rejects the trial, or the captors cannot wait for the judge without peril or loss, justice may be done upon them by the captors. If merchandise be delivered to a master, to carry to one port, and he carries it to another, and sells and disposes of it, this is not felony. But if, after unlading it at the first port, he retakes it, it is piracy. If a pirate attack a ship, and the master, for redemption, gives his oath to pay a sum of money, though there be nothing taken, yet it is piracy by the law marine. If a ship is riding at anchor, and the mariners all ashore, and a pirate attack her and rob her, this is piracy. If a man commit piracy upon the subjects of any prince or republic, though in amity with us, and brings the goods into England, and sells them in a market overt, the same shall bind, and the owners are for ever excluded. If a pirate enters a port of this kingdom, and robs a ship at anchor there, it is not piracy, because not done super altum mare, but is robbery at common law, because infra corpus comitatus. A pardon of all felonies does not extend to piracy, but the same ought to be especially named. By 28 H8, murders and robberies committed upon the sea or in other places, where the admiral pretends jurisdiction, shall be inquired into, tried, heard, and determined in such places and counties within the realm as shall be limited by the King's commission, in like manner as if such offences were done at land, and such commissions, being under the Great Seal, shall be directed to the Lord Admiral, his lieutenant or deputy, and to 3 or 4 such others as the Lord Chancellor shall name. The said commissioners, or 3 of them, have power to inquire of such offences by 12 lawful men of the country, so limited in their commission as if such offences were done at land, within the same county. And every indictment so found and presented shall be good in law, and such order, progress, judgment, and execution shall be used, had, done, and made thereupon, as against offenders for murder and felony, done at land. Also the trial of such offences, if they be denied, shall be had by 12 men of the county, limited in the said commission as aforesaid, and no challenge shall be had for the 100. And such as shall be convict of such offences shall suffer death without benefit of clergy, and forfeit land and goods as in cases of felonies and murders done at land. This act shall not prejudice any person or persons, urged by necessity, for taking victuals, cables, ropes, anchors, or sails out of another ship that may spare them, so as they either pay ready money or money worth for them, or give a bill for the payment thereof, if on this side the Straits of Gibraltar, within 4 months, if beyond, within 12 months. When any such commission shall be sent to any place within the jurisdiction of the Cinque Ports, it shall be directed to the warden of the said ports, or his deputy, with 3 or 4 other persons, as the Lord Chancellor shall name, and the inquisition or trial of such offences there shall be made and had by the inhabitants of the said ports and members of the same. By 11 and 12 W. 3, Chapter 7. If any natural-born subjects or denizens of England commit piracy, or any act of hostility against His Majesty's subjects at sea, under colour of a commission or authority from any foreign prince or state, or person whatsoever, such offenders shall be adjudged pirates. If any commander or master of a ship, or seaman or mariner, give up his ship, etc., to pirates, or combine to yield up or run away with any ship, or lay violent hand on his commander, or endeavour to make a revolt in the ship, he shall be adjudged a pirate. All persons who after the 29th of September 1720 shall set forth any pirate, or be aiding and assisting to any such pirate, committing piracy on land or sea, or shall conceal such pirates, or receive any vessel or goods piratically taken, shall be adjudged accessory to such piracy, and suffer as principals. By 4G, Chapter 11, Section 7, all persons who have committed or shall commit any offences for which they ought to be adjudged pirates by the Act 11 and 12 W. 3, Chapter 7, may be tried for every such offence, in such manner as by the Act 28 H. 8, Chapter 15, is directed for the trial of pirates, and shall not have the benefit of clergy. Section 8. This Act shall not extend to persons convicted or attainted in Scotland. Section 9. This Act shall extend to His Majesty's dominions in America, and be taken as a public act. End of Section 32. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. End of A General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson.